Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. And after discussing tactics, Xiaofu and Beiqi also arrived. Seeing Xiaofu, everyone half-kneeled and called out simultaneously, "Your Majesty." Looking at these people, Xiaofu didn't waste any words and said, "Right now, your only task is to kill everyone from those 4 factions." On the other side, the 4 factions were quickly gathering their people, preparing to join together to take down the town. The value of the town was massive, and just the city creation stone alone was worth an astronomical fortune. It was now 9 p.m., and they hadn't finished gathering their people. No one knew whether the other 3 factions were ready or not. They all hoped that the others wouldn't take down the town without them. Everyone was on edge, and their eyelids kept twitching. An incredibly skinny middle-aged man from the Skin Bones gang felt quite worried and said, "Old bird, why are there only this many people? What's going on? There are massive profits to be made from that town, so tell them to hurry up." A big man with tattoos from the Lily gang also loudly called out, "God damn it, hurry up. Time waits for no one. If we take down that town, your elder will take you all to the Red Street to have fun with women." The Red Street was a small street with some special service workers, most of whom were players. They had merely taken their profession from the real world into the Heaven Awakened world, and no one cared about this. The massive profits attracted many women, and almost every system main city had a street like this. An old man from the Lee family also ordered people to hurry up. If this information was leaked and others found out, it was possible that they would obtain nothing. When they found out, they had wanted to kill the person selling the information. However, that person had long since been prepared and immediately escaped. No one knew just who he had sold this information to, so the 4 largest factions agreed to take down the town before splitting it. Right now, the 4 factions were all gathering people in the system main cities. After what had happened with Great Shun, no one dared to reveal the location of one's village. Only the most loyal core members could go to the villages. As such, most of the villages were made up of indigenous residents and only a few core players. Other ordinary players couldn't enter the villages, and they could only wait at the gathering points in the system main cities. This saved Xiaofu the trouble of finding their gathering point. Xiaofu took his 6,000 assassins to 100 bamboo while Beiqi quickly gathered the troops. Xiaofu and Beiqi split into 2 groups. Xiaofu would take care of the true threat, which was the 4 factions, while Beiqi attacked the town. Xiaofu decided to get rid of the 4 factions because he was thinking about the long term as well. Xiaofu had already established Heaven's Choice in the Forest of Horrors, preparing to control the Forest of Horrors players, to attack cities, and to rule the Forest of Horrors. After controlling the Forest of Horrors, Xiaofu would expand out to the neighboring regions. Xiaofu already had Jnaya prepared to take over Battle City in Little Valley, and he would be the cornerstone on which Xiaofu would take over Little Valley. At East Green, Heavenstone City was a place that Xiaofu had already planned to take down. Xiaofu had been planning this for a long time, not just to take revenge but also because Xiaofu already had a shard of the City Lord's seal, so it wouldn't be too difficult to take it down. At the same time, he already had Mountain Willow Town there. Now, only 100 bamboo and red plum plains were left. Xiaofu decided to take this opportunity to destroy the 4 largest factions and establish his own faction. The road to restoring Great Kin would be quite difficult. Xiaofu could only consolidate his power at each step in order to make the way for Great Kin. If he didn't make adequate preparations, he wouldn't be able to restore Great Kin. 365 Machine of Slaughter. The night grew darker, and stars filled the sky, making it seem like a beautiful night. 100 Bamboo's 4 largest factions were all quickly gathering people in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening to the town. However, they didn't know that there was a massive danger coming for them. Seeing how long it took to gather people, the Ren family's leader felt quite anxious, and he felt incredibly distressed within his heart. Suddenly, the surroundings became silent, and the scene became quite strange. At that moment, the Ren families noticed that the meeting point was surrounded by a gray fog, and he asked, "What's going on?" However, because they were within a system main city, he wasn't too worried. He thought that it was something normal, and even if something was wrong, the system main city would deal with the problem. After all, the system main cities didn't allow large-scale fighting, and as soon as large fights occurred, the system main cities immediately suppressed them. With the system main city protecting them, the leaders felt quite safe. However, as time passed, the gray fog became denser and denser, and the atmosphere became quite eerie and strange. The Ren family's leader felt that something was off, and he felt that there was something moving around in the darkness. Help! The Ren family's leader cried out in fear, but no one replied. The surroundings were deathly silent, and the Ren family's leader came out and saw an incredibly bloody scene. The ground was littered with corpses, all of whose expressions were of terror. Their throats had all been slit, which had seemed to have killed them instantly, and blood had spurted everywhere, resulting in a pungent smell. Ghostly figures suddenly appeared, and they wore black hoods and held blood-stained hidden blades that gave off icy auras. The Ren family's leader immediately realized what was going on and turned to run, but two figures soundlessly appeared by his side. The two figures were dressed in black hoods, but they were quite small, looking like two small girls. What was surprising was that these two girls had cat-like tails. The Ren family's leader paused for a second, which led to his death. Two silver-white arcs of light crossed, and a head fell to the ground. The headless corpse then fell to the ground, causing blood to stain the ground. The two catfolk girls stood silently, looking at the corpses. Because of Great Ken's training, Lassie and Lamb had become quite powerful. The air of tenderness around them had decreased, and they now seemed much more mature. Everyone, can you please collect some of the valuables and check if there are any survivors? His Majesty wants us to kill all people. Lassie quickly gave orders, a hint of killing intent in her voice. Lamb stood behind her older sister because she was a bit shyer. Even though the Ren family's meeting point had just experienced a massacre, no one nearby had detected this. This was because not only had Zhao Fu set up a dark ghost world to surround the place, but he had also set up a noise barrier, making it impossible for anyone to find out. The Skin Bones gang also suffered a similar massacre. Many people had quickly come to the meeting point when ghostly chi suddenly surrounded the area. Those within the gray fog started panicking, and anyone who stepped into the gray fog didn't come back out. Great Kin's assassins hid in the darkness started to attack in the chaos. Black figures flashed about, and icy lights glinted as blood flew into the air and bodies crashed to the ground. The assassins attacked incredibly quickly and mercilessly, and they essentially killed whenever they attacked. They left no one alive, and the gap in strength was simply too wide between the two sides. The assassin's profession was quite special, and with Zhao Fu's nurturing and equipment bonuses, it was simply impossible for ordinary people to defeat Great Ken's assassins. Very soon, the 5,000 people who had gathered had been slaughtered, leaving behind corpses everywhere. The leader of the Skin Bones gang, that incredibly skinny middle-aged man, had been pierced through the chest by a sword and killed. Chuoba King pulled out her sword and started to clear out the battlefield with Wu King and the others, and they continued killing the people who were still coming. The Lily Gang's meeting point went through something similar. The people outside were continuously killed by assassins, and the big tattooed man was within a room, furiously glaring at the small figure before him as he roared, "Who are you? Why are you attacking the Lily Gang?" "Because His Majesty wants you to die." Little Shaw still wasn't very good at speaking, and he struggled to get the words out before attacking. The big tattooed man felt quite shocked, and he wondered who the Majesty was. Facing this child, the big man felt that he wasn't Little Shaw's match because Little Shaw had long since reached stage 2. With his talent for learning killing techniques, his strength was simply monstrous. Little Shaw was incredibly fast, and he reached the big tattooed man in the blink of an eye. The big man gripped his large saber and swung at Little Shaw, but it was a pity that to Little Shaw, this big man was already a dead man. Little Shaw, who had reached the big man, attacked many times faster than the big man. He swung the blood-red dagger in his hand, drawing a blood-red line through the air that instantly cut the big man's right arm off. The big tattooed man howled in pain and gripped his left hand into a fist as he punched at Little Shaw. Little Shaw's expression was still quite stiff, and his body spun as he chopped off the arm punching at him. After losing both of his arms, the big tattooed man suddenly felt fear. By now, he knew that he completely wasn't a match for this person, and just as he turned to run, a red light chopped off his legs. "Og!" The big tattooed man crashed to the ground and screamed, and seeing Little Shaw walk over, he pleaded, "Please spare me, I'll give you anything you want." "No." His Majesty said. "No survivors." Little Shaw earnestly replied. When he heard Little Shaw's words, the big man understood that Little Shaw wouldn't let him off. At the same time, he wondered when he had offended such a monstrous person, just who was that Majesty? The big man knew nothing, but he could tell that anyone who could nurture such a machine of slaughter definitely wouldn't be ordinary. The big tattooed man didn't want to die, so he instinctively started trying to wriggle away, making him look quite pitiful. Little Shaw calmly looked at this and showed no mercy. He swung the dagger in his hand, and a red ray of light shot out, piercing the big man's head and killing him instantly. Finally, At the Lee family's meeting point, corpses were all over the ground, and the Lee family's leader had been nailed to the wall by a spear. The four largest factions had been soundlessly massacred without anyone else knowing. It was now quite late, and perhaps this would only be discovered on the next day. This would definitely shock all of 100 Bamboo. 366 Army of 100,000. Within an exquisite-looking restaurant, Zhao Fu sat next to a window with a table full of food in front of him. Zhao Fu raised his wine goblet and took a sip before looking at the scenery outside. "How's everything going?" Zhao Fu knew the strength of the four factions and had nothing to worry about, so he didn't personally act. Rather, he sat in one of his restaurants in case something unexpected happened. "Your Majesty, everything has been completed. There's not a single person left at the meeting points of the four factions. Some people sensed that something was wrong and escaped, but this subordinate has already sent people to hunt them down," Go Binglin replied. When he said this, Zhao Fu nodded and looked into the distance. "I wonder how things are going on Beiqi's side." "Advance at full speed. We must arrive at the town as soon as possible in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening," Beiqi ordered loudly. This time, Beiqi brought an army of 100,000 people and quickly rushed towards the town. After traveling for 4 hours or so, they finally reached the newly leveled-up town. The town was smaller than most other basic towns, and it had simple wooden walls as its line of defense. They were only 2 meters tall and didn't very strong. After all, the town had only just leveled up. Beiqi didn't hesitate and ordered the army to surround the town. The army of 100,000 flooded towards the town, giving off a powerful aura of suppression that shocked everyone within 10 kilometers. It was around 2 or 3 a.m., and most of the residents of the town were asleep. However, there were soldiers standing guard, and seeing an ocean of enemies approaching, they immediately yelled, "Enemy attack!" These yells caused the slumbering town to wake up. Torches were quickly lit, and many people were shocked awake. Hearing the massive marching sounds, they could tell the attackers were quite terrifying. A soldierly-looking young man holding a spear rushed to the town walls. He was called Sun Wu, and he was the mayor of the town. The town had only just leveled up, and they hadn't finished many upgrades yet. They were only slightly stronger than advanced villages, and they would only feel a bit safer after the town walls were completed. Only after their population greatly increased would they truly become powerful. These days, they had been incredibly wary because even the town walls hadn't been fully built yet. If any enemies attacked, they would be almost defenseless, so they couldn't help but be alert. Now, hearing that there was an enemy attack, what Sun Wu feared the most had happened. However, when he heard how terrified his soldiers sounded, Sun Wu started to feel worried. Just what sort of enemies had appeared for the soldiers to be so fearful? When he came to the town walls, his expression became one of complete shock, and his body froze. He saw a massive ocean of soldiers, at least 100,000 of them, surrounding the town. How was this possible? Could it be that a system main city wanted his town? However, seeing that there were all sorts of races, that didn't seem quite possible. Nevertheless, these soldiers weren't any weaker than a system main city's soldiers. "We invite your mayor out." Sun Wu looked at the commander riding on the large, black horse, and the commander gave off a cold and powerful aura. Sun Wu felt that this person was quite extraordinary, and he was definitely very important. After thinking about it, Sun Wu walked out. Facing this army of 100,000 soldiers, he was unable to retaliate at all. Even with the normal residents, they only had 20,000 or so people, and they had inferior equipment and much lower cultivations. How could they fight? If the enemy had wanted to attack the town, it would have been destroyed instantly, so there was no reason for Sun Wu to hesitate. "Sir, what business do you have with our town?" Sun Wu breathed in deeply and calmed himself down before speaking, making himself not seem inferior in terms of aura. For Sun Wu to come out and seem so calm despite being surrounded by an army of 100,000 soldiers, Beiqi looked at him with a hint of admiration. He then said confidently, "The result of this is already clear. I'm sure that you know that many people already know the location of your town. It will be impossible for you to defend it. If you submit to Great Kin, not only will you obtain a great opportunity, but your residents will also be able to live in peace." Attacking and conquering this town would be incredibly easy for Beiqi, so he decided to at least try to convince them to submit before attacking. Beiqi was called the god of killing, and he had killed countless people in the past. However, he wasn't someone who rashly committed massacres, he only killed if it served a purpose. After all, he was a commander. Hearing Beiqi's words, Sun Wu understood why they hadn't directly attacked. They wanted them to submit. The other side had given him plenty of face. With their 100,000 soldiers, it would be incredibly easy to stomp his town into the ground. However, what surprised him was that his town's location had already been leaked and that many people knew. If that was the case, the town would be in great danger. Moreover, even though Sun Wu was only a mere mayor, He knew of the epic rank Great Kin. Moreover, they had over 100,000 soldiers, showing how powerful and monstrous Great Kin was. However, Sun Wu was still hesitant about surrendering so easily, so he asked, "Sir, can I please have some time to consider this?" When he heard this, Beichi replied, "I can give you half an hour to think. After half an hour, I'll immediately start to attack." Sun Wu nodded and returned to the town, and he gathered all of the higher-ups of the town to discuss. Beichi also ordered the soldiers to remain alert in order to guard against any contingencies and to make preparations to attack the town. Time gradually passed. Wang Jian sat on a black forest horse beside Beichi and smiled as he asked, "Commander Bei, do you think that person will surrender?" Beichi looked at the town and replied, "He's not stupid, I'm sure he'll make the right decision." Less than half an hour later, Sun Wu brought the town's higher-ups out and bowed before saying, "Sir, we are willing to submit to Great Kin." A trace of a smile appeared on Beichi's face, and he went to conquer and relocate the town. Now that its position had been exposed, it couldn't remain here, or Great Kin would have to station many soldiers here. Great Kin's soldiers were all incredibly busy, and because they couldn't stay here, they had to relocate the town. Time was scarce because it was possible that other factions would be joining together to attack the town. If there were too many people, it could be a big problem. Beichi went to the town's city heart. This town was a fine gold-ranked town, and Beichi placed his hand on it and chose to conquer it and relocate it. The entire town trembled, and some of the structures slowly disappeared as Beichi began to return to the Great Ken city with the town's inhabitants. 367 Number 1 Faction Sun Wu followed behind Beichi. Beichi said that they were going to meet His Majesty, who was the true master of this faction. Sun Wu felt somewhat nervous but also excited, and he wondered what sort of person controlled such a powerful faction. Soon, Beichi and Sun Wu arrived at an exquisite-looking restaurant. After walking up a flight of stairs and arriving at a room, they saw a room filled with people who all looked quite powerful. They all gave off a dense smell of blood and had most likely killed many people recently. These people were standing at the side, looking like guards. Upon seeing them, Sun Wu already felt that they were quite terrifying. There was a young man sitting at the table beside the window, and he was elegantly drinking wine. He gave off an incredibly dignified and prestigious aura and an incredibly dangerous air that made one feel respect and not dare to look at him directly. "Your Majesty, I've brought him here." Sun Wu saw the commander who had taken down his town become serious and respectful as he spoke to the young man. By now, Sun Wu felt that he had to be incredibly careful. Such an extraordinary commander was acting so respectful and disrespectful, so he had to be on his guard. This Majesty looked like an incredibly dangerous person, and because he had no idea what sort of temperament he had, Sun Wu also bowed alongside Beichi. Zhao Fu had just finished listening to Go Binglan give a report as to how they had dealt with the 4 largest factions. These 4 factions had put up barely any resistance, and almost all of their core members had been killed. The remainder of their forces were at their villages' meeting points. If they hid away, they would be fine, but if they dared to show themselves, Zhao Fu would pull them up by their roots. Zhao Fu looked at the young man who Beichi had brought and looked at his stats. This young man was quite good, his grade was SS grade, and because he was a mayor, he was most likely quite a talent. Zhao Fu looked away and said, "Since you've submitted to Great Kin, I won't neglect you or your people in the future." After saying this, Zhao Fu took out a epic rank spear and a stage 2 blood god pill. Facing those blood-red eyes, Sun Wu instinctively felt incredibly afraid. They didn't seem like the eyes of a human, and instead, they had traces of coldness, murderousness, dignity, and devilishness. Only after Zhao Fu looked away did Sun Wu dare to breathe again. When he heard Zhao Fu's words and saw the things he took out, Sun Wu felt incredibly shocked. He immediately half-knelt with a look of joy and exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The others didn't feel any envy because they all had epic rank equipment, and they had already consumed stage 2 blood god pills. Now, Zhao Fu started to discuss establishing a faction at 100 Bamboo. The 4 largest factions comprised of a third of the strength in 100 Bamboo. One of the system main cities had been controlled by the Ren family, Skin Bones Gang, and Lily Gang, but they had essentially been completely massacred in a single night. As such, Zhao Fu could effectively take over this system main city now before integrating the other factions for his own use. Beichi, take them back for now and tell Li Si to make arrangements for the town. Seeing that dawn would be coming soon, the entirety of 100 Bamboo would soon face a large change. Zhao Fu decided to stay here and take care of matters himself, so he told Beichi and the others to return first. Beichi obeyed and took the people back to the Great Kin city. Only afterward did Sun Wu find out what had truly happened, filling him with shock and terror. He wasn't terrified of the potential of the 4 factions attacking his town but that he could have gone up against Great Kin. The black-cloaked figures reeking of blood beside Zhao Fu had committed a massive massacre, killing around 60,000 people, which was 3 times the population of his town. Great Qin's majesty is so terrifying. Sun Wu's first impression of Zhao Fu had been correct. What was quite reassuring though was that even though this majesty was quite terrifying, he wasn't the type to kill for no reason and treated his subordinates quite well. Within the boundless darkness, a massive blood-red star silently spun, giving off a devilish blood-red light that gradually became brighter. Og! Early in the morning, as the sky became brighter, people suddenly heard an incredibly harrowing scream tear through the air. Countless people hurried over towards the meeting place of the Ren family, one of the 3 largest factions in the main city. Could something have happened? It didn't seem possible. The Ren family was one of the 3 most powerful factions in this city, and no one dared to offend them. No one knew what had happened, and everyone went over curiously. However, before they had arrived, they could smell a dense odor of blood, allowing them to guess what had happened. The Ren family's meeting point was filled with corpses, and blood stained the walls, ground, pillars, and almost all other places. All of the people's expressions were ones of terror, signaling that this had been a one-sided massacre. Almost everyone from the Ren family's faction had been killed in a single night, and those who were fortunate enough to escape quickly left the Ren family, no longer daring to be associated with them. Everyone felt quite curious, just who had the Ren family offended to be destroyed in a single night? Could it be a system main city? However, the system main city's people all looked quite furious that a massacre had been committed in their city without them noticing. However, the others soon became even more shocked. It wasn't just the Ren family. Even the Skin Bones gang and Lily gang had been destroyed in a single night. From the evidence left behind, it seemed that all of this had been done by a single faction. The news of 3 large factions being destroyed in a single night quickly spread, and a terrifying aura eclipsed the system main city. For the 3 largest factions to be killed without anyone realizing anything, how could the smaller factions survive? They would only be massacred as well. As such, many factions decided to move to other system main cities in order to prevent themselves from being massacred as well. Very quickly, terror spread through the entirety of 100 Bamboo, and everyone started to worry for one's safety. Some terrifying faction had arrived at 100 Bamboo like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Almost every faction began to panic, feeling worried that they would be the target of the next slaughter. Suddenly, a faction called Long Night appeared and recruited people in an incredibly high-profile manner. It took over the territories of the factions that had been wiped out, and everyone seemed to realize something. Everyone came over to offer gifts and words of congratulations. Anyone who couldn't guess who had committed that massacre was an idiot. Almost all of 100 Bamboo's factions came to express their good intentions. It was evident just what sort of an effect Great Qin had caused with its massacre. In just a single day, Long Night had become the #1 faction in 100 Bamboo. No one dared to compete with it, and everyone treated it with great respect and courtesy. Even the system main city factions felt quite afraid of it. 368 General Statue Long Night didn't turn away any of the factions that came to express their willingness to get along, and it even expressed some goodwill towards them, seeming incredibly amicable and easy to get along with. This allowed the factions of 100 Bamboo to let out a sigh of relief. The ferocious tiger had finally settled down. Now that they knew that Long Night didn't plan on attacking them, they stopped panicking like before. Long Night was the chess piece that Zhao Fu had established in 100 Bamboo. His main goal was to use others to fulfill his own goals. Of course, he couldn't be too domineering, or it would be difficult to use others. As such, Long Night was just a wolf in sheep's clothing for now. After the situation in 100 Bamboo gradually calmed down, Zhao Fu left 100 Bamboo and returned to the Great Qin city because there was something special in Sun Wu's town. After returning to the Great Qin city, Zhao Fu saw a 3-meter-tall statue carved out of stone. It looked like a valiant general who had a full set of armor, a large saber by his waist, and a spear in his hands, and the general gave off a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura. General statue, a statue of a general that has stats and can raise the chance of spawning people with general professions at the origin. This statue was quite good because it increased the spawn rate of people with general professions. Even though Zhao Fu now had many towns and villages and could have many generals, experience wasn't easily obtainable. The generals spawned from the origin were spawned with some battle experience, and they could be immediately put to use. Despite having so many towns and villages, Zhao Fu had only spawned a single person with a general profession. Now, with this general statue, they would hopefully spawn more. There were 3 main ways that Zhao Fu obtained generals. One was promoting a soldier, another was subduing enemy generals, and the third was choosing them from the Rising Qin Academy's martial institution. The third type was still in development. Zhao Fu would choose a few well-performing students from the martial institution and have them join the army to gain experience. Only by developing excellent generals would one be able to bring about peace, and this was especially so in such a chaotic world. After looking at the general statue's stats, he headed to Red Plum Plains. Now, Red Plum Plains was the only place where he hadn't established anything. In order to facilitate Great Ken's future growth, he needed to start preparing now. Red Plum Plains was a massive plains region with red plums growing everywhere, which was how it obtained its name. All of the structures were those of a plains style. Zhao Fu hadn't came to Red Plum Plains in a long time, and he didn't know what had happened during that time. He came to Great Ancient City because he remembered that this was where he had found Chuoba King and the others. At that moment, he received some information that there were people from a large faction making trouble at his restaurant by flirting with waitresses. This was an opportunity for Zhao Fu. He wanted to find an opponent. All he had to do was destroy a faction to increase his fame before slowly developing. After solidifying his faction's position, it would be able to help Zhao Fu conquer Red Plum Plain. As players' cultivations increased, the 10 city guards that Zhao Fu had recruited essentially lost their effect. As the first player-owned restaurant in Red Plum Plains, business was still quite good, and most of the customers were return customers. Adding on the fact that they could cook many dishes that weren't available elsewhere, they were still quite popular. The restaurant gained massive profits but didn't show any strength, which resulted in many factions scoping it out. However, whether or not this time it was on purpose, the faction causing trouble was out of luck. After reaching the restaurant, Zhao Fu saw a young man who was somewhat drunk pulling on a woman's hand. It was quite chaotic within the restaurant, and the 10 city guards were blocked by 20 or so people outside. What surprised Zhao Fu was the woman being pulled on was Sun Qin, the classmate from before Zhao Fu had accepted as a waitress. Ha ha ha. Right now, Great Ancient City is the Wang family's domain. Apart from the system faction, we don't fear anyone. There's no use calling for help. The drunken young man wildly laughed and wrapped his arms around Sun Qin, and he pressed her against the table. He tried to force a kiss on her as tears streamed down her face and she desperately struggled, stopping him for now. Pa. A slap sounded out as the young man furiously slapped Sun Qin, causing her face to turn red and swell. You damn bitch, you dare to defy me? I'll get my men to screw you later. The entrance to the restaurant was crowded with people, and many people were furious but didn't dare to do anything. After all, there were 20 Stage 1 experts guarding the way, and the 10 Stage 1 city guards couldn't do anything about it. If they really fought, the 10 city guards might not lose, but their chance of winning wasn't very high. There would most likely be quite a few injuries and casualties, and since they were responsible for protecting this place, they couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, the Wang family was quite close to their higher-ups, and their higher-ups had ordered them to take care of them and not offend them. Pa. Another slap fell on Sun Qin's face, causing a trace of blood to leak from her mouth. Her face was already swollen, and tears continuously streamed out of her eyes as she gritted her teeth and desperately struggled. She didn't plead because she knew that this man wouldn't let her go. Damn it, you dare to still struggle, you whore? The young man once again slapped Sun Qin and cursed at her, giving up on kissing Sun Qin. He started to tear at her clothes. The waitresses' uniforms were dresses made of silk, and while they were quite beautiful, they were easily torn. Very soon, the drunken young man had torn through Sun Qin's clothes, revealing part of her chest. Seeing this, the young man lewdly laughed while Sun Qin struggled and cried out, "Help!" Hearing this, the drunken young man stopped and wildly laughed as he yelled, "Who in Great Ancient City would dare to stop me, you whore? After I've played with you, I'll give you to my 20 subordinates so they can screw you to death." When they heard their young master words, the 20 or so people standing at the door grinned and turned to look at Sun Qin's pretty face. Everyone else outside looked furious, but none of them dared to do anything. In fact, some of them even wanted to see the young man defile Sun Qin. Another tearing sound could be heard as the right side of Sun Qin's clothes was completely torn away, revealing her round breasts. This greatly stimulated the young man's bestial desires, and he loudly laughed as the 20 or so people in front of the door did as well. By now, Sun Qin decided that she would rather die than let this young man violate her. However, the cruelest thing was that she didn't even have the opportunity to die. 369 Legatee, do I really have to be defiled like this? Sun Qin thought to herself in despair. Suddenly, a light wind blew as squelching sounds sounded out, and a bloody mist sprayed onto the wall. The 20 or so people standing at the entrance were instantly decapitated, and their heads and bodies fell to the ground. A black-cloaked figure appeared before the restaurant, and the figure held a demonic sword and gave off an icy and powerful aura as the figure said, "You deserve death." Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a formless energy sent the young man pressing down against Sun Qin flying. Zhao Fu walked in and saw Sun Qin in her torn clothes. He walked over and took out a set of clothes from his king's ring as he asked, "Are you alright?" Sun Qin immediately recognized this person to be the owner of this restaurant, who she had not seen for a long time. All of her feelings of terror and despair evaporated. and she used the clothes to cover up her exposed skin as she said gratefully, "Thank you." Afterward, she said apologetically, "Sorry for causing you so much trouble. It's not your fault." Zhao Fu's voice was somewhat cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the young man getting to his feet. Anyone who violates Great Ken's people must die. The drunken young man was slightly woken up after being hit. He looked at Zhao Fu and then the 20 or so headless corpses and cried out in fear, "I'm the Wang family's young master. If you dare to do anything to me, you'll die a horrible death." Zhao Fu coldly laughed, "Wang family's young master? Not only will I kill you today, but I'll also exterminate the entire Wang family." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, not only the young man but also everyone outside felt quite shocked. If anyone else said that he wanted to exterminate the Wang family, they would have taken it as a joke. After all, the Wang family was the #1 faction in Great Ancient City, and it would be almost impossible to exterminate them. However, they had just seen Zhao Fu kill 20 Stage 1 experts with a casual blow, and he seemed incredibly mysterious. Perhaps he would be able to do this. After all, this was Great Ancient City's biggest restaurant, and there were rumors that it was controlled by a massive and mysterious faction. However, this faction had never revealed itself, resulting in many people taking wild guesses. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, the young man felt quite afraid. After all, his father had told him many times not to make trouble at this particular restaurant. Suddenly, the young man tried to run out of the restaurant. Right now, his safety was the most important thing. However, just as he started to move, Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a formless energy smashed the young man against a wall, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood and for 3 or 4 of his ribs to be broken. This was the first time he had suffered so much pain, and his face twisted as he shrieked, "When the Wang family's people get here, I'll make sure you die a terrible death. And I'll screw the bitch beside you to death. I'll." Zhao Fu looked at the berserk young man, a chilling intent within his eyes. He decided not to kill him instantly, and instead, countless traces of black aura streamed out of his body and wrapped around his palm. Og! A howl tore through the air as the young man's body was lifted by an invisible force into the air. His arms seemed to be broken by a pair of formless hands, after which his legs started to be twisted as well. The young man continuously screamed, his face completely contorted in pain, and he couldn't even utter a word. "Sir, I think this should be enough. After all, this young miss wasn't injured too badly," one of the city guards came up and said. After seeing what Zhao Fu was doing and hearing the young man's howls, he couldn't keep watching. Moreover, his higher-ups had ordered them to look after the Wang family, so if the Wang family's young master was killed right in front of them, they would be punished. "Boss, I think it should be alright now. I'm fine anyways." Sun Ken had wiped away her tears, but her eyes and cheeks were still a bit swollen. She was already incredibly grateful that Zhao Fu would save her. After being in Great Ancient City for so long, she knew how powerful the Wang family's faction was. She didn't want Zhao Fu to encounter trouble because of her, and she could tolerate this sort of grievance. Employing her was already showing great grace to her, and if Zhao Fu met trouble because of her, she would feel great guilt. After hearing the city guard and Sun Ken's words, Zhao Fu decided to stop. The young man crashed to the ground, and seeing that Zhao Fu had stopped, everyone let out a sigh of relief and thought that everything was over. The young man started to loudly laugh. "Now you know how powerful the Wang family is, eh? You're a dead man now. People have already gone to let my dad know about this." The young man's words caused the settled atmosphere to once again become tense. Zhao Fu slowly turned around and glanced at the city guard. The city guard's body froze when he saw a pair of incredibly devilish blood-red eyes under that black hood. Bang! The city guard was sent flying by a formless energy, and Zhao Fu turned to look at the city guard and coldly harumphed. "Leave." These city guards were people who he had employed with his money. Not only had they not helped his people, but they were also asking him to spare this young man. What a joke. After what he had done, how could Zhao Fu spare this young man? The city guards had never thought that Zhao Fu would act against them. After all, city guards represented the system faction, and everyone was quite fearful of them. However, seeing how murderous Zhao Fu was yet still now directly killing them, they realized that Zhao Fu was already giving the system main city face. They no longer dared to stay here and took the injured city guard away. Everyone else watching also didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. The young man started to feel fearful, but Zhao Fu didn't even look at him as he waved his hand, causing a black sword light to fly out and pierce through his head, killing him instantly. "Attend me." Zhao Fu stood with his hands behind his back, his voice filled with dignity and killing intent. Just as he spoke, a hooded figure suddenly appeared by his side and half knelt as he said, "Your Majesty, what orders do you have?" "Immediately head to the Wang family's headquarters and kill everyone whether or not the person is young, old, a man, or a woman. Anyone who has anything to do with them, kill them all," Zhao Fu ordered, and the hooded figure immediately complied and disappeared. On the side, Sun Ken looked at Zhao Fu, who was giving off an incredibly icy and bloodthirsty aura. He didn't even put Great Ancient City's #1 faction in his eyes, and he ordered them to be exterminated just like that. Just how powerful and confident did he have to be to do such a thing? Moreover, Sun Ken heard that hooded figure call the boss Your Majesty. It turned out that her boss had an incredibly noble background and was a legatee. When she thought of this, Sun Ken felt incredibly unworthy. 370 retaliation. However, looking at Zhao Fu's back and hearing his voice, Sun Ken felt that her boss seemed quite familiar. She had definitely met him in the real world somewhere before. Zhao Fu didn't pay much mind to Sun Ken's gaze, and he had her return to the real world for now. Destroying the Wang family could result in trouble, mainly from the system main city, so he had to deal with it personally. Sun Ken understood what Zhao Fu was going to do, so she immediately agreed to leave the Heaven Awakened world. Seeing Zhao Fu about to leave, Sun Ken couldn't help but say, "Boss, please be careful." Zhao Fu felt a bit surprised when he heard Sun Ken's care-filled words. He nodded before his body blurred and disappeared. "Sir, something terrible has happened. Our young master has been killed by someone." An elderly man in gray, who looked like a butler, quickly ran into a house and said to a dignified-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man frowned. Because it wasn't a true death, he wasn't very angry or feel much pain. Rather, he felt quite confused. His son had taken 20 or so Stage 1 experts with him, and he had been killed in Great Ancient City. Just who was bold enough to offend the #1 faction in Great Ancient City? What's going on? Tell me the details, the middle-aged man asked. The gray-clothed elderly man immediately told him all of the information he had to the middle-aged man. After hearing this, the middle-aged man looked furious as he roared, "That unfilial son." The middle-aged man wasn't angry at what his son had done. However, he had told him many times not to make trouble at that restaurant, yet his son had gone and done exactly that. The Wang family was unafraid of any of the factions in Great Ancient City except that restaurant. The restaurant was owned by a player, and that player opened his restaurant many months before any other restaurants opened. This meant that the player had become a baron months before anyone else and had unrivaled wealth to be able to purchase property, carry out renovations, and hire guards. What's more, they had dishes that no one else could make. Even though the ingredients were quite ordinary, they were difficult to obtain because they were from different regions. Just based on the ability to cross different regions was enough for the player to be feared. Crossing to another region required passing through a void zone, which was incredibly dangerous. The middle-aged man had attempted this with a team before but had failed miserably. However, that person saying that he wants to exterminate the Wang family is simply too arrogant. With our strength, we don't fear any player faction in Red Plum Plains. The middle-aged man still felt quite confident. This was because his daughter had married one of Great Ancient City's generals, and it was because of him that the Wang family had been able to develop so quickly. In fact, in times of need, they could even use a portion of the system main city's strength. The restaurant was only something that the Wang family was slightly wary of, and it hadn't ever shown its true strength. "You've killed my son and said that you want to exterminate the Wang family. You're seeking your own death. Butler, immediately gather our people as well as some city guards and kill everyone in that restaurant. Don't let even a single one of them escape." Og. Just as the middle-aged man finished murderously giving out these orders, pained cries started sounding out from outside. Immediately, the middle-aged man felt incredibly startled, and he walked out to see that the entire residence had been surrounded by a gray fog. Black figures flashed about, massacring his people. What's going on? The middle-aged man felt completely shocked. The people he had nurtured were unable to retaliate at all. Just as they tried to attack, their throats would be slit, while those black figures' auras were those of Stage 1 or above. What was going on? Why were there so many Stage 1 experts attacking the Wang family? Just what faction was this? Suddenly, the middle-aged man thought about what the butler said. That person had said he was going to exterminate the Wang family, and he was now here. Only now did the middle-aged man realize what a terrifying force he was facing. Swish. An arc of light streaked at the middle-aged man's throat without any warning, looking incredibly fatal. Just as it was about to slice open his throat, the middle-aged man roared and threw his head back, narrowly dodging the attack. However, before the middle-aged man could celebrate, a ghostly figure appeared behind him, and another sharp light flashed out. The middle-aged man felt a pain in his back as a long gash was opened, causing blood to flow out. Og. The middle-aged man swung his large saber, chopping behind him ferociously, but the figure suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, the middle-aged man sensed something and looked up. A figure had appeared above him, raising two silver hidden blades and slashing towards the middle-aged man as the figure dropped down towards him. Clang! The middle-aged man raised his large saber and blocked, resulting in a massive metallic collision sound. However, Another figure appeared by the middle-aged man's side, giving him a fright, and he quickly dodged to the side. However, his abdomen was slashed by a sharp hidden blade, causing blood to stain his clothes. The middle-aged man found that he was being attacked by 5 people. If it was just one of them, he would be able to deal with it, but these 5 people's cooperation was seamless, and he wasn't a match for them at all. Soon, the middle-aged man's body was covered by 10 or so bloody cuts, and most of the Wang family's people had died by now. All of the corpses on the ground belonged to the Wang family, and blood dyed the ground. The middle-aged man roared in grief and anger. He knew that the Wang family was most likely going to fall here, and he felt incredible regret. Why had his son offended such a terrifying faction? After all of this, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Afterward, the battle came close to concluding. More and more of Great Ken's assassins attacked the middle-aged man, who was covered in wounds. Was he going to die here? Seeing more and more people start to attack him, the middle-aged man started to grow weaker and weaker, and he started to feel a trace of despair. Father-in-law. I am here to save you. A thick-eyebrowed big man suddenly appeared, brandishing a large sword and slashing out a 10-meter-long sword light that was incredibly destructive and forced away Great Ken's assassins. The thick-eyebrowed big man was called Dongfang Xiang, and he was one of Great Ancient City's generals and the Wang family's son-in-law. The dark ghost world outside could stop Stage 1 and Stage 2 people, but it couldn't stop anyone at Stage 3 or above. Dongfang Xiang was unable to bring his soldiers in, so he had rushed through by himself. After seeing the bloody scene, he felt quite shocked, and seeing his father-in-law being surrounded by so many people, he immediately attacked to save him. Seeing Dongfang Xiang arrive, the middle-aged man became delighted and saw a trace of hope. They started to resist Great Ken's assassins together. 371 Great Ancient City Lord Clang. Dongfang Xiang swung his sword as he spun in a circle, bringing about a sharp sword wind that sent Great Ken's assassins, who were attacking from 3 directions, flying away. However, Great Ken's assassins were able to use their hidden blades to block the sword wind, and they weren't injured by this attack. Dongfang Xiang felt that Great Ken's assassins were quite troublesome to deal with, so he turned and asked seriously, "Father-in-law, what sort of person did you offend? These assassins are much more powerful than ordinary city guards, and they aren't people ordinary factions can develop." The middle-aged man looked quite bitter, and he gave a summary of what had happened in the restaurant as they fought. Dongfang Xiang immediately understood that restaurant was indeed quite special, and the strength it had displayed was simply unfathomable. "Father-in-law, I'll break you out of the encirclement. The Wang family's residence has been surrounded by an extremely strong illusion, and my men are unable to come in." The middle-aged man looked at the Wang family's people being slaughtered, and his expression became dim. The Wang family had essentially been destroyed, but he could at least survive. Relying on Dongfang Xiang, he could still start over, so he nodded and agreed. "Ha!" Dongfang Xiang loudly roared, and an extremely powerful aura exploded out of his body. He raised his sword as a brilliant sword light shot out from it. Boom! As Dongfang Xiang slashed downwards, a massive sword wind was slashed out, creating a 100-meter-long sword gash on the ground as the intense sword wind forced back countless assassins and opened up a path. Dongfang Xiang immediately grabbed the middle-aged man and ran. Dongfang Xiang's cultivation was at Stage 3, and he was quite fast. All Great Ken's assassins saw was a black blur moving, and they were unable to keep up at all. It looked like Dongfang Xiang and the middle-aged man were going to escape when a figure blocked in front of them. It was a person in a black cloak who didn't give off a very powerful aura. He simply stood there unmenacingly. Dongfang Xiang looked ahead and saw a pair of blood-red eyes under the hood. Immediately his hairs stood on end as he was assaulted by a feeling of danger. He immediately stopped running and asked seriously, "Who are you, sir?" Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Xiang and the middle-aged man beside him as he calmly replied, "I'm of course the person who's going to exterminate the Wang family. I advise you not to stick your nose into other people's business. I don't want to form enmity with Great Ancient City. You should think about your position and not cause any trouble for Great Ancient City." Zhao Fu's words seemed incredibly bold, and it was to the point that he was threatening a system main city. However, Dongfang Xiang completely believed that Zhao Fu had the power and right to do so. He was one of Great Ancient City's 3 great generals, and he didn't want to make trouble for Great Ancient City. However, this middle-aged man was his father-in-law, and he couldn't just allow him to die. What was worse was that it was them who were in the wrong, and if the city lord became involved, the blame would fall on them. "Sir, you've already killed everyone in the Wang family, and everything here belongs to you. I just want to take my father-in-law away." Facing this dangerous cloaked figure, Dongfang Xiang could tell that he was much weaker, so he spoke in a courteous tone. The middle-aged man felt quite shocked. He knew how powerful Dongfang Xiang was, yet he was still backing down in front of this black-cloaked figure. Just how powerful was this person? I already said that I'm going to exterminate the entire Wang family. Even though Dongfeng Xiang had already taken a step back, Zhao Fu was unwilling to relent. He immediately refused because leaving the Wang family's leader alive would result in many troubles in the future. With Dongfeng Xiang's power, he would be able to rebuild everything quickly. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, Dongfeng Xiang gripped his sword and prepared to fight. Seeing Dongfeng Xiang prepare himself, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and instantly disappeared. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu appeared in front of Dongfeng Xiang, punching Dongfeng Xiang's chest and blasting him backward. Dongfeng Xiang was too confident. If it was before, Zhao Fu wouldn't have been able to fight against a general, but things were different now. Let alone a general, even a city lord without a city lord seal would be nothing in front of Zhao Fu. Dongfeng Xiang coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had never thought that a simple punch from Zhao Fu would injure him so severely. What angered him even more was that Zhao Fu was now holding the middle-aged man by his throat and raising him into the air. The middle-aged man was unable to resist at all, and he could only desperately struggle. No! Dongfeng furiously roared. However, Zhao Fu coldly twisted with his hand, breaking the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged man immediately died, and Zhao Fu let go, allowing him to drop to the ground and sending some dust into the air. Og! Dongfeng Xiang roared, his face completely red with anger. He looked like a berserk beast as he rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood his ground, stretching out his palm towards Dongfeng Xiang as a black mark appeared at the center of his palm. Bang! The black mark flashed with black light, and a massive formless energy sent Dongfeng Xiang flying back like a rubber ball, causing him to crash into a house and turn it into rubble. Within the ruins, Dongfeng Xiang coughed up a large mouthful of blood and powerlessly lay there, and he was heavily injured. Zhao Fu didn't attack again. Rather, he looked up into the sky, where a large bearded man had appeared. This was evidently Great Ancient City's city lord. After Dongfeng Xiang had hurried over, it was impossible for the city lord not to know what was happening. Sir, if you leave matters at this, I won't look into it. The large bearded man looked quite coarse and rough, but he wasn't a rash fool. Seeing that his subordinate had been injured by Zhao Fu so easily, he didn't want to directly engage in a massive battle with Zhao Fu. First, he could sense an aura of danger from Zhao Fu, and he could sense the energy ripples of a city lord seal from within Zhao Fu. Even though it was only the city lord seal of a basic city, he was sure that there was more that Zhao Fu was hiding. This was because Zhao Fu was a player, and he was the first player city lord who he had met. To be able to raise a village into a basic city in such a short amount of time, his background was definitely quite extraordinary. The large bearded man wasn't sure if he could win in a fight, and if they really fought here, the ones who would suffer the most were the people of Great Ancient City. After all, the aftermath of their battle would destroy a lot of the city. Moreover, this was originally a dispute between players, and the system faction shouldn't be brought into this. Based on what the Wang family had done within Great Ancient City, losing the Wang family wouldn't harm Great Ancient City at all. In fact, losing the Wang family would suppress the players and get rid of a blight in the city, which was actually good for the city. Even though the large bearded city lord could easily get rid of the Wang family, he had to be wary of the rest of the players. As the players became more and more powerful, the Wang family had become more and more powerful. Adding on the fact that Dongfeng Xiang was the Wang family leader's son-in-law, it would be good to use Zhao Fu to get rid of the Wang family. 372 Imperial Rule. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. After all, he had thought that a battle with the large bearded man would be unavoidable. However, since the city lord was willing to compromise, he decided to accept. After all, his goal had been to destroy the Wang family, and now that he had succeeded, there was no benefit to fighting the city lord here. After all, he had many of his own people here and had to think about them. I can accept that. I don't want to develop enmity with Great Ancient City, and if possible, I'd like to get along amicably, Zhao Fu said courteously as he retracted his aura. The large bearded man felt quite relieved. He had been quite worried that the cloaked figure would have demanded to fight. He smiled as he said, "Of course I'd welcome you as a friend of Great Ancient City." The two of them cordially talked for a while before countless people watched in shock as Zhao Fu left. The news about the Wang family being exterminated quickly spread, and everyone who heard about it felt incredibly shocked. No one had thought that such a powerful faction like the Wang family would have been exterminated so easily, and even the city lord had gone. However, he had ended up chatting politely with a mysterious figure. One could only imagine how terrifying the faction that had destroyed the Wang family was. Now, that restaurant became an inviolable existence for everyone. Zhao Fu also established his own faction within Red Plum Plains. However, it wasn't at Great Ancient City but at another system main city. This was because Zhao Fu felt that Great Ancient City was already incredibly wary, making it difficult to develop there. Now, he had established a foundation for Great Kin in the 4 surrounding regions. After taking some time to develop, he would be able to draw in the net. After returning to the Great Kin city, Zhao Fu found that there wasn't much to do, and for the next few days, Great Kin developed steadily. The soldiers continued to explore and conquer villages, and now, Great Kin controlled everything within 3,000 kilometers, which quite big. However, compared to the rest of the Forest of Horrors, it was still quite small. In the early stages, having sufficient land was enough, and there was no point in having an excessive amount of it. Right now, Zhao Fu continuously conquered villages to boost his population, and the gains to territory were mainly subsidiary. Only in the late stages would land be extremely useful. After establishing a nation, all of this would be national territory. The more national territory there was, the more fate one would gain. After all, the land contained fate of the land, and the more land one controlled, the more fate of the land one would have. This would aid in their human resources, resulting in Great Kin becoming stronger. The military matters were controlled by the various commanders and generals, and their main role was attacking villages. This was quite simple, so Zhao Fu didn't need to participate. With respect to internal affairs, Zhao Fu felt that he wasn't very suitable for managing such things, so he didn't take much part in that. Most things were handed over to Li Si because Zhao Fu was more suited to fighting than managing. He was a king who was suited to battle. There were many things to manage for internal affairs because Great Kin now controlled 584 villages that were scattered within 1,500 kilometers of it. Luckily, teleportation channels made getting around a lot easier. There were many things to take care of for internal affairs. The first was the quality of life for his people, as well as construction, production, business, education, transport, intelligence, and the harmony among the various races. Now that he had excess time, even though Zhao Fu didn't want to take care of these things, as the liege, he still had to play his part in managing some of these things. As such, he started with quality of life. Zhao Fu wasn't sure about this because quality of life depended on the people as a whole as opposed to a single person determining what was a good quality of life. For example, some people could have high-paying jobs that were relaxing to them, but others would feel that such a lifestyle was boring and meaningless. Conversely, some could think that people working tough and dirty jobs had lousy lives, but those people might feel that their lives were filled with meaning and joy. Li Si, make an announcement and select 300 people as representatives, Zhao Fu said to Li Si. Now, Great Kin had close to 700,000 residents, and because Zhao Fu was unable to ask all of them about their quality of life, he decided to choose representatives to gather views. This was the best way to hear the views of many without expending too many resources. After all, Zhao Fu wasn't interested in establishing a country like in the real world, rather, he preferred imperial rule with a supreme ruler. However, Zhao Fu still recognized the importance of the people and the fact that a nation still had to rely on the commoners. Only by listening to their views would he be able to be an enlightened liege and give his people a good life. This sort of method had been used in the West since ancient times, and it was a pity that Eastern countries hadn't used such methods until recently. Now that Great Kin was using such a method, it was a sort of reform that was quite progressive. When he heard this, Li Si expressed his appreciation of the idea and ordered for representatives to be chosen. This resulted in a lot of surprise and excitement, and people discussed this with each other. His Majesty wants us to choose representatives to hear our views and understand our lives? He's such a wise ruler. That's right. His Majesty's so high up above us, yet he wants to hear our views. He's simply too good to us. It's such a blessing for us to have a ruler like him. Someone said, His Majesty has such a noble status, and we're so far below him that I feel like voicing our opinions is like offending him. I feel that we should just do whatever His Majesty says. I trust that he'll be able to lead us into a bright future. Immediately, someone else added, this means that His Majesty is an enlightened liege and is willing to lower himself to hear our opinions. This means that he truly cares about us, and we're incredibly blessed to have such a kind ruler. I believe that we should choose representatives not only for ourselves but also to help His Majesty establish a better empire. Many people agreed with this, and soon, passionate talks about who should be a representative began. Zhao Fu had made some rules for the representatives, such as that they had to be respected by the majority of people around them and that they shouldn't have any fairly bad tendencies. After classes at the Rising Kin Academy were over, the students started talking about this, and this matter caused all of Great Kin to feel incredibly excited. Miss Asani, can we choose you to be our school's representative? One of the students loudly asked after class was over. Asani knew about this matter, and when she heard that the students wanted her to be a representative, she shyly shook her head because she thought that she wasn't suitable. At the research workshop, Bei-shan heard about this and happily laughed before saying to the other scholars, everyone, please choose me to be a representative. I feel that I'm quite suitable for this. 373 Danger. As everyone was passionately discussing the matter about representatives, Zhao Fu ordered people to start constructing a meeting hall. The meeting hall would be able to seat thousands of people, which would be used for conferences with the representatives. As Great Qin's population grew, the number of representatives would also increase. The meeting hall would be the main place for voicing the opinions of the people, and they would hold a meeting once every year. After all, Zhao Fu didn't have the time to conduct these meetings all the time. As the construction of the meeting hall and choosing of representatives went on, Zhao Fu turned his attention to the next matter, which was Great Qin's agriculture. Now, tree leaves were turning yellow, and the green leaves slowly disappeared. The temperature gradually became colder, and there was no longer any summer heat. It was now autumn, which was harvesting season. Because of the Great Qin city's stats, everything grew much faster, but when it was autumn, there were many extra bonuses, such as many things tasting better and sweeter. For example, most fruits taste sweeter, and grains are plumper and filled with more flavor. Zhao Fu went to the agriculture region and saw many people harvesting grains or picking fruits. Picking fruits was quite simple. They would simply take the fruits from the trees and place them in baskets before carrying them away. This was quite simple and didn't take much skill, and the efficiency was alright. However, things were different with grains. This was because grains used fairly primitive methods to beat branches with rice crops, causing the mature grains to fall. This was too primitive and inefficient, taking too much time and effort. Seeing this, Zhao Fu thought of a tool he had seen when he was young for harvesting grains. It was a contraption that was about as big as a bed and primarily made of wood and some iron. People continuously stepped on boards that turned rollers, which beat the branches of rice crops. This sort of tool was still quite primitive in the modern world because everything was done with machines in the real world, making things extremely easy. Of course, it would be difficult to create such machines in the Heaven Awakened world for now, so Zhao Fu wanted to at least use wooden tools, which would be easy to make. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu returned to the real world and started to look up grain harvesting methods, and he quickly found some methods. Zhao Fu spent some time memorizing the methods, but just as he was about to return to the Heaven Awakened world, someone knocked on his door and asked, "Mr. Zhao, are you awake yet?" This was Zhao Fu's bodyguard, and Zhao Fu felt quite surprised upon hearing his voice. Normally, Zhao Fu was the one who always called him first because he was always famished after returning to the real world, and he would always ask his bodyguard to buy him food. There was definitely something going on. "Come in," Zhao Fu replied, and the bodyguard walked in. "Mr. Zhao, there's something I've been told to tell you." "What is it?" Zhao Fu asked. "The Ying family has announced that anyone who belongs to the Ying family, whether that person is from the main family, branch family, or collateral family, must participate in a meeting. Anyone who doesn't attend will be heavily punished," the bodyguard replied. "A meeting? Everyone needs to attend?" Zhao Fu frowned. He felt that this matter wasn't simple and asked, "What's the purpose of this meeting?" The bodyguard thought for a moment before replying, "I heard that it's to check each person's fate." When he heard this, Zhao Fu felt quite startled. Just what was going on? For the Ying family to check every person's fate, could it be that he had been exposed? He had nothing to hide his fate in the real world, and an expert would definitely find out that he was Great Qin's legatee. What should I do? Zhao Fu rapidly thought as he asked, "When will this meeting be?" 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. The bodyguard replied. Zhao Fu nodded and asked his bodyguard to leave before he thought about this dangerous situation. Because the Ying family was making such a big move, Zhao Fu felt quite threatened. The Ying family's higher-ups had already ordered that anyone who didn't go would be heavily punished, and if he didn't go, it would be too suspicious. However, what could he do if he went? He had nothing to hide his fate, and they would be primarily checking his fate. They definitely had experts, and once his identity was exposed, it was possible that the Ying family would simply kill him and take his legacy, and he would have no power to retaliate. With how cold-blooded these large families were, they wouldn't let off even those related to him, and even his grandpa and grandma would most likely die. What should I do? What should I do? Zhao Fu felt quite worried, and he knew that the situation was quite dangerous for him. After thinking for a while, he decided to dial a number. Zhao Fu dialed for a long time, and just as he was about to hang up, the call connected. "Hello?" An elegant woman's voice that Zhao Fu was familiar with sounded out. It was Xianru's voice. Zhao Fu felt quite relieved and replied, "It's me." Xianru sounded quite surprised as she said, "Your Majesty? What is it?" Zhao Fu had asked for Xianru's number a while ago in order to make sure that he could contact her in the real world in emergencies. However, he had never called her in the real world before because he was too weak and had to be very wary. Now, it was finally time to make this call. He told Xianru about the situation and could only hope that she had some method to deal with this. "Your Majesty, I believe that the target of this meeting is you," There'll definitely be experts familiar with fate, so even if you use an item to conceal your fate, they'll feel that something is off and will be able to discover you. After hearing Xianru's words, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. If even items that could conceal his fate were useless, did he have to run? However, he had practically nothing in the real world. Could he really survive and escape from the Ying family? Most likely not. Luckily, Xianru continued, Your Majesty, I can use a technique item to temporarily change your fate to an ordinary person's fate. That way, you won't be exposed. However, the problem was that they were in different places in the real world, so how could they facilitate this? After all, the meeting was at 7 a.m. the next day. 374 technique item. Zhao Fu looked at the time and saw that it was 9 p.m., so the meeting was 10 or so hours away. After discussing with Xianru, he found that the 10 hours would be enough. It would take Xianru 2 hours to create the technique item, and she would be able to transport it over in the remaining 8 hours. Now that the situation seemed to be resolved, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and returned to the heaven-awakened world. He found Bei Shen and asked him to temporarily stop researching ultra-teleportation channels and instead research how to create a grain harvester. At the same time, Zhao Fu drew up a few blueprints and explained some things to Bei Shen and the scholars. On a 9-meter-tall platform, Xianru wore a long dress and stood at the center, preparing to create the technique item. Her hands continuously performed hand seals, releasing ripples that turned into berserk gales, and there were faint sounds of thunder in the background. 2 hours later, Xianru made a small cut on her wrist, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto a jade pendant, which turned into a blood-red rune that entered the jade pendant. An image of a Taiki symbol appeared within the jade pendant, and the technique item was complete. Ali, hurry and deliver this. Xianru walked down from the platform and gave the jade pendant to a man waiting there. The man nodded and placed the jade pendant in a box before leaving. He got onto a helicopter and slowly disappeared over the horizon. At 6 in the morning, just as the sky began to brighten, Zhao Fu got up and went to the gate of the Ying family's residence. This was the day of the massive meeting, so the entire Ying family became quite lively. Zhao Fu anxiously waited at the gate. If his identity was exposed, even if the Ying family didn't kill him, he would be put in a very disadvantageous position. He didn't have strength in the real world, and the Ying family would be able to do whatever they wanted with him. Zhao Fu absolutely didn't want to have his life in the hands of others, nor did he want Great Ken to be controlled by any external faction. Therefore, he couldn't allow his identity to be exposed at this meeting. Time gradually passed, and Zhao Fu continued to wait. Soon, luxury cars drove into the Ying family's residence. Many people were attending, so some of the Ying family's people outside also returned. Zhao Fu. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Zhao Fu turned and saw Wu Qingnian get out of a car. Wu Qingnian had put a lot of effort into her appearance today. She wore a violet dress with crystal earrings, and her hair fell to her shoulders. She gave off a beautiful and noble aura. Seeing Wu Qingnian arrive, Zhao Fu didn't feel too surprised. After all, the Ying family had a close relationship with the Wu family and would typically invite the Wu family's people to large events they held. What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you were waiting for me. Wu Qingnian grinned as she spoke. Zhao Fu awkwardly smiled and shook his head as he replied, I'm waiting for something. Wu Qingnian felt quite curious and asked, Really? What is it? Of course, Zhao Fu couldn't tell Wu Qingnian about a technique item, so he replied, It's nothing much, just something small. Of course, Wu Qingnian didn't completely believe Zhao Fu, and she looked at him suspiciously. However, since he didn't want to say what it was, she didn't plan on forcing him to tell her. Alright, it's nearly time though, so don't be late. I'll wait for you inside. Zhao Fu nodded, and Wu Qingnian got into the car again as it drove further into the Ying family's residence. Soon, it was 7 a.m., but the technique item still hadn't arrived, making Zhao Fu feel quite anxious. Another 20 minutes later, a man walked over to Zhao Fu and handed him a box before quickly leaving. Zhao Fu opened a box and saw a jade pendant. Seeing this jade pendant, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief, and he prepared to attach it to himself as an accessory. Within the boundless darkness, a gigantic devilish star gave off a bright blood-red light and started to rotate. A blood-red thread fell from the sky, causing the air to tremble and the jade pendant to turn into powder. Zhao Fu stared, unable to comprehend what was going on. Why had this jade pendant suddenly been destroyed? How was he supposed to hide his identity? What was he supposed to do now? Zhao Fu. Wu Qingnian came over to Zhao Fu somewhat angrily. She had already told him not to be late, yet he had made her wait for over an hour. No man had dared to treat her like this before. Zhao Fu came back to his senses, looked at Wu Qingnian, and apologized. Wu Qingnian harumphed and grabbed Zhao Fu before pulling him into the car. Zhao Fu knew where Wu Qingnian was bringing him. Now that he had no way to hide his fate, he didn't want to go, or his identity would be exposed. King Nian, I have some matters to take care of, so I won't be attending the meeting, Zhao Fu said. However, Wu Qingnian looked at Zhao Fu and gave off a domineering aura as she replied, no. You're the man I've chosen, and I want someone to take a look at your fate. If I'm not satisfied, I'll be leaving you. Zhao Fu could only bitterly smile. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to escape this time, and he would have to take each step as it came. Perhaps having his identity exposed would result in something beneficial, such as him succeeding the Ying family. However, Zhao Fu didn't want his life to be in someone else's hands. The future was filled with unknown variables, and because Zhao Fu wasn't a god, he couldn't see into the future or control everything. As such, he could only dispiritedly look out of the window. Seeing Zhao Fu fall silent, Wu Qingnian thought that she had gone too far, so she wrapped her arm around Zhao Fu's as she put her head against Zhao Fu's shoulder and asked in a soft voice, "Are you angry?" Zhao Fu came back to his senses and smiled. "No, it's just that you might be disappointed with my fate and give up on me." Zhao Fu didn't have much confidence in Wu Qingnian. After all, she just wanted to be with him based on her instincts. In reality, the relationship between them was limited to just being friends. Zhao Fu had never thought of himself as Wu Qingnian's man, and he was clear about his position. If she chose someone else, he wouldn't mind and would understand. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Wu Qingnian started to feel truly annoyed and pinched Zhao Fu's side savagely, causing him to spasm. "I wouldn't give up on you, you're the only man I've set my eyes on. Even if you don't have any fate, I'll help you change your life and fate." Wu Qingnian held Zhao Fu's arm and looked at Zhao Fu with an earnest look in her eyes. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite guilty and didn't know how to face Wu Qingnian. Luckily, they were nearly at the meeting spot, allowing Zhao Fu to inwardly let out a sigh of relief. 375 Great Ken Bloodline, let's go. They arrived at the meeting place, and Wu Qingnian regained her noble and dignified manner. She put her arm around Zhao Fu's as they walked towards the crowd of people. It was a spacious garden, and more than 10,000 people had gathered here. Luckily, the garden was massive, or it would have been quite crowded with so many people. With Wu Qingnian holding on to Zhao Fu in such an obvious way in public, they drew many gazes. The ancient beauty rankings drew the attention of countless people, and being ranked third, Wu Qingnian was quite famous. Whether it was the Ying family's main family, branch family, or collateral family, everyone wanted to see her beautiful looks and temperament for oneself. However, they found that she was arm in arm with an ordinary, only slightly handsome-looking young man, making them feel incredibly envious and spiteful. Ying 11 also felt quite shocked upon seeing her good sister holding on to Zhao Fu. This was out of her expectations because she thought that Wu Qingnian only treated Zhao Fu as an important chess piece or a friend. It seemed that what Wu Qingnian thought of Zhao Fu greatly exceeded anything that she had expected. When she thought of how close she had been with Wu Qingnian before and saw how affectionate she was with Zhao Fu now, Ying 11 couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. The young master of one of the Ying family's other branches, a handsome young man named Ying Qin, saw this and hated Zhao Fu. He had been pursuing Wu Qingnian this entire time not only for her but also for the faction behind her. However, Wu Qingnian had always treated him lukewarmly. He had thought that she was too proud, so he slowly pursued her. And yet, she had walked in arm with another man. After all, this wasn't some sort of banquet, and she didn't need a male partner. This meant that she had a very close relationship with that young man. There was another person coldly looking over, and the person was Ying Wu, Great Qin's fake legatee. Ever since the first banquet, he had thought of Wu Qingnian and Su Yuan as his women. Regarding Su Yuan, he hadn't made much progress. Su Yuan hadn't directly rejected him, nor did she show any affection. Regarding Wu Qingnian, he hadn't been able to make any progress because she hadn't veiled her rejections at all. Seeing how close Wu Qingnian seemed to be with Zhao Fu, Ying Wu felt incredibly angry. After the first banquet, Ying Wu had asked some people to investigate him. From these investigations, he found out that Zhao Fu was a mere collateral family member and had no status at all. He could easily kill him, so he had disregarded Zhao Fu's existence and had thought that Wu Qingnian only saw him as a subordinate. However, he had never thought that he would see this scene before him. How could Ying Wu not feel livid upon seeing the woman he wanted acting so affectionately with another man? Even though he had many women, none of them could compare to Su Yuan and Wu Qingnian. At that moment, Zhao Fu's cousin saw this and said, "Grandpa, look over there." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's grandpa and the rest of his family looked over. Upon seeing this, a delighted smile broke out on Zhao Fu's grandma's face. If Zhao Fu could marry such a beautiful woman, he would be incredibly lucky. However, when they heard someone nearby start to talk about Wu Qingnian's status, they started to look worried. How could Zhao Fu match up to such a prestigious background? Zhao Fu's auntie said, "It's best to tell Zhao Fu to stay away from her, she's too high up above minor figures like us." If he offends some big figure things, it will be bad for him, and we might even be affected as well. Many of Zhao Fu's family members felt quite displeased, and Zhao Fu's grandpa angrily yelled, "Have you already forgotten who saved your two sons? How can you say such a thing?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu's auntie fell silent. Facing so many gazes, Zhao Fu felt quite uncomfortable and said, "King Nian, can you please let go?" Wu Qingnian rolled her eyes as she said, "Do you know how many people want to be in your position but don't have the chance?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Of course I do. You're the third-ranked beauty on the ancient beauty rankings, and countless people would dream for such a thing." When she heard Zhao Fu, Wu Qingnian couldn't help but smile, and seeing that Zhao Fu really did look quite uncomfortable, she decided to let go. "King Nian. Over here." Ying 11 called out. Wu Qingnian walked over to talk with her, and because Zhao Fu's status was quite low, he had no right to be with such high-profile people. Zhao Fu didn't mind and decided to go to an inconspicuous spot to avoid all of the gazes. However, after he took a few steps, he was suddenly pushed by someone, making him stumble and almost fall over, and a mocking voice said, "It's best that you leave Big Miss Wu alone. Don't you know how lowly you are?" Zhao Fu breathed in and quelled his anger as he looked at a few young men. He didn't say anything and found a fairly secluded spot to think about how he would get through this. Afterward, Zhao Fu saw 30 or so people wearing Taoist robes and holding horsetail whisks walk out from the side. The Ying family's people treated these Taoists very politely, which showed that they were quite extraordinary. Zhao Fu started to feel even warier, and someone started to announce the rules of how this meeting would proceed. The main family would go up in groups of 3 for a Taoist to look at their fate, the branch family would go up in groups of 20, and the collateral family would go up in groups of 100. Hearing this, since Zhao Fu was from the collateral family, he hoped that he would be able to somehow get past this without having his identity exposed. Of course, the people from the main family went first, and they were the young masters and misses of the major branches of the Ying family, 4 men and 2 women. The 30 or so Taoists were led by a long-bearded Taoist, and he was Kaiyu Fengzai. This meeting had been arranged by Kaiyu Fengzai, and on the face of things, it was to seek out talents for the Ying family. However, it was actually for him to find Great Ken's legatee. Ever since he had found out that Great Ken's legatee was within the Ying family, Kaiyu Fengzai had tried all sorts of methods to find him. As such, he decided to go big this time and seek him out. The Ying family was quite receptive to Kaiyu Fengzai's idea and greatly supported him. This was because looking at one's fate wasn't a simple matter. It would be fine to look at an ordinary person's fate, but looking at someone's fate when that person came from a prestigious background could cost one's lifespan. The first person to go up was Ying Ken, and everyone watched as he went before Kaiyu Fengzai. If it wasn't for the existence of Great Ken's legatee, Ying Ken definitely would have become the next leader of the Ying family. Whether it was his status or talent, he would have been the best choice. Moreover, the Great Ken bloodline that he had was the purest as well. 376 Eternal Female Emperor Kaiyu Fengzai tapped different fingers against his thumb on one hand as he closed his eyes and muttered an incantation. When he opened his eyes, an azure light shot out from his eyes, making his eyes seem more invigorated and quite sharp. This young master has great fate and will have a bright future. After casually glancing at Ying Ken, he said some congratulatory words. He had already taken a look at these young masters and young misses before, and none of them were Great Ken's legatee. However, as the young masters and misses of the Ying family's major branches, they had much fate, which meant that they would have outstanding futures. Of course, they couldn't compare to Great Ken's legatee. After looking at Ying Ken, the second person to walk up was Ying 11. Her fate was only slightly inferior to Ying Ken's, and it was still quite good. The next young masters and young misses all had fate that was slightly weaker than Ying 11's. After looking at the young masters and misses of each of the major branches, the next to go up was Ying Wu. This was merely the Ying family putting on a show, as they had announced him to be Great Ken's legatee. Otherwise, with his true identity, he wouldn't be able to even step through the Ying family's gates. Seeing that he had been put after the young masters and misses of the branches, Ying Wu felt quite humiliated because this was saying that he couldn't compare to those people. He didn't want to be below anyone, and although he was quite angry, he understood that his identity had been given to him by the Ying family and that they could take it away at any time. This young master has incredible fate, and he will rule a piece of land in the future. The Ying family had made sure to instruct Kaiyu Fengzai not to even bother checking Ying Wu's fate. All he had to do was say some congratulatory words that sounded good. Kaiyu Fengzai told the Ying family that Ying Wu had decent fate, resulting in the Ying family's higher-ups to take him more seriously and to properly nurture him. Next, the descendants of the main family started to go up in groups of 3, and they were checked by the other Taoists. Kaiyu Fengzai didn't have the ability to check everyone's fate, so he had other Taoists help him. Even though the other Taoists weren't as proficient as him at fate gazing, they were still good helpers. Caillou Fengtsai didn't expect them to find Great Gen's legatee, and he only asked them to point out to him anyone who felt off or whose fate couldn't be seen. It was likely that Great Gen's legatee would be hiding among those people. The Taoists started to use their various methods to look at people's fate as the Ying family's main family descendants started to go up. After going through the main family descendants, Caillou Fengtsai was disappointed that Great Gen's legatee wasn't within them. However, this was still within his expectations. Next were the people from the branch family. Time gradually passed, and they had gone through all of the people from the branch family without finding Great Gen's legatee. Caillou Fengtsai sighed. Next up was the massive group of people from the collateral family. The people from the collateral family made up 60% of the people here, and now that they had gone through the main family and branch family, Caillou Fengtsai could only place his hopes on the collateral family. The people from the collateral family walked up in groups of 100, allowing the Taoists to look at their fate. Zhao Fu found an opportunity and followed behind an extremely fat man. Because there were many people gathered on the stage, Zhao Fu was able to successfully hide behind the fat man. Following this, the Taoists started to look at their fates, and there was a young Taoist who glanced at the fat man. However, after he thought about it, he turned his gaze to others. A while later, the Taoist finished looking at Zhao Fu's group's fate, and Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. The danger had passed. After coming down from the stage, he once again hid within the crowd. Martial uncle, the fate of those 6 people are a bit strange. One Taoist felt that something was off and walked over to tell Caillou Fengtsai. Caillou Fengtsai looked at the 6 people and found that their fate was indeed quite strange. Their fate shouldn't have been very strong, but for some reason, their fate had greatly increased. These 6 people were Zhao Fu's grandpa, Zhao Fu's grandma, and his uncle's family. Caillou Fengtsai passed on a message to the Ying family to treat these 6 people well, but they weren't Great Gen's legatee. After going through all of the collateral family members but still not finding Great Gen's legatee, Caillou Fengtsai felt quite dispirited and wondered if Great Gen's legatee hadn't attended this meeting or if he had already left the Ying family. On the other hand, the Ying family was celebrating because Caillou Fengtsai had helped them find quite a few good seedlings with decent fate, and they would become talents in the future. After the fate gazing concluded, the Ying family conducted a banquet to celebrate. Zhao Fu didn't plan on attending, and now that the fate gazing was over, he just wanted to leave. However, just as Zhao Fu turned to leave, a hand grabbed onto him, and Zhao Fu turned to see a 15 or 16-year-old young Taoist staring at him. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. Had this young Taoist discovered something? At that moment, Wu Qingnian also walked over, and seeing this, she felt quite surprised. Little Taoist, why are you holding on to him? The young Taoist immediately let go of Zhao Fu and shook his head as he muttered something incomprehensible. Wu Qingnian felt quite confused, but because there were more important matters, she didn't take this to heart. She turned and asked Zhao Fu, where did you go? Why didn't I see you go up onto the stage? I did go up, and my name has been registered over there. It's probably because you just missed me, Zhao Fu replied. Zhao Fu could tell from Wu Qingnian's beautiful eyes that she didn't believe him. She grabbed Zhao Fu's hand and dragged him along as she said, I'm taking you over to Taoist Caillou right now so he can personally take a look at you. Zhao Fu was dumbfounded. Wasn't his equivalent to delivering him into a tiger's mouth? He immediately refused and said, Qingnian, there's no need. I really don't have great fate. At that moment, Caillou Fengtsai saw one of his younger disciples standing around muttering to himself, and there were 2 people beside him, one of whom was an incredibly beautiful woman. Caillou Fengtsai knew that this woman was from the Wu family. He had looked at her fate before and seen that it was simply colossal because she was a legatee. In fact, the 6 young masters and misses of the Ying family's major branches added together couldn't compare to her fate. That was the benefit of receiving a legacy. He had also seen that her fate was related to the Myrtle Imperial Star, meaning that she could become a queen. Moreover, her Dragon Phoenix constitution was the best in 10 or so generations. Wu Qingnian's future was simply limitless, and Caillou Fengtsai could already guess that, like her ancestor, she would become an eternal female emperor whose name would forever be recorded in the annals of history. However, when Caillou Fengtsai looked at the man beside her, his body trembled, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He completely disregarded his image as he sprinted towards that young man. 377 Son of Heavens, my no. You have to come so that I can know the true situation about you, Wu Qingnian said resolutely as she pulled Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu felt quite troubled because this would be equivalent to exposing his identity. Zhao Fu truly didn't want his life to be in someone else's hands, so he said, Qingnian, I really don't want to go. My fate's been looked at already, and it's nothing great. I don't believe you. This time, you have to listen to me. Taoist Kaiyu's abilities are extraordinary, and he is an important figure in the school of Taoism. Trust me, he won't do anything to you. Wu Qingnian had always felt that Zhao Fu was hiding something that was related to fate. She wanted to know just how big his fate was, and even if Zhao Fu was unwilling, she was determined to take him to Kaiyu Fengcai. Hearing Wu Qingnian's words, he realized that he would have to go. Did he have to just allow this to happen to him? Wu Qingnian was simply too domineering, and she was now dragging Zhao Fu along. At that moment, Kaiyu Fengcai had already run over. Seeing his master run over, the young Taoist immediately said, "Master, there's something I need to tell you." Later, Kaiyu Fengcai immediately yelled before going over to Zhao Fu and Wu Qingnian as he stared intensely at Zhao Fu. Seeing Kaiyu Fengcai run over, Wu Qingnian smiled. Without having to take Zhao Fu over, Kaiyu Fengcai had come over himself. Just as Wu Qingnian was about to say something, she felt that there was something strange about Kaiyu Fengcai's gaze. Kaiyu Fengcai looked excited and even a bit crazed as he stared at Zhao Fu, making him wonder just what was going on. Seeing this long-bearded Taoist staring at him, Zhao Fu's hairs stood on end, and he struggled free from Wu Qingnian's grasp and turned to leave. "Young sir, please wait." Kaiyu Fengcai unknowingly spoke incredibly respectfully to Zhao Fu when he saw that Zhao Fu was about to leave. This made Wu Qingnian feel incredibly surprised. Why was Kaiyu Fengcai speaking so courteously to Zhao Fu? With Kaiyu Fengcai's status, even a large family had to treat him with respect, so why was he acting like this towards Zhao Fu? "Sir, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be going now." Even though Kaiyu Fengcai's attitude was quite good, Zhao Fu couldn't give in. He felt that if he continued staying here, that Taoist would definitely discover something. "Young sir, please just give me 3 minutes." "No, 1 minute will be enough," Kaiyu Fengcai said quickly. Kaiyu Fengcai hadn't used fate gazing on this person in front of him yet, but he could feel Son of Heaven's might radiating from him. This was something that only legatees of nations would have, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. Wu Qingnian also had some, but it wasn't much. It was something that one's body gave off by itself that made others want to respect one and submit to one, and it also made some spirits and ghosts scared to approach. The reason Wu Qingnian was ranked third on the ancient beauty ranking was because she had a domineering Son of Heaven's might that made countless men willing to worship her as slaves. However, the person in front of Kaiyu Fengcai had almost fully formed his Son of Heaven's might. The only person who could have so much fate was Great Ken's legatee. However, in order to confirm this, Kaiyu Fengcai started to perform hand seals, and his eyes gradually became azure-colored. Beside him, the young Taoist also started to use fate gazing. He had felt that something was off and hadn't discovered Zhao Fu hiding behind the fat man. Only after the fate gazing event was over did the young Taoist see Zhao Fu and feel that something was off. As such, after the meeting concluded, he came over to confirm. However, he was unable to tell anything with his power, so he now used fate gazing together with his master to investigate Zhao Fu. Kaiyu Fengcai's eyes became fully azure-colored. This was him using his fate gazing with his full might. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and immediately tried to leave. However, Kaiyu Fengcai's fate gazing had already been completed, and he looked at Zhao Fu with his azure-colored eyes. Immediately, Kaiyu Fengcai's body trembled. He saw a blood-red aura spread out from Zhao Fu like an ocean, dyeing the sky and earth completely blood-red. Everywhere was filled with an aura of slaughter, death, disaster, and terror, making the entire world seem like hell. There was also a massive devilish star that gave off an incredibly powerful pressure. Kaiyu Fengcai's body trembled, and he sweated cold sweat. This was the Chaos Imperial Star. Suddenly, the situation changed. Perhaps it was because it sensed Kaiyu Fengcai's fate gazing, but the massive blood-red star started to rotate. It gave off a bright blood-red light, and a formless evil aura exploded out. Kaiyu Fengcai's expression became blank as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and blood also streamed out from his eyes as he powerlessly fell to the ground. The young Taoist was also affected, and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. He was terrified to the point of collapsing to the ground and started screaming. This scene caused countless people who had been preparing to leave to suddenly look over curiously. Zhao Fu and Wu Qingnian stared at the unmoving Kaiyu Fengcai and the terrified young Taoist, and the four of them became the center of attention. Seeing that Kaiyu Fengcai had coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, the other Taoists hurried over and picked him up to check his injuries. They let out a sigh of relief and fed him a few medicinal pills. "Kaiyu Shi, calm down and tell me what happened," an older Taoist asked the paralyzed young Taoist seriously. Seeing his senior apprentice brothers come over, the young Taoist gradually recovered. He trembled as he pointed at Zhao Fu and said, Just then, when Master used fate gazing on him, he received a backlash. I also saw an aura of slaughter, death, disaster, and terror. Senior apprentice brother, I'm so scared. As he spoke, the young Taoist started crying. The Chaos Imperial Star's power was simply too terrifying, and the other Taoists started to comfort the young Taoist. Now, everyone's gaze was on Xiaofu. Xiaofu heavily sighed and let go of Wu Qingniang's hand. It seemed that the trouble today was inevitable. Wu Qingniang could also tell that the situation was becoming quite tense, but she didn't fully understand everything. Seeing Xiaofu heavily sigh, Wu Qingniang was about to ask what was happening when Yingqin suddenly spoke. Slaughter, death, disaster, and terror. This person's definitely a sign of calamity. For him to cause Taoist Kaiyu to suffer such a heavy backlash, he will definitely cause great harm to the Ying family if he stays here. Guards, capture him and kill him. Yingqin had long since felt quite displeased towards Xiaofu, and now that he had been determined to have the greatest fate in the younger generation, he decided to use his power to have this person killed. The guards nearby obeyed Yingqin and started walking towards Xiaofu. It was only natural that they would obey his command because Yingqin was the #1 successor of the Ying family, while Xiaofu was only someone from the collateral family who didn't matter at all. 378 power to rule the world. Wait. Killing someone just because of something like this is too rash. Seeing that the guards were coming over to carry out Yingqin's orders, Wu Qingniang immediately stepped in front of him. The guards looked quite hesitant and looked over at Yingqin. Seeing that Wu Qingniang was protecting Xiaofu, Yingqin felt even angrier, and he coldly harumphed as he said, "Qingniang, is there really a need for you to do this? Why would you harm our relationship for a low person like him?" Wu Qingniang realized Yingqin wanted to kill Xiaofu because of her and felt quite apologetic towards Xiaofu. She turned and looked at Xiaofu, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face as she said, "Because he's the man I've chosen." These words caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked. Before, their relationship had seemed intimate but ambiguous, and now that she had said this, Xiaofu was officially hers. Now, their relationship was incredibly close and intimate. Xiaofu had never thought that Wu Qingniang would say such a thing in public. Xiaofu couldn't help but worry that this would be disadvantageous for her in the future because he knew that many people were helping her because they wanted to pursue her. "Qingniang, how could such a lowly and useless piece of trash be good enough for you?" Yingqin pointed at Xiaofu and shouted angrily. Upon hearing Wu Qingniang's words, Yingwu also felt incredibly jealous and furious, and he said, "I also feel that this person is a sign of calamity, and he should be dealt with as soon as possible. I heard that he is also a direct descendant of the Li family and might be a spy. Moreover, how could a bastard like him be good enough for the legatee of the Wu family, the future ruler of Great Zhou?" Many of the people already felt quite disdainful towards Xiaofu, and hearing the #1 successor of the Ying family and Great Qin's legatee say these things, many of them started to speak as well. "That's right. This person is a scourge, so how can you keep him? Just kill him. He's definitely a spy and has entered the Ying family for his own evil purposes. Otherwise, why would a bastard from the Li family be in the Ying family? This sort of lowly person isn't suitable for Big Ms. Wu at all. Who does he think he is, wanting to get close with Big Ms. Wu?" "Enough!" a voice cried out, cutting through all of the chaotic talking. Wu Qingniang looked quite angry as she gave off a powerful aura and said, "Xiaofu's mine now, I won't allow anyone to humiliate him." Wu Qingniang indeed deserved her title as the most domineering woman. Her yell and aura suppressed the entire scene, making everyone fall silent. "Qingniang, don't be obstinate and choose such a worthless person," Yingqin roared with a reddened face. "This is my choice. Even though he has nothing now, I trust that he'll have the power to rule the world and reign above everyone in the future." Wu Qingniang stood her ground, speaking vigorously without backing down at all. "Ha ha ha ha." Yingqin reacted as if he had heard the funniest joke in his life, and he laughed uproariously as he pointed at Xiaofu and said condescendingly, "Him? Do you really think that is possible? In terms of status, power, wealth, looks, education, and talent, what can he compare to me in? He's just a piece of trash, someone who's only suited to living at the bottom of society. I already said that he is the person I've chosen, Yingqin. You'd best treat him with more respect." Wu Qingniang's beautiful eyes glinted with coldness. Hearing Wu Qingniang say such things to him for Xiaofu, Yingqin was completely infuriated. By the side, Ying 11 knew that she couldn't allow this to go on, or it would be detrimental to everyone. "As such," she said, "I believe that even if Xiaofu is a sign of calamity, he doesn't necessarily have to be killed, and we can just remove him from the Ying family. Moreover, Qingniang, Xiaofu's status is too far below yours, and your family will reject him as well." Seeing that her good sister had spoken up for her, Wu Qingniang's tone softened, and after thinking about it, she said, "All right, I'll take Xiaofu back to the Wu family. From today onwards, Xiaofu will be a part of the Wu family. Are there any objections?" Hearing Wu Qingniang's words, Ying 11 sighed. After knowing Wu Qingnian for so long, she knew that she wouldn't change her mind once she decided on something. Absolutely not. He's a sign of calamity and will threaten the Ying family in the future, so he must die. Hurry up and follow your orders. Kill him. Yankin said with a murderous gaze when he saw how resolute Wu Qingnian was. The guards obeyed and prepared to step forwards, preparing to kill Zhao Fu. I'll see who dares to touch him. Wu Qingnian blocked in front of Zhao Fu and yelled, seeming incredibly overbearing as her female bodyguards also stepped forwards and surrounded her and Zhao Fu. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly tense. Seeing this, Zhao Fu's grandpa prepared to go over and block in front of Zhao Fu to beg for mercy. How could he allow his grandson to be killed? After all, he knew that his grandson had suffered a lot ever since he was a child, and he refused to let anything happen to him. However, he was stopped by Zhao Fu's uncle. Dad, if you go out now, not only will you not be able to change anything, but you might also implicate us. Please think of the rest of us as well. In the end, Zhao Fu's grandpa could only give in. Zhao Fu's cousins also wanted to go out, but they were also stopped by his uncle and auntie. Wu Qingnian, are you sure you want to go against our Ying family just because of him? Seeing that Wu Qingnian was determined to protect Zhao Fu, Ying Wu called her by her full name, seeming incredibly hostile. Hearing Yingkin's words, the leaders of the Ying family's major branches all frowned. From how they saw it, there was no need for there to be hostility between their two families just because of something like this. The two large families working together brought both of them great benefits, so how could they sever ties just because of something like this? All of the Ying family's branch leaders shook their heads upon seeing Yingkin's unruly behavior. However, this woman was simply too overbearing and didn't place the Ying family in her eyes at all. It wouldn't be too bad to suppress the Wu family a bit, so the leaders of the major branches didn't plan on doing anything. Yingkin's words made Wu Qingnian become serious. If there was a rift between the two families, the one that would suffer the most was the Wu family because the Ying family was many times bigger than the Wu family, and it had greater wealth and resources. Working with the Ying family was very profitable, and moreover, the Wu family was an enemy of Great Tang. Great Tang was always trying to find ways to steal back fate from them, and if they offended the Ying family as well, Great Zhou would have to face two empires in the future. 379 King's fate out of the Ying family's people, the one Wu Qingnian feared most was Great Qin's legatee. Right now, with Great Qin's legatee's power, he didn't fear a single faction in the world. His name was a synonym for terror. Wu Qingnian had no idea what his attitude towards the Ying family was like. If she offended Great Qin's legatee because of this, things would be quite bad. The pressure that Great Qin's legatee gave her was immense, and offending him was 10 times worse than severing the Wu family's ties with the Ying family. Did she really have to offend the Ying family, and maybe even Great Qin's legatee, for Zhao Fu? The Wu family's people standing by the side couldn't stay silent anymore and said, Qingnian, please calm down. Even though we'll support you in almost everything, we absolutely can't this time, so please think about the consequences. There are many men in the world, and with your qualities, you can definitely find tens of thousands of people who are many times better than him. Please think of the Wu family. Hearing these people's words, Wu Qingnian couldn't help but hesitate. The weight of her family weighed down heavily on her, she couldn't just think about herself. Seeing this, Ying 11 couldn't take it anymore and said, how about everyone takes a step back? There's no need to kill Zhao Fu. We can simply make him leave the Ying family, nor should the Wu family take him in. Let him live or die according to his own abilities. Hearing Ying 11's words, the leaders of the major branches all inwardly nodded. This was the best way to resolve this situation. For Ying 11 to propose such a thing, they were quite happy. After all, she was the concubine who they had chosen for Great Qin's legatee, and if he decided to choose her, she could become an empress in the future. No. Wu Qingnian immediately refused. Lil 11, you should know that the Li family sent people to assassinate Zhao Fu. If he loses the Ying family's protection and isn't protected by the Wu family, he'll definitely die. Ying 11 had almost forgotten about the Li family. If Zhao Fu lost the protection of the Ying family, it was quite likely that he would be killed by the Li family in less than a day. I can allow his bodyguard to continue protecting him and make sure that he's safe. Is that enough, Qingnian? Ying 11 thought for a moment before making another suggestion. Before Wu Qingnian could reply, Yingkin immediately cut in and said, absolutely not. At most, I can agree with kicking him out instead of killing him, but how can we send a bodyguard to protect him? His life has nothing to do with the Ying family, just let the Li family's people kill him. Then I'll take him back to the Wu family. Wu Qingnian's voice once again sounded out. Yingkin once again angrily yelled, Wu Qingnian, do you really want to sever your relationship with the Ying family? Don't forget all of the benefits the Ying family has given to the Wu family. Wu Qingnian's expression became incredibly cold. Hearing Yingqian continuously push her, she made a decision. Wasn't it just severing the relationship with the Ying family? What was such a big deal about it? Just as Wu Qingnian prepared to accept this, Ying 11 and the Wu family's people all tried to talk her out of it, but they were unable to change her mind. Alright, since your Ying family's like this, then our Wu family. Qingnian. However, before Wu Qingnian could finish speaking, a voice cut her off. Wu Qingnian turned to look at Zhao Fu, who gave her a reassuring smile, making her feel a warmth within her heart. Seeing this, Yingqian felt incredibly jealous and said, "Your Wu family." "Shut your mouth." Before Yingqian could finish his sentence, he was cut off by a sharp voice. Zhao Fu stepped out and looked like a different person as a noble aura, which he had suppressed this entire time, instantly covered his surroundings. Feeling this noble and supreme aura, countless people instinctively lowered their heads and felt a sense of respect as his surroundings fell silent. Yingqian had been completely suppressed by Zhao Fu's aura, and he was unable to say anything. Even Wu Qingnian looked incredibly shocked upon seeing Zhao Fu seem to become a different person, and he was filled with dignity and nobility. In front of him, everything seemed incredibly lowly. This was Zhao Fu's king's might, and Wu Qingnian had never thought that Zhao Fu would have king's might, never mind one that was many times more powerful than hers at that. "You dare to speak to me in such a way?" Yingqian finally recovered and murderously looked at Zhao Fu. No one had ever spoken to him in such a way before as the #1 successor of the Ying family. "Just who do you think you are?" Zhao Fu icily glared at Yingqian as he spoke disdainfully. Hearing this, countless people felt terrified. No one would have thought that Zhao Fu, who hadn't spoken this entire time and seemed quite weak, would be so arrogant and speak like this to the Ying family's #1 successor. Wu Qingnian didn't think that Zhao Fu could say such things either. This angered Yingqian to the extreme, and he shrieked, "You! Guards, kill him!" The guards immediately walked up, but Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and said, "You dare to do anything to me? Do you know who I am?" His words were so imposing and filled with a mighty aura that the guards didn't dare to step up. Zhao Fu ignored everyone and gave off that powerful king's might as he walked forwards, and everyone naturally gave way to form a path. Scram! Zhao Fu came up to Yingqian and casually glanced at him before speaking. Yingqian's expression became savage, and he clenched his fist, preparing to attack Zhao Fu and kill Zhao Fu himself to relieve this hatred. "Yingqian, move aside." At that moment, an elderly man's voice sounded out. It was one of the leaders of a major branch. Now, all of the family leaders became serious and looked at Zhao Fu intently. They had never thought that such a minor figure could give off such a powerful king's might. This wasn't something that ordinary people could have. The leaders of the Ying family's major branches could tell that Zhao Fu had come up to speak with them, so they told Yingqian to move aside. In the end, he could only grudgingly comply. Zhao Fu went before these family leaders and calmly swept his gaze across them. Feeling that dignified and cold gaze, the family leaders didn't dare to look at him. "Who are you, sir?" one of the family leaders asked. Zhao Fu was now prepared to reveal his identity. As for the consequences, he would have to take each step as it came. He felt that he couldn't make any more trouble for Wu Qingnian because she had already done a lot for him. As Zhao Fu had been walking up, Kaiyu Fengzai gradually woke up and looked at the scene unfolding before him as he asked, "What's going on?" A few Taoists quickly came and explained to him the situation. Kaiyu Fengzai immediately got to his feet and walked towards the Ying family's leaders as he loudly called out, "You mustn't kill him. He's someone with a massive king's fate, and he will definitely be a king in the future. He's very important to Great Kin's legatee, so you must not do anything to him." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and couldn't understand why Kaiyu Fengzai was helping him hide his identity. After all, Kaiyu Fengzai most likely knew his true identity by now. 387th Young Master Taoist Kaiyu, is this true? Does he really have king's fate, and is he important to Great Kin's legatee? Just the fact that Zhao Fu had king's fate already made him extraordinary, and upon hearing that he was linked to Great Kin's legatee, the family leaders couldn't help but become serious as they asked Kaiyu Fengzai. Kaiyu Fengzai nodded earnestly as he thought to himself, this person here is Great Kin's legatee himself, how can he not have king's fate or be linked to Great Kin's legatee? Seeing Kaiyu Fengzai confirm this, the family leaders looked at Zhao Fu and smiled. Ordinary people would never have king's fate because anyone who possessed king's fate had the potential to become a king. For someone with king's fate to appear, how could they not be happy? Since this was all a misunderstanding, let's not talk about what just happened. You're called Zhao Fu, right? From today onwards, you'll be the Ying family's 7th young master and enjoy the same rights and privileges as the others. One of the family leaders smiled as he announced loudly. The family leaders made this decision not only because of what Kaiyu Fengzai had said but also because they had felt that king's might from Zhao Fu. King's might made people instinctively respect him, and even they, who held a lot of power, didn't dare to look him in the eye. It was evident how extraordinary the person in front of them was. What they had felt had been confirmed by Kaiyu Fengtsai, but they had never thought that Zhao Fu would be important to Great Qin's legatee. This made them treat him even more seriously because Great Qin's legatee was the most important existence to the Ying family and anything related to him was of utmost importance. As such, after a lot of consideration, they finally made this decision. After hearing this, everyone was completely dumbfounded. This collateral family member, who had been nothing, had suddenly become the seventh young master of the Ying family. Going from such a lowly position to such a prestigious position was like the difference between the earth and the sky. The faces of the people who had been mocking Zhao Fu instantly went pale, and their hearts trembled. Now, Zhao Fu's position was far above theirs, and he could do what he wanted with them. Now, they were only existences in front of him. Ying 11 never thought that the chess piece she had chosen back then would become someone on equal footing with her, and she also felt quite shocked. Wu Qingnian had a beautiful smile on her face. She knew that Zhao Fu wasn't as simple as he seemed, and he actually had King's fate. No wonder she had always felt that he was hiding something. Ying Wu's expression was ugly to the extreme. Now that Zhao Fu had become the seventh young master, his position was far above his own. After all, he was only a fake who was masquerading as Great Qin's legatee. It was possible that Zhao Fu would take his revenge against him now. I object. Ying Qin angrily yelled. For Zhao Fu, who had such a low status, to now stand on equal footing with him, this felt like extreme humiliation to him. What's more, Zhao Fu had just acted so impudently towards him. How could he agree to Zhao Fu becoming the seventh young master? Kinner, calm yourself. You have no say in this. One of the family leaders frowned and said to the near-crazed Ying Qin. Humphrey. Such a lowly person like him becoming a young master of the Ying family will be a humiliation to the Ying family. I refuse to allow him to stand on equal footing with me. It's either me or him. Family leaders, please think about this. Whether it's bloodline, talents, or potential, my traits are the best in the entire Ying family, and I even have a great amount of fate. If he becomes a young master of the Ying family, I'll give up on my position and leave the Ying family. Ying Qin yelled as he pointed at Zhao Fu. This greatly displeased the family leaders. Ying Qin was actually threatening to leave the Ying family to force them to change their decision. For him to act so conceitedly and self-centered, the family leaders' opinions of Ying Qin became even worse. At the same time, they felt quite hesitant. Ying Qin was indeed the best out of the younger generation, and he had a great amount of fate. His future would be quite extraordinary, and losing him would be a great loss for the Ying family. However, Zhao Fu had a massive amount of King's fate, and because he could even help Great Qin's legatee, he was extremely important as well. In the end, they decided to temporarily not give Zhao Fu the status of a young master of the Ying family for now, but he still had to be greatly nurtured. Even though he wouldn't have the status of a young master, he would have power and authority. After all, Zhao Fu was extremely important to the Ying family, more so than even Ying Qin. However, they took into account the fact that Zhao Fu was a member of the collateral family while Ying Qin was a member of the main family, so they decided to test Zhao Fu for now. After discussing amongst themselves, an elderly man walked out and prepared to make the announcement. Seeing this, Ying Qin was about to loudly laugh. The Ying family would be standing on his side rather than that of a lowly collateral family members. Alright, since that's what you want, I'll act on behalf of Great Qin's legatee by expelling you from the Ying family, another voice said before the elderly man could speak. This caused countless gazes to once again fall on Zhao Fu in shock. It was Zhao Fu who had said those words. The family leaders all looked completely dumbfounded as they stared at Zhao Fu, not sure what was happening. Zhao Fu faced the countless people's gazes and said, "That's right. I've long since found Great Qin's legatee, who you've been looking for this entire time. He has chosen me as his representative to manage everything within the Ying family." This shocking piece of news caused those present to go into a frenzy. The ordinary members of the Ying family looked quite confused as they glanced over at Ying Wu. Wasn't he Great Qin's legatee? Zhao Fu was his representative? Upon hearing this, Ying Wu felt great terror, and his face went pale. When hearing about the true legatee, how could a fake like him not feel terrified? The Ying family's higher-ups all looked incredibly excited, and this included the family leaders. They quickly asked, "Is this true? You've found Great Qin's legatee?" Zhao Fu looked at the family leader who had spoken and answered, "Without a doubt. I can even ask for His Majesty to meet with the Ying family in East Green." Okay. The family leaders were overjoyed and rapidly nodded. This was something that they had dreamed about day and night, and now, it was finally going to happen. The family leaders couldn't help but feel incredibly excited to finally meet Great Qin's legatee, and nothing else mattered more to them at that moment in time. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Ying 11 also felt incredibly shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be in contact with Great Qin's legatee and become his representative. Wu Qingnian looked at Zhao Fu and lightly harumphed. This fellow had many things that he had hidden from her. Upon seeing this scene, everyone else realized what was going on, and their gazes towards Jing Wuo changed. This fake had tricked many people. Many people had gifted him with precious gifts, and women had given their bodies to him. Now, it seemed that all of that had been for nothing. 381 Proof. Ying Qin watched all of this in disbelief, and his grin disappeared. How could Zhao Fu be in contact with Great Qin's legatee? The situation had changed too quickly. Sometime later, within East Green, a few members of the Ying family nervously and excitedly walked into a restaurant. Because the paths to different regions hadn't been opened up yet and the family leaders weren't in East Green, they were unable to meet Great Qin's legatee themselves. As such, they could only send the family members in East Green to meet him. Having been given such an important task, these people felt both anticipation and nervousness. After all, Great Qin's legatee was an epic rank existence to people like them. After coming to a room, they saw a few guards giving off powerful auras. Feeling these auras, the Ying family's people felt quite dismayed. The guards looked at them before asking them if they were the Ying family's people. They quickly nodded, and the door slowly opened. The Ying family's people cautiously entered the room, and they saw a man in a black cloak giving off a powerful aura sitting there. "Sir, are you Great Qin's legatee?" Feeling this powerful aura, the Ying family's people started to sweat cold sweat. They felt incredibly afraid, but because they had a task, they cautiously asked him this question. Zhao Fu looked at them and nodded. One of the Ying family's people then hesitantly asked, "Is there anything that can be used as proof of your majesty's identity?" In the end, they still needed to see something that would prove that this person was Great Qin's legatee, or anyone could make such a claim. Even though this person's aura was terrifyingly powerful, they still needed to make sure. Hearing this, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and the image of the 12 metal colossi appeared in the air as he said, "Is this enough to prove my identity?" Seeing the 12 metal colossi and the massive killing intent it gave off, the Ying family's people were certain that this person was Great Qin's legatee. After all, apart from Great Qin's legatee, who could possess Great Qin's nation armament, the 12 metal colossi? Now that they had confirmed his identity, the Ying family's people immediately knelt in respect and fear as they said, "We pay our respects to your majesty. Please forgive us for any offenses previously." Zhao Fu did not mind and calmly said, "You may rise." Hearing this, the Ying family's people let out a breath and stood up together with their heads lowered, looking extremely deferential. At that moment, Zhao Fu continued to say with a trace of anger, "The atmosphere at the Ying family is simply disgusting. I'm disappointed in all of you." Sensing Zhao Fu's anger, the Ying family's people were scared into kneeling again, their foreheads pressed against the ground, and they didn't dare to even breathe. "You should understand that the Ying family's existence doesn't matter to me. Before, I had no intention of returning to the Ying family. However, because the Ying family is the royal family of Great Qin and I am a part of Great Qin, I can consider returning in the future. However, you must treat Zhao Fu well because I have made him my representative. He has a pure Great Qin bloodline and can manage everything in the Ying family on my behalf." That concludes everything today. If the Ying family wants to contact me, they can contact Zhao Fu, and anything I want to say will also be communicated through Zhao Fu. You may leave now. The Ying family's people kneeling on the ground let out a sigh of relief and quickly left. Only after they reached the street again were they able to completely relax. One of them sighed and said, "The Ying family's going to completely change now. Who would have thought a collateral family member would be chosen by Great Qin's legatee and be able to control everything in the Ying family? He's simply too lucky." Another replied, "Let's not speak of this in the future. Now that Zhao Fu is so highly valued by Great Qin's legatee, he's already above the rest of us. Let's be careful, and perhaps we'll be able to gain the favor of Great Qin's legatee through him in the future. If that happens, we'll be able to reap great benefits." Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After returning to the Ying family in the real world, they told the Ying family what Great Qin legatees had said to the family leaders, making them feel both excited and worried. They were excited that Great Qin's legatee had expressed that he may return to the Ying family in the future, but they were also worried that he was dissatisfied with the Ying family. However, they had made great progress and had at least made contact with Great Qin's legatee. The family leaders soon made an important announcement, saying, "From today onwards, Zhao Fu will be the proxy family leader and will control all matters within the Ying family." This was in order to fulfill the promise they had made that previously, which was that if Great Qin's legatee returned to the Ying family, he would become the next family leader. This was only natural because Great Qin's legatee had obtained Great Qin's legacy and the right to be the next family leader. Since Zhao Fu was Great Qin's legatee's representative, he had the right to act as the proxy family leader. Adding on the fact that he had King's fate, this was permissible. The family leaders wanted to show Great Kin's legatee just how devoted they were towards him. This announcement caused the entire Ying family to explode. Everyone looked completely dumbfounded. Zhao Fu had been made the 7th young master, and he was now the proxy family leader. This was simply too astonishing. Even Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had just wanted to resolve his crisis, yet the family leaders had made such an announcement. Caillou Fengcai smiled, knowing what had happened, but he didn't say anything. Impossible. How can he become the proxy family leader? Ying Qin shouted in disbelief. Zhao Fu coldly gazed at him. Since he wielded the highest authority in the Ying family now, he immediately said, "Carry out my orders. Expel this person from the Ying family and revoke his position of young master." This order sent waves throughout the entire Ying family. Zhao Fu was expelling the Ying family's #1 successor and removing his status. It was evident how ruthless Zhao Fu was. A few guards went over to Ying Qin and grabbed him as he continuously struggled. "Let me go. I'm the Ying family's #1 successor." The guards seemed completely indifferent because the other family leaders had already announced Zhao Fu to be the proxy family leader. Seeing that the other family leaders had no intention of stepping in, they started to drag Ying Qin away, preparing to throw him out. Seeing this, the family leaders sighed, but if this appeased Great Qin's legatee, it would all be worth it. Now, the entire Ying family fell silent, and no one dared to say anything. If even the #1 successor had his status removed and was expelled from the Ying family, who would dare to offend Zhao Fu? Zhao Fu swept his gaze across everyone before it rested on Ying Wu. From the beginning, Zhao Fu hadn't minded him, but he had used the name of Great Qin's legatee to commit various evils and had even tried to oppose him today. It wasn't Zhao Fu's fault for now taking his revenge. 382 fake legatee and you're called Ying Wu, right? Great Qin's legatee doesn't need a fake legatee like you, so you can't leave and get rid of your Ying surname? Hearing Zhao Fu's second order, everyone felt even more shocked. It wasn't just the Ying family's #1 successor but also the fake legatee who wasn't spared. Ying Wu, no, Li Wu, suppressed the anger and resentment within him. The humiliation he had felt today had been carved into his heart, and he wanted to dismember Zhao Fu into 10,000 pieces. He thought to himself, "You're just a dog of Great Qin's legatee, what are you acting all high and mighty for?" Even though he felt incredibly spiteful, he didn't dare to look discontent because he knew that it would only take a single sentence from Zhao Fu to kill him. As such, he didn't wait to be dragged out and instead walked out by himself. He felt incredibly humiliated, and every step he took made him feel more hatred towards Zhao Fu. Seeing how Li Wu looked, Zhao Fu could detect his hatred. He immediately called over a guard and ordered him to kill Li Wu after he left the Ying family's residence. The guard obeyed and brought a few more guards to follow after Li Wu. Because Ying Qin had been the #1 successor of the Ying family, Zhao Fu couldn't order him to be killed, but Li Wu was different. He was only a minor figure, and since he hated Zhao Fu so much, Zhao Fu wouldn't spare him and leave future trouble for himself. Sensing the faint killing intent from Zhao Fu's eyes and seeing some guards follow after Li Wu, many people understood that Zhao Fu had sent those guards to kill him. When everyone thought of this, everyone felt a bit fearful and felt that Zhao Fu was quite vicious and cruel. However, the Ying family's family leaders looked at Zhao Fu with appreciation. Even if he hadn't sent people to kill Li Wu, they would have done so. Now, under Zhao Fu's domineering and murderous aura, the entire scene fell silent, and no one dared to make any noise. Everyone lowered one's head, making the atmosphere seem quite oppressive. Zhao Fu looked over at Ying 11, and feeling this gaze, Ying 11 felt quite startled. If he could strip the #1 successor of his status and expel him from the Ying family, she wouldn't be able to resist him in whatever he wanted to do to her. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Ying 11 couldn't help but feel quite fearful. Her body started to slightly tremble, and she realized that she was nothing without the Ying family. With a single order from Zhao Fu, she would lose everything that she had. Zhao Fu. Wu Qingnian couldn't help but call out to Zhao Fu, unwilling to watch Zhao Fu do anything to Ying 11. Zhao Fu looked over at Wu Qingnian. He had only been displeased at the way Ying 11 had spoken earlier, and he hadn't planned to do anything to her. After all, she had helped him in the past and was Wu Qingnian's good friend. The meeting's over. Following this, Zhao Fu once again spoke, making everyone feel relieved. Everyone quickly left, afraid that Zhao Fu would do something to them. At that moment, Wu Qingnian walked up and seemed quite angry as she stretched out her hand and pinched Zhao Fu. "You actually dared to hide so much from me? You even said that you didn't have much fate. You also didn't even mention that you were in contact with Great Qin's legatee." In response, Zhao Fu could only apologetically smile. Ying 11 walked up and looked at Zhao Fu. Now, she completely believed what Wu Qingnian had said to her about Zhao Fu. It seemed that Zhao Fu really wasn't as simple as he looked, and he wasn't someone who she could control. Qingnian, I'm sorry for what I said before, Ying 11 said remorsefully. Wu Qingnian smiled and said, it's nothing, I know that you said it for my good, but the truth proves that I was right. Ying 11 also smiled and said, I know. You're quite amazing. Ying 11 wasn't as good of a judge of character as Wu Qingnian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let such a good catch like Zhao Fu go. After all, Wu Qingnian had asked for Zhao Fu from Ying 11. The two women started to excitedly talk, and Zhao Fu turned his gaze to Caillou Fengtsai, who had been waiting for a while. He thought for a moment before excusing himself and left with Caillou Fengtsai. Seeing Zhao Fu and Caillou Fengtsai leave together, Wu Qingnian felt that there were still things that Zhao Fu was hiding from her. After arriving at Zhao Fu's room, Caillou Fengtsai made sure there was no one around before bowing and saying, this poor Taoist greets Great Qin's Majesty. Please forgive this poor Taoist for causing many things. All of this had indeed been caused by Caillou Fengtsai. It was him who had urged the Ying family to hold this meeting, and he had never thought that he would suffer such a serious backlash from fate-gazing Zhao Fu. Even now, Caillou Fengtsai was still in pain, and back when he had coughed up blood and fallen to the ground, that had caused people to call Zhao Fu a sign of calamity. Things were different than how they had been before. Back when Zhao Fu had just established the Great Qin village and Xianru had used fate-gazing on him at Holy Light City, she hadn't received a great backlash. Now that Zhao Fu had awakened the Chaos Imperial Star, anyone would suffer a heavy backlash from using fate-gazing on him. Caillou Fengtsai explained everything to Zhao Fu from beginning to end and sincerely asked for forgiveness. Zhao Fu had never expected his position to have been exposed when he awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star. Only after Caillou Fengtsai told him did he realize this. However, seeing how sincere Caillou Fengtsai seemed, Zhao Fu accepted his apology and decided to take him as one of his own. After all, he had protected his identity, and the situation had turned out quite well for him. Caillou Fengtsai was incredibly delighted because after Zhao Fu accepted him, traces of a black, dragon-like aura started to appear around him, and Caillou Fengtsai became even more respectful towards Zhao Fu. Afterward, Zhao Fu and Caillou Fengtsai continued chatting, and Zhao Fu realized that the jade pendant from Xianru had disintegrated because his fate was simply too powerful and aggressive. No temporary fate-hiding item could hide it or suppress it. Caillou Fengtsai planned to create a special technique item to hide Zhao Fu's fate so that others wouldn't discover Zhao Fu's identity in the real world. Elsewhere, the guards followed Li Wu out of the Ying family's residence. Just as the guards prepared to make a move, Li Wu started darting all over the place, but in the end, he was cornered by them in an alleyway. You were sent by Zhao Fu to kill me, right? Li Wu asked spitefully. The guards didn't answer Li Wu's question, and they immediately prepared to deal with him so that they could return and tell Zhao Fu that they had fulfilled his orders. Seeing the guards slowly take out guns, Li Wu felt quite scared and helpless. The fact that ordinary people could never resist the large families had never been clearer than it was now to him. Just as Li Wu thought that he was going to die without a doubt, a few dark figures suddenly appeared and knocked the guards down before taking Li Wu away. Meanwhile, everything that had happened at the Ying family's residence spread, causing all of the Chinese factions to feel incredibly shocked. Now, a minor figure like Zhao Fu was known by all of the large factions. 383 known by the world out of the many large families, the one that reacted the greatest was the Li family. The Li family's old patriarch flew into a fit of fury and slammed his fist down on the table next to him. He had completely miscalculated this time. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to grow to such a degree. Not only had he become the proxy family leader of the Ying family, but he was also the representative of Great Qin's legatee. He now had the authority to make decisions on behalf of Great Qin's legatee in the real world. What the Li family's old patriarch simply couldn't believe was that Zhao Fu had king's fate, which meant that it was likely that Zhao Fu would become a king in the future. We should have killed him at all costs. After all, nurturing a tiger invites calamity, the Li family's old patriarch said as he gnashed his teeth, feeling immense regret. Li Beiqing stood by the side and looked incredibly serious. He had also greatly underestimated Zhao Fu, who would have thought that Zhao Fu would have king's fate like him and become Great Qin's legatee's representative. Now, apart from Great Qin's legatee, Zhao Fu was now the Li family's greatest enemy. On the side, a middle-aged woman looked quite distressed as she sighed and said, "Back then, I told you all not to treat that mother and son like that, but none of you listened. If he had joined the Li family, he would have been a great help to us." The Li family's old patriarch coldly harumphed, and he also felt that he had been wrong and said, "Since things have turned out like this, we need to think about how to face this. Now, not only can he use the Ying family's power, but he can also use Great Qin's legatee's power. He is a great threat to us." Li uncaringly said, "Just think of a way to quickly kill that bastard. We can't allow him to continue to grow." Humphrey. You think I didn't know that you trash who only knows how to eat and drink? If it wasn't for the fact that you gave birth to a good grandson for me, I would have long since chased you out. The Li family's old patriarch felt angry whenever he looked at Li's because all of this had been caused by him. Seeing this, Li Baking finally said, "Alright grandpa, please stop being angry at my dad. What he said is right, we need to do all we can to kill him, or the consequences will be disastrous in the future. However, now that he has become the Yang family's proxy family leader, this will be incredibly difficult because it also concerns Great Ken's legatee. The Li family needs to make sure that it thinks of the long term as well." The Li family's old patriarch nodded and started to discuss with everyone else. When other factions heard about what had happened in the Yang family, they also felt incredibly shocked. They had thought that Great Ken's legatee hadn't returned to the Yang family this entire time because he hated the Yang family. Who would have thought that he had long since planted someone within the Yang family and been secretly observing the Yang family? The leaders of countless factions sent people to investigate Zhao Fu. They couldn't help but take this matter seriously. After all, the Yang family was one of the 5 largest families, and the power that they had was enough to change the current situation. Adding on the fact that Zhao Fu was Great Ken's legatee's representative, he had already become an incredibly important person. Now, Zhao Fu's name was known by almost the entire world. Within a room, Li Wu felt quite confused as to what was happening. He had been brought by a few people here, and he still had no idea who had saved him. However, after seeing a familiar figure, it all made sense to him. Back at the Yang family, now that Zhao Fu had become the proxy family leader, he was moved to a villa area with tight security and had 10 or so bodyguards protecting him now. Zhao Fu also kept his bodyguard from before because he was quite familiar with him now. After Zhao Fu became the proxy family leader, his residence was visited by countless people, but Zhao Fu rejected all of these visits. This matter had taken up a lot of his time, and he quickly returned to the Heaven Awakened world. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, a soldier came to report that they had caught 5 king-type creatures. Hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he went with the soldier to an open area where there were 5 creatures in wooden cages. There was a wild chicken king with a wingspan of 2 meters, a mountain goat king that was taller than a person, a powerful-looking buffalo king, an 8 or 9 meter long water snake king, and a ferocious-looking wild dog king. Seeing these 5 creatures, Zhao Fu took out the king's crown and waved his hand, sending 5 rays of sword light to pierce through their heads. The 5 creatures instantly died and collapsed within their wooden cages. 5 crystal-like blood-red threads left the 5 creatures' corpses, and they were absorbed into the king's crown, restoring its power slightly. At the same time, they dropped 2 items. One was a fine gold rank city creation stone, and the other was a small statue. The statue looked like a little boy, and it seemed incredibly real. It was about as long as a finger and seemed to be made out of jade. It also felt slightly warm to the touch. Many Treasures Boy, a mystical item. The Many Treasures Boy will ask you a question, and if you answer correctly, the Many Treasures Boy will give you a gift. This item was quite interesting. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before deciding to use it. A boy's curious voice said, "What kind of room has no doors or windows?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt that this sounded like a riddle and answered uncertainly, "A mushroom?" "Congratulations, you've answered correctly. Here's a present for you," the boy's voice said excitedly. The statue turned into an orb of white light, which revealed a black talisman paper after the light disappeared. Tracking talisman, a type of talisman that locks onto a person's aura and allows one to instantly teleport near that person. Zhao Fu felt quite happy after looking at this talisman. If one didn't use this talisman well, one would just use it to follow someone. However, if it was used well, it would bring massive benefits. Zhao Fu had always wanted to find another legatee to get rid of him before he becomes powerful. However, it was a pity that he hadn't been able to find a legatee's village. With this talisman, it would be possible to find another legatee's village. As such, Zhao Fu called Go Binglin. Within the territory that Zhao Fu wanted to claim, there were 5 legatees they knew about, and 4 of them had been against Great Qin, the state of Wei of the Warring States period, the kingdom of Qi from the 16 kingdoms, later Zhou from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, Great Shan, which was established by Li Zai at the end of the Ming dynasty, and the state of Zheng, which was established by Wang Shikong at the end of the Sui dynasty. Out of the 5 legatees, Great Shan had already perished, and there were still 4 left. Zhao Fu called Go Binglin and asked him to report on the information they had on the 4 legatee. In the end, Zhao Fu chose the state of Wei. 384 Age of Kings. The state of Wei was a state during the spring and autumn period, and it was the one that had existed for the longest. Even after the first emperor of Qin destroyed the other states, he didn't destroy the state of Wei. This wasn't because the first emperor of Qin didn't have the power to destroy the state of Wei. After all, he had destroyed the powerful 6 states, So how could he not have the power to destroy the tiny state of Wei? It was because the state of Wei had already been a subsidiary of the Qin state, and their relationship had been quite good. Another reason was that the state of Wei had been destroyed by the Wei state and only had a few cities left, making it alive in name only. Even though the state of Wei existed in name only, the first emperor of Qin had still allowed it to exist. When the second Qin emperor rose to power, he got rid of the state of Wei in name. The state of Wei had produced many talents, such as Shang Yang, Wu Qi, Lu Buai, Nishing, and Kink, who were all quite famous in history. It was a pity that even though the state of Wei had produced many talents, it couldn't keep them. Shang Yang and Lu Buai joined the Qin state, Wu Qi joined the Chu state, and Jink joined the Yin state. Logically speaking, the state of Wei and Great Qin's relationship should be quite good, but because the state of Wei had joined the Qin Resistance Alliance to oppose Great Qin, Zhao Fu decided to act against it. Zhao Fu gave the tracking talisman to Go Binglin and ordered him to confirm that it was the state of Wei's legatee before using it, or he wouldn't be able to discover the village's location. Zhao Fu only had a single tracking talisman, so this was their only opportunity. Go Binglin nodded seriously and took the talisman before leaving. After teleporting a few times, he went to the region that the state of Wei was in. Go Binglin first gathered the members of Great Qin who were in that region. After all, this was about destroying the legacy of a nation, so they had to take this seriously. Go Binglin stationed people by the teleportation channels of the system main cities and spent a large amount of money to bribe members of the state of Wei to gather information on the state of Wei's legatee. Regardless of whether the information was important or not, Go Binglin summarized the information into detailed notes afterward. The state of Wei's legatee was called Wei Xin, and he was 25 years old and had a wife. His character was decent, and he treated people with courtesy. He never acted arrogantly and managed his faction quite well, resulting in him not only obtaining the respect of the indigenous residents but also players as well, making him quite popular. The state of Wei's forces were split into two main portions. The first was at Wei Xin's village, which was comprised mainly of indigenous residents. There wasn't much information on this, but it was most likely a basic town at least, and there was no information on its military power. However, it most likely wasn't too weak because the historical state of Wei had existed for a long time and had gathered a lot of fate. The second portion was the faction at the system main city, and it was mainly comprised of players. This was quite easy to investigate. The faction had 50,000 or so players, and all of them weren't weak at all. From this, it could be seen how powerful the state of Wei was. At the same time, because of Wei Xin's character, many people were willing to submit to him, and they were very loyal, allowing him to create a powerful force of players. From the information they had obtained, Wei Xin seemed to be a good lord. However, it was a pity that he had chosen to go against Go Binglin's liege, and he could already envision the conclusion of this matter. However, since ancient times, nations had only been categorized by strength, and this was especially so in the war-torn heaven-awakened world. This age was destined to be a bright age of kings and a cemetery for countless heroes and kings. Go Binglin didn't continue thinking about this, he was only loyal to Great Qin and Great Qin's legatee, and his eyes gradually became cold. All those who opposed his king would die. "Sir, we've successfully bribed a few players from the state of Wei's faction," a black-hooded figure reported after walking in and bowing. Go Binglin nodded and went with this person to a dark room. Go Binglin had also put on a black hood, and he looked at the players in front of him. A few players were in the room, and they understood that the person in front of them was the one bribing them. As such, one of them smiled and said, "Sir, do you have any matters for us?" Even though Wei Xin treated people quite well, earning him the respect of many, he was unable to control them fully. After all, players sought personal profits, and under this immense temptation, they had chosen to betray him. "It's nothing much. I just want you to tell me when your leader will come to the faction's headquarters in the main city," Go Binglin said. Hearing this, all of the players felt incredibly relieved. It was actually such a simple matter in exchange for 100 gold coins. As such, they happily agreed immediately. A while later, Go Binglin was notified that the state of Wei's legatee would be coming soon. As such, he waited outside their headquarters, because this task was very important and His Majesty had stressed to him the need for success. He had to carry this out himself. Soon, a refined-looking young man with a few guards walked down the street, and Go Binglin started to move. The tracking talisman bound itself to one Zora, so it didn't need to touch the target directly. Simply being close enough to the target would be enough to lock onto that person's Zora. Go Binglin deeply breathed in and acted as normal as possible. Of course, he couldn't hide his appearance, or that would be too suspicious. As such, he had put on an ordinary set of clothes, and his appearance was shown to everyone as he walked towards Wei Xin. The two parties came closer and closer, and Go Binglin stealthily took out the tracking talisman as he came closer and closer. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. Just as Go Binglin was about to come close enough, a round-faced young man beside Wei Xin with a sword at his side looked at Go Binglin, and a light flashed in his eyes as he blocked Go Binglin's way. Go Binglin felt quite shocked and understood that he had been seen through. 2 gray hidden blades extended out from his sleeves, and he waved his hand, causing a gray aura to shoot at the round-faced young man. The round-faced young man had been quite wary of Go Binglin, and he drew his sword to block. However, the gray aura passed through his sword, and his head started to ache. The equipment set that Go Binglin had chosen was the Soul equipment set, which specialized in mental attacks. The round-faced young man hadn't anticipated such an attack, resulting in him being hit. Go Binglin quickly ran around the round-faced young man and rushed at Wei Xin. The guards by his side immediately went to block him, and Go Binglin coldly harumphed as his hidden blades gave off gray auras. He killed the guards in a few blows. Go Binglin once again flew towards Wei Xin, and just as he was 1 meter away, a trace of killing intent surfaced in his heart. He decided to try to kill Wei Xin while he had this opportunity. He sent all of his strength into his hidden blade as he stabbed towards Wei Xin. However, Wei Xin stood his ground and looked at Go Binglin calmly. Just as Go Binglin came incredibly close, a violet light flashed from Wei Xin's body, and a dragon's roar sounded out as an invisible force blasted Go Binglin back 10 or so meters. Go Binglin crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he immediately got up and ran away. 385 Blood Red Hell Your Majesty, this subordinate deserves to die. I tried to assassinate Wei Xin without permission but was unsuccessful. There was still some blood on Go Binglin's lips as he spoke. After he had failed to kill Wei Xin, he had immediately come to Zhao Fu to report what had happened. Zhao Fu was sitting in a chair, and he replied, "You may rise. The most important thing is whether or not the tracking talisman locked onto his aura. It's successfully bound to him, and this subordinate has stationed people at the various teleportation channels in the system main cities so that we know if he is in a system main city. However, this subordinate cannot fully confirm that Wei Xin is in his town at this point in time." Seeing that Zhao Fu didn't look very angry, he let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the tracking talisman had automatically locked onto Wei Xin's aura when he had tried to kill him. However, Go Binglin was unable to confirm if Wei Xin was at his town or if he was elsewhere. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that they could only rely on luck, and he said, "Use the tracking talisman and see if you can locate his town." Go Binglin obeyed and rose to leave. Zhao Fu wasn't very angry as what Go Binglin had done. If he hadn't been discovered and done such a thing, perhaps Zhao Fu would have punished him for it. However, he had been exposed from the very beginning, and attempting to assassinate Wei Xin made it seem like that was his sole aim. Since the main task had been completed, Zhao Fu didn't plan on punishing him. It would have been good if legatees could be killed so easily, but that wasn't the case. Each legatee possessed the legacy of a nation or empire, and legatees had king's fate. In times of crisis, their fate dragon would automatically protect them, making it quite difficult for ordinary people to kill them. Unless one also had a fate dragon or was exceptionally powerful, it would be incredibly difficult to kill a legatee. Perhaps Go Binglin's failed assassination attempt would make Wei Xin feel wary, but what was important was whether or not they would be able to find Wei Xin's town through the tracking talisman. "We have to deal with this quickly to avoid anything unexpected from happening," Zhao Fu thought as he sat in his chair. Elsewhere, Go Binglin went to a system main city's teleportation channel and took out the tracking talisman. This tracking talisman could be used in conjunction with teleportation channels. Because the tracking talisman's own teleportation power wasn't very strong, if one wanted to travel a long distance with it, one would have to use it in conjunction with a teleportation channel. Go Binglin had already made sure that Wei Xin wasn't at any of the system main cities, but he was unable to confirm if Wei Xin was within his town or elsewhere. As such, Go Binglin felt quite nervous as he held this tracking talisman. Soon, the black talisman paper started to burn as a black light enveloped Go Binglin's body, causing him to disappear from the teleportation channel. His surroundings blurred as he found himself within a dense thicket of bushes, and there was a town not too far away. Go Binglin was delighted and put on his hood as he ran forwards to make sure. Very soon, orders started to be given out within Great Qin, and Great Qin's soldiers put on their equipment and headed to the martial grounds. Seeing this, the residents knew that a large battle was about to erupt. At the martial grounds, many soldiers were gathered, and there was a somber atmosphere. Zhao Fu stood above them and looked at the soldiers before announcing, "To war." Beiqi roared out his command, and all of the soldiers started to march out. Go Binglin had already confirmed that the town was the state of Wei's town, and it was quite strong. The population had reached around 60,000, and the state of Wei had 10,000 soldiers. However, Great Qin had 120,000 soldiers, which was twice the state of Wei's population, so it wouldn't be too difficult to take down the state of Wei. A few hours later, Zhao Fu went to a high place and looked at the state of Wei's town. It was situated against a mountain, so there were only 3 points that they could attack from. The town walls were made from rocks from the mountain, and they were 10 meters tall. There were also many soldiers stationed on top of the walls, making the town seem quite solid in terms of defense. Go Binglan had reported that the residents lived in harmony and that all of them had smiles on their faces. It seemed that Wei Xin was quite capable. Zhao Fu temporarily didn't attack, and he instead first ordered Great Qin's assassins to set up an isolation barrier to prevent teleportation in the surrounding 500-kilometer radius area. Wei Xin had no idea that his town's location had been exposed and that Zhao Fu had brought his soldiers here already. If Zhao Fu set up an isolation barrier, Wei Xin wouldn't be able to bring the 50,000 players from the state of Wei's player faction here. If the 50,000 players joined the 60,000 residents, it would be much more difficult for Zhao Fu to attack. In the end, there were costs and benefits to everything. The more players one had in one's faction, the easier it would be for one's location to be exposed. Moreover, the more a faction relied on its players, the more crippled it would become if it lost those players. In the wilderness, the state of Wei was essentially an overlord, and there was no faction nearby that could stand up to it. However, it was a pity that Great Qin had come for it. After the isolation barrier was set up, Zhao Fu got on Little Black and stood at the front of his army as he looked at the state of Wei's town. He waved his arm, giving the order to attack. With his 120,000 soldiers, there wasn't much need for tricky tactics. They would rely on sheer might to break through the town. Seeing Zhao Fu give the order, the soldiers behind Zhao Fu streamed forwards like a black flood, causing the ground to rumble as they charged towards the town. The massive sound gave off an aura of catastrophe, causing the surrounding birds and beasts to escape in terror. The fastest ones were the cavalrymen on black forest horses and the orcs on giant wolves. There were many races that had cavalry professions, but only the orcs could ride on the giant wolves. The aura they gave off was incredibly ferocious. Soon, the cavalrymen charged into various villages and started killing the residents with their sabers and spears. The main strength of cavalry was its unstoppable momentum. Any resident who didn't kneel and submit was immediately killed. Soon, the villages turned into a blood-red hell, and there were many corpses on the ground. War was an incredibly cruel thing. Since some of the residents were unwilling to submit, Zhao Fu's soldiers could only kill them in order to prevent them from trying to fight back. The cavalrymen tore through the villages like a sharp blade and charged towards the state of Wei's town. The infantrymen behind them devoured each village like a flood, causing them to instantly disappear. The flood continued onwards, and soon, they reached the walls of the state of Wei's town. Cavalrymen weren't very suited to launching sieges, so they stopped there. The state of Wei's gates were tightly closed, and soldiers stood on the town walls, looking incredibly serious as they held their weapons. Wei Xin walked onto the town walls, and when he saw the countless soldiers, he couldn't help but cry out, "Great Qin's legatee!" 386 Great Qin's feudal vassal. The only person who could be able to gather so many soldiers to attack the state of Wei was Great Qin's fearsome legatee. After all, Wei Xin was familiar with all of the factions in his region. Wei Xin had never thought that the day would come when Great Qin's epic rank legatee would arrive at his doorstep. Now that Wei Xin saw Great Qin's true strength, he felt quite shocked. After all, there were over 100,000 soldiers, and Great Qin's overall strength wasn't weaker than a system main cities now. Under the town walls, Great Qin's soldiers made way for Zhao Fu, who was wearing a black cloak, making him seem quite mysterious. He rode on Little Black, whose hooves and eyes seemed to have green flames around them, making him seem quite terrifying and powerful. This was the first time that Wei Xin had seen Great Qin's legatee, and he was indeed a powerful, mysterious, and demon-like existence. Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at Wei Xin on the town wall, and he said in a dignified tone, "Lord Wei Xin, based on the relationship between our nations in history, if I can restore Great Qin, I can give you a lordship and allow the Wei family to continue existing." If a legatee was willing to submit to him, Zhao Fu would be happy to accept him. After all, having a legatee submit was much more beneficial than conquering or destroying one. However, Zhao Fu wouldn't allow there to be another king in his nation, but a banage wouldn't be able to satisfy most. Therefore, Zhao Fu could confer lordship. Lords had higher statuses than barons, but they were lower than kings. It was often used in the Warring States period, and those who couldn't be kings were lords. Zhao Fu had already made a large concession, and if the state of Wei was willing to surrender, Zhao Fu would treat Wei Duo well. However, if Wei Duo was unwilling, Zhao Fu could only slaughter the state of Wei. Ha ha ha. Wei Xin started to laugh as he loudly replied, "Great Qin Majesty, the state of Wei submitted to Great Qin before, but we won't continue those days. When the second emperor of Qin got rid of the state of Wei, we severed our relationship with Great Qin, and I have decided to fight against Great Qin." Wei Xin spoke quite forcefully and emotionally, and all of the soldiers on the town wall yelled, "Fight against Great Qin." These voices were not only filled with battle intent but also a willingness to die. After all, it was clear that the state of Wei couldn't defeat Great Qin. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and said in a cold voice, "Are you really willing for everyone here to die with you? Aren't you going to think of your subjects? We are willing to fight with His Majesty against Great Qin." At that moment, many of the residents walked up to the town wall holding all sorts of tools and equipment. Seeing this, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and didn't try to convince them anymore. He guided Little Black to slowly turn around and said with killing intent, "Attack." Beiqi looked at the town wall and immediately yelled, "100 ghost illusionists." Hearing this, the 100 ghost illusionists walked out from the group, raised their staffs, and chanted their incantations. They then stabbed their staffs into the ground. Formless energy rippled out, and the atmosphere started to become eerie. Zhao Fu had long since discussed with the commanders and generals about how to attack the state of Wei's town, and they now put the plan into action since Wei Xin had refused to surrender. Now, all of the 300 ghost illusionists had broken through to stage 1, and the dark ghost world they cast could cover one side of the state of Wei's town. As such, they had waited until most of the residents and soldiers had gathered to the eastern town wall before casting the dark ghost world. Only then would they be able to deal a fatal blow. Ghostly Chi started to rise up from the ground, and Wei Xin felt that something was off. Just as he was about to yell, it was already too late. The ghostly Chi spread incredibly quickly, and it arrived at the eastern town wall in the blink of an eye, dragging everyone there into the dark ghost world. "General Wei, take 40,000 soldiers each and attack from the southern and northern sides." Seeing that the dark ghost world had taken effect, Beiqi gave out orders to Wang Jian and Wei Liao. Wang Jian and Wei Liao nodded as they split off with their soldiers, attacking from the two other sides. There were currently 8,000 soldiers and 20,000 residents at the eastern town wall. The town only had 60,000 residents, and with nearly half of them at the eastern side, the northern and southern sides had practically no defenses. Roar! A dragon's cry tore through the sky and could be heard in the surrounding 10,000-kilometer radius area. At the center of the area filled with ghostly chi, a violet pillar of light shot into the sky, causing clouds to quickly gather. The wind howled as a majestic violet light dyed the sky. The violet light slowly condensed into a 100-meter-long violet dragon that gave off a powerful light, terrifying all creatures that saw it. As the violet dragon appeared, an intense violet light also appeared around Wei Xin, looking like a violet flame. The ghostly chi around him gradually dissipated, causing those within the dark ghost world to gradually regain consciousness. Roar! At that moment, a black pillar of light shot up into the clouds, and an even more domineering dragon's roar tore through the sky. An incredibly savage and overbearing black dragon appeared, giving off a ferocious aura. As a fellow legatee, Zhao Fu knew what sorts of tricks Wei Xin had at his disposal, so he was prepared. The savage black dragon was 300 meters long, and after it appeared, it flicked its tail and vigorously shot towards the violet dragon. Even though the violet dragon was much smaller, it showed no weakness and gave off a brilliant violet light as it rushed at the black dragon. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the two massive beasts clashed, and a shockwave rippled outwards. All of the clouds in the sky dispersed, and the violet dragon was knocked back by tens of meters. The black dragon was evidently much stronger. However, the violet dragon didn't back down, and it roared as it gave off a powerful aura and charged towards the black dragon again. As the two beasts clashed in the sky, massive explosions sounded out, making it seem like a natural disaster. The massive destructive power of their fight obliterated parts of mountains and destroyed countless trees and boulders. As the violet dragon and black dragon fought, the violet light around Wei Xin's body died down, and the 300 ghost illusionists continued to cast the dark ghost world. The ghostly chi started to become denser. Those who had just started to wake up were once again dragged into the illusion. Because Wei Xin still had a faint layer of violet light around him, the ghostly chi was unable to get close to him. Seeing this, Wei Xin wanted to explode out with his fate, but two figures flew at him. One was a young woman with a large blood-colored sword, and the other was a boy holding a dagger. Both of them had a black mark on their foreheads. Those marks gave off majestic and domineering auras, causing both of their eyes to turn red and for their bodies to give off traces of a black and blood-red aura. They seemed as if it would be possible for them to kill gods. 387 Kill them all. Little Sha and Chuoba King were not only the two strongest assassins but also King's guards chosen by Zhao Fu. They could use some of Zhao Fu's King's power, and now that Zhao Fu's bloodline was a god-killer royal bloodline, the power that they had was even stronger. This allowed Little Sha and Chuoba King to be able to ignore the dark ghost world and attack Wei Xin without it. As for Wei Xin's fate dragon, it was still suppressed by Zhao Fu's fate dragon. Ha! Chuoba King quickly reached Wei Xin and yelled as she raised her large sword with both hands. She gathered an immense amount of sword chi as she slashed towards Aizen with an attack that seemed to be able to split mountains. Boom! An explosion rang out as Aizen drew the sword at his waist and blocked Chuoba King's large sword. His body gave off traces of violet aura, and if he hadn't used his Fate Dragon's power, he wouldn't have been able to block Chuoba King's strike. However, Aizen's hairs suddenly stood on end as an incredibly sharp blood-red line slashed towards him. Little Sha had also attacked. Aizen immediately retreated as the blood-red line passed by. Even though it hadn't been able to injure Aizen, it had cut off a lock of his hair, and the cut was incredibly clean. Aizen looked at the two people in front of him incredibly seriously and didn't dare to be even the slightest bit careless. Chuoba King and Little Sha immediately attacked again. Army Destroyer. Voracious Wolf? Two roars sounded out as a black pillar of light and a green pillar of light rushed into the sky, and soldiers' oars started to gather towards Swangjian and Wei Liao. A ferocious black tiger and a ruthless green wolf appeared in the sky, giving off overwhelming oars as they roared and howled. Wang Jian and Wei Liao raised their swords before pointing them towards the state of Wei's town. The massive beasts looked at the town and gave off ferocious oars as they charged towards the town walls with immense force. Boom! Boom! Two muffled sounds rang out as the town walls on both sides trembled. The two massive beasts had essentially become siege engines, and with their power, they would be able to knock down a small mountain. The state of Wei's city heart shined with a golden light that reinforced the town walls, or they would have fallen already. Hurry and attack those beasts! The state of Wei's generals cried out. If these two massive beasts continued to attack, the town walls would definitely fall. It was a pity that there were only 4,000 soldiers and a few thousand residents stationed on the northern and southern town walls. They were unable to adequately respond, and only a few hundred arrows were shot out. They were unable to threaten the two massive beasts at all, as they could easily dodge such attacks. Conversely, Great Gin's side suddenly started to attack. Countless arrows densely shot at the town walls. These arrows all contained immense force, and as the arrows fell like rain, they claimed countless lives. Because most of the people on the town walls were residents who didn't have very good equipment like shields or armor, they were forced to duck and dodge. However, Great Gin's side had shot far too many arrows, and the town walls were already completely covered with arrows. The most terrifying ones were from the Stage 1 archers and the Stage 1 ballistae, which could pierce through ordinary wooden shields. Without any defensive measures, anyone hit was killed instantly. Even those who had tough shields had to block with all of their strength. However, there were simply too many attacking soldiers, and the difference in cultivation was too great. This wave of arrows instantly killed 30% of the state of Wei's defenders, but Wang Jian and Wei Liao weren't in a hurry to attack. After all, most of the state of Wei's residents were on the town walls, and if they rashly attacked, they would suffer a lot of retaliation and would have to kill many of the residents. Since they could easily kill the state of Wei's people, there was no need to unnecessarily engage in such a battle. After all, Great Gin wasn't lacking time. As such, Wang Jian and Wei Liao chose to have their archers attack while the massive beasts rammed the town walls. The soldiers and residents on the town walls were completely suppressed, and they could only raise shields and try to avoid the arrows. The violent trembles on the town walls gave Aizen a big fright. Even though he didn't know the precise condition of the other two walls, he knew that things weren't looking good for his side. Aizen roared and exploded out with an even more intense violet light. His aura became many times stronger, and the wounded violet dragon roared and tried to return to Aizen's body. However, the savage black dragon refused to let the violet dragon off. It flicked its tail, seeming to cause the air to explode as the violet dragon was blasted back 100 or so meters. The black dragon then opened its mouth, ferociously biting towards the violet dragon and forcing it to continue fighting. Little Sha and Chuoba King's oars also became more powerful as they continued to attack Aizen. Facing their attacks, Aizen had to fully focus on defense. Zhao Fu rode on Little Black as he looked at all of this. The king's seal on his hand gave off waves of black light, providing Little Sha and Chuoba King with king's power. Kill them all. Seeing how intense the resistance was, he gave the order for his soldiers to attack at will. Hearing this, Beichi immediately ordered, "Ghost summoners, summon the malicious ghosts." The 300 ghost summoners walked out and pressed their hands against the ground, causing traces of ghostly chi to rise up. The wind started to blow as 2.5-meter tall ghosts with two horns appeared. Now that the 300 ghost summoners' cultivations had reached stage 1, the malicious ghosts that they summoned had stage 2 strength. These malicious ghosts obeyed the ghost summoners' commands and flew into the ghostly chi-filled region. The malicious ghosts had stage 2 strength and were ghosts, so they could resist the dark ghost world. In fact, the dark ghost world was their main stage. The malicious ghosts that rushed into the dark ghost world started committing a massacre. The soldiers and residents within the dark ghost world all stood there dumbly like wooden pillars. This made it incredibly easy for the malicious ghosts to kill them. Some malicious ghosts bit people's heads to pieces, others stabbed out hearts with their claws, and some even tore people in half, causing the stench of blood to fill the area. Pained howls sounded out from within the ghostly chi-filled area, and those outside had no idea what was happening, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Hearing these cries, Aizen felt incredibly grieved and furious. His subjects were being massacred. How could he stand such a thing? He roared as he sent a shocking sword light towards Chuobaking that blasted her away. However, at that moment, Little Sha appeared beside Aizen and slashed out with his dagger, opening up a cut on Aizen's waist. Blood dyed his clothes red, and feeling this sensation of pain, Aizen slashed back with his sword, causing a massive sword light to shoot towards Little Sha. Little Sha quickly retreated, avoiding this attack. Chuobaking once again attacked from the front, and each of her strikes contained great power as Little Sha continuously moved about, giving Aizen a lot of trouble. As they fought, more and more wounds appeared on Aizen's body. 388 A truly united nation. As time passed, the state of Wei's soldiers on the town walls continuously died, and large cracks started to appear on the northern and southern town walls. The two massive beasts continuously rammed at the town walls, and the defending soldiers could do nothing about them. The main reason was because there were countless archers and ballistae shooting arrows and bolts from under the town walls, and the arrows and bolts were difficult to avoid even with shields. The soldiers and residents could only hide behind incredibly thick objects, and going out meant death. The battle was completely one-sided. This was just as the state of Wei's people had expected. It was impossible for them to defeat Great Qin. The main issue was that Great Qin's tactics were far superior. They had illusions to lock down most of their people. They could also summon powerful beasts that attacked them. If it wasn't for those two professions, the battle wouldn't be so one-sided in Great Qin's favor, and the state of Wei would be able to put up some resistance and not seem so pitiful. Roar. The two massive beasts once again roared and gave off powerful auras as they smashed against the cracked town walls. An explosion sounded out as the northern and southern town walls finally collapsed, sending a lot of dust into the air. Cavalry, get into formation. This was the time to attack, and Wang Jian loudly shouted as the cavalrymen formed ranks. Their expressions were incredibly serious, and they gripped their spears as the infantrymen, shield bearers, and archers also made preparations. Within the ruins of the southern town walls, a group of people comprised of residents and some soldiers were led out by 150 cavalrymen. There were around 4,000 of them in total, and their expressions were incredibly resolute as they walked out and got into formation. The battlefield became incredibly tense, and there wasn't a single sound. It was completely silent all around them, and not even the sound of insects or birds could be heard, seeming like the calm before a storm. One side had tens of thousands of people and gave off a powerful aura. Great Qin's soldiers gave off an unstoppable aura, seeming like a berserk beast. The other side had far fewer people, but the aura they gave off wasn't weaker. All of their expressions were incredibly determined, and they were completely prepared to die. Their willingness to stake everything on this fight made them seem like an incredibly sharp sword. We will fight and die with the state of Wei. One of the generals at the front roared and spurred his horse towards Great Qin's soldiers. His horse whinnied, and the soldiers and residents also echoed what he had said. They gripped their weapons and charged forwards, creating a moving and tragic scene. Attack. Facing the state of Wei's side, Wang Jian's eyes were incredibly cold as he pointed forwards with his sword. Great Qin's soldiers obeyed, charging forwards like unshackled beasts that wanted to destroy everything in their way. Rumble. The clash between the two sides seemed to shake the heavens, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Their killing intent covered everything within 10 kilometers, and soon, the two waves of people clashed together. Clang. 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 Countless weapons collided as flowers of blood seemed to blossom in the air. Whether it was numbers, equipment, cultivation, or strength, the state of Wei's side was much weaker than Great Qin, and their fate was already decided. The wave of people created by the state of Wei's side only caused Great Qin's flood to momentarily pause before it continued onwards with unstoppable momentum. The 6,000 cavalrymen at the front gripped their spears, tearing through the state of Wei's side. Their spears pierced through multiple people, but the defending soldiers and residents didn't fear death. They continued to rush up, but Great Qin's shield bearers and infantrymen quickly followed. Great Qin's flood quickly swept past, leaving countless corpses peacefully lying on the ground within pools of blood. The scene was quite a heroic one, and not a single soldier or resident had taken a step back in retreat. Wang Jian couldn't help but feel a trace of respect towards them. They were a truly united nation and had died for their nation. This was what the subjects of a legatee should look like. Advance. Wang Jian didn't dwell on this and ordered Great Qin's soldiers into the state of Wei's town. At that moment, a violent energy barrier appeared around the city heart, which had gone into defensive mode. The violet barrier was a protection from the legacy, and the barrier had inscriptions of dragons on it. It was many times tougher than that of a basic cities, so it seemed that they would only be able to conquer the state of Wei's town by killing Aizen. On Wei Liao's side, after entering the town, he first made sure that Great Qin's side controlled the town. They gathered up all of the remaining elderly and children and then went towards the eastern side. On the eastern side, the violet dragon in the sky was covered with injuries, but it still desperately fought against the ferocious black dragon. The black dragon continuously used its mouth, claws, and horns to ruthlessly injure the violet dragon, making the violet dragon seem quite miserable. This was because Great Qin's black dragon was one that specialized in warfare and was the legacy of a dynasty, which meant that it had a lot of fate. It wasn't something that a legacy of a mere nation could contend against. The ground was covered with blood and gore, and there were countless fragmented corpses with terrified expressions on the town walls. Blood, guts, and limbs were scattered all about, and there was a piercing stench of blood that made one want to vomit. Almost all of these people had been killed by the 300 malicious ghosts, and now only a few thousand people from the state of Wei were left. Seeing this, Zhao Fu ordered his people to release the Dark Ghost World. The surviving defenders were released from the Dark Ghost World, and their legs almost crumpled upon seeing the scene around them as they cried out. After the ghostly chi dissipated, Aizen looked at the scene around him as a wave of pain assaulted his heart. These were his subjects, people who loved and respected him. He wailed and exploded out with the rest of his power as a violet flame burned high into the air, and the space seemed to freeze as an incredibly powerful aura burst forth. Is it painful? It was you who chose this path. I'll give you one more chance on account of the history between Great Qin and the state of Wei. I can give you a lordship, but if you want the entire state of Wei to die with you, I can massacre all of you right now and not leave even a single child behind. Zhao Fu stood in the air, and he was giving off a monstrous aura. Black chains danced about in the air around him, making him seem like a peerless king. His voice was incredibly cold and filled with killing intent as he once again spoke to Aizen. Zhao Fu had once again given Aizen an opportunity to submit because he appreciated Aizen's talent. For his soldiers and residents to be so loyal, this wasn't something that an ordinary ruler could do. A powerful empire could only be established and sustained by having countless talents. There were two other reasons. One was that the state of Wei most likely had a special effect that helped with producing talents, but this would only be kept if Aizen submitted. The other was because of historical reasons. If it was before, Aizen would have refused. However, after looking at those who had survived, the corpses around him, and the elderly and children under guard, he started to hesitate. 389 Lord Aizen lowered his head and thought to himself. Zhao Fu gave him some time, and 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhao Fu once again asked, "Are you willing to submit to Great Qin?" "Your Majesty, please don't. We're willing to die with the state of Wei." When Aizen was about to agree, countless residents cried out to him in grief and fury. Aizen paused and slowly turned to look at his subjects, and his gaze became resolute as he looked at Zhao Fu and said, "We're willing to submit." Following this, Aizen kneeled on both knees, and the state of Wei residents could only watch as he paid his respects to Zhao Fu. This action seemed to cause the heavens and earth to tremble, and it became windy as clouds moved around, signaling that most of the state of Wei's fate had been lost. 10 or so traces of violet thread-like ores rose from Aizen's body and floated towards Zhao Fu, fusing into his king's crown. The king's crown lightly trembled and gave off a golden light as it rose from gray grade to bronze rank. The violet dragon in the sky painfully cried as its horns, claws, and whiskers started to disappear. Afterward, all that was left was a 30-meter-long violet python in the air. Apart from its head, which looked a bit like a dragon, its body looked like a python. Even though the violet dragon had devolved into a python, it was still above normal pythons and could be called a python dragon that was slightly inferior to flood dragons. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a black dragon that was still savagely gazing at the violet python returned to Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu looked down at Aizen and said, "You may rise. I give to you the title Lord Wei, and this title may be passed down to your descendants." The violet python in the sky descended and returned to Aizen's body, and Aizen raised his head and thanked Zhao Fu, saying hoarsely, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the title." Seeing this, the state of Wei's residents could only put down their weapons and also submit to Great Qin. Zhao Fu descended from the sky and landed on the eastern town wall. He looked at Aizen, who looked dispirited, and said, "Don't worry. Now that the state of Wei belongs to Great Qin, I won't mistreat you. Even though the state of Wei has lost its status as a nation, with your title of lord, you will still be a top-tier family in Great Qin." Hearing this, Aizen looked slightly better, and he once again bowed to Zhao Fu. Afterward, Aizen led Zhao Fu to the town's city heart. Now that Aizen had submitted, the violet energy barrier had disappeared. Zhao Fu placed his hand on the city heart and chose to conquer it, and a violet pillar of light shot into the sky. Sorrowful drum sounds rang out 9 times, and they reverberated across the entirety of the northern side of the Midland continent. The leaders of all of the factions in the northern side of the Midland continent were greatly startled, and they rushed outside. They all looked towards where the sound was coming from, which was where the state of Wei's town was. The sound of these drums was different than the grieved cry of a dragon, and it signaled that what had happened to Great Shun hadn't happened in this case. The drum sounding out 9 times signified that a legatee hadn't died. Instead, it meant that a legatee had submitted to another faction. Just who could make a legatee submit? Everyone thought of a single name, which was Great Kin. Apart from Great Kin, there was no other faction in the north that could do such a thing. Countless leaders immediately returned to the real world and looked at the map of the Heaven Awakened world, and they confirmed something terrifying. This was that Great Kin's legatee could cross regions. All of the factions in the Midland continent were terrified, and they started to worry about their safety. If Great Kin could cross regions, then there wouldn't be a safe place in the northern area of the Midland continent. Xian Ru stood on Great Kin City's Heaven Prayer platform and looked towards where the state of Wei's town was. When she felt a massive amount of fate enter Great Kin, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. The 12 metal colossi and the Imperial ruler's seal next to the city heart gave off a piercing light. After absorbing the state of Wei's fate, they had once again leveled up. A formless wave of energy rippled out as the 12 metal colossi rose to level 4 and the Imperial ruler's seal rose to level 3. Back at the state of Wei's town, after Zhao Fu chose to conquer it, announcements started to sound out in his head. System announcement. The state of Wei has submitted, and all of its fate has been devoured by Great Kin. Great Kin has obtained a large amount of fate. System announcement. Great Kin has conquered the state of Wei and obtained all of the state of Wei's legacies. System announcement. The Great Kin city has obtained 1/5 of the state of Wei town stats. System announcement. The Great Kin's city heart has started to evolve, and it has completed 1 out of 30 of the evolution. System announcement. The nation armament 12 metal colossi has become a level 4 nation armament. System announcement. The clan armament Imperial ruler's seal has become a level 3 clan armament. System announcement. You have conquered a legacy town and obtained 3,000 achievement points. System announcement. You have obtained 100 war points. When he heard this chain of system announcements, Zhao Fu smiled. Out of all of the system announcements, Zhao Fu only cared about 2 of them. One was the Great Kin's city heart evolving. After all, it was already legendary grade. However, it seemed that evolving it would be quite difficult. He would have to force or destroy 30 legatees. When he thought of how rare and powerful legatees were, he could see how difficult this would be. However, since it was so difficult, if the city heart evolved again, its stats would definitely be quite powerful. The second thing was the achievement points. With the bonuses from the King's Ring, it had boosted Zhao Fu's status to Earl, fulfilling one of the conditions to upgrading the Great Kin city to a great city. Now, Zhao Fu needed 3 Viscounts and 6 Barons to raise the Great Kin city to a great city. Currently, Zhao Fu had 1 Viscount and 4 Barons, so he needed 2 more Viscounts and 2 more Barons. After conquering the state of Wei's town, Zhao Fu looked at the stats and found that they were similar to the Great Shun towns. The stats were better than a normal dark gold rank towns, and the state of Wei's town also had a special stat. Lord Wei's Inn increases the chance of spawning high-grade people, people with special professions, and people with high loyalty. This stat was the state of Wei's special stat, which was what Zhao Fu was after. Because he hadn't fully destroyed the town, many of its structures, like the Heaven Prayer platform, could still be leveled up. As such, it could be seen that having a legatee submit was much better than killing one. After taking care of all of these matters, Zhao Fu gathered his army and prepared to return to the Great Kin city. He didn't plan to relocate the state of Wei's town nor move many people. 390 Sovereign Rule. One reason was that the state of Wei's foundation hadn't been destroyed, unlike Great Shun's, so relocating it would damage it. The other was because the state of Wei had less than 10,000 people remaining while everyone else had died. There was not too much point in taking these people away. If he couldn't relocate the state of Wei, he would have to leave people to guard it. As such, it would be best to leave the people here. It was also a pity that Zhao Fu couldn't take away the corpses of the soldiers with high grades, as the state of Wei now belonged to Great Kin. Refining their corpses instead of giving them a proper burial wouldn't look too good. However, there was a person and 3 corpses that Zhao Fu had to take. The person was a round-faced young man who had served as Wei Zin's bodyguard. He was called Baian, and he was a famed general of the state of Wei who was SS grade. The 3 corpses were all historical generals of the state of Wei. Their general stars had been sealed, so if he refined their corpses, he would obtain their grade orbs and general stars. If he fused them with someone else, he would be able to obtain more general stars. At the same time, the State of Wei's 50,000-strong player faction also became Great Kin's, and since the State of Wei had been the largest faction, Great Kin could use it as a cornerstone to conquer this region. Zhao Fu had essentially gained this player faction of 50,000 players for free, and he provided some good equipment and medicinal pills to boost their battle strength in order to make them as useful as possible when large battles erupted. Now, they had finally concluded matters here, and Zhao Fu took his soldiers back to Great Kin. He then went to the underground region and first refined the 3 historical generals' corpses. They were all S-grade, so they had earthly spirit stars. The 3 earthly spirit stars could be fused into a heavenly spirit star, and Mangekyō already had a heavenly spirit star. With 1 more heavenly spirit star, they could fuse to form a general star. Since they were still missing a heavenly spirit star, Zhao Fu hadn't given the innate talent blood crystal to Mangekyō yet. Even though Baian originally belonged to the State of Wei, he had also submitted alongside Wei Xin. Zhao Fu's historical generals were Beiqi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, Meng Tian, and Mangekyō. Beiqi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao had been born with general stars, while Meng Tian had obtained a general star after destroying Great Shun and refining Great Shun's corpses. From how things seemed, Great Kin didn't have many historical generals, but they had also raised many generals from indigenous residents, such as Zhongdo, Zhao Jian, Doke, Sar, and Daisy. Of course, historical generals were more powerful than ones raised from indigenous residents, mainly because of fate and general stars. However, historical generals had their own masters, and they were intensely loyal. One could only obtain them by having their lieges surrender and submit. After all of this concluded, Great Kin went into a time of peaceful development again. During this time, the first representative assembly was conducted. Zhao Fu had decided to allow the people to choose their own representatives, but because of all sorts of delays, the first assembly was happening just now. When this news spread, the representatives were incredibly happy, and they put on new clothes before coming to the newly built meeting hall. It was empty within the meeting hall except for a stage that was 3 meters tall and 4 meters wide. There were stairs going up on all 4 sides of the stage, and there was a golden seat with 9 dragons engraved on it at the center. As a nation with imperial rule, Zhao Fu would respect his people's opinions, but he couldn't allow it to become a completely democratic country like in the real world that was completely ruled by the people. He still required there to be sovereign rule, so there was only 1 seat in the meeting hall. The representatives were split into groups of 10 people, and they stood in lines. They formed 4 columns with a 3-meter wide gap between them, where there was a red carpet. After everyone was gathered, Zhao Fu wore his dragon robe and crown before he entered the meeting hall. To be able to discuss such important matters with their majesty, all of the representatives felt incredibly excited, and they immediately kneeled and paid their respects as they said, "Welcome, your majesty." Zhao Fu gave off a solemn, majestic, dignified aura, and Li Si and a few female attendants followed slightly behind Zhao Fu as he walked on that red carpet and went up to the stage. Then, Zhao Fu sat in the golden chair. Looking at the people kneeling below, Zhao Fu said, "You may all rise. The first representative assembly shall now begin. You may bring up any of your views and suggestions, and I will consider all of them seriously." "Yes, your majesty." The people below replied simultaneously as they stood up. At first, no one dared to speak, but soon, someone mustered up the courage and spoke about his village's thoughts. After that, more and more people started to speak. Zhao Fu earnestly listened to each of them while Li Si took notes. Because there were so many matters and so many villages, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to remember everything that they brought up. The representative assembly lasted for an entire day before adjourning. All of the representatives were incredibly happy and excited as they left, feeling quite sad that the assembly had ended. No matter what they had brought up, His Majesty had sincerely replied to them, and after telling everyone else about this, they all felt incredibly grateful to have such a good ruler. Afterward, Zhao Fu felt quite worn out. It was quite difficult to take care of internal affairs. He told Li Si to deal with the matters as they had discussed during the assembly, and soon, Great Ken's popular support increased by 10. Early the next morning, the golden sun slowly rose over the mountains, heralding a new day. Zhao Fu got out of bed and was greeted with a piece of good news. Li Wen was waiting outside, and he was the one who was responsible for exploring the underground region and killing skeletons to obtain equipment, refined martial souls, and soldier souls. "Your Majesty, this subordinate has gathered 100 soldier souls," Li Wen said as he smiled and bowed towards Zhao Fu. When he heard this, Zhao Fu was delighted because this meant that he could fuse together another general armament. With this, Great Kin would have 4 general armaments. The person who he chose this time was Meng Tian. Zhao Fu wasn't sure what sort of general star Meng Tian would awaken because he originally had a heavenly spirit star and only obtained a general star through an innate talent blood crystal. He wondered if there would be any variations to the general star. Zhao Fu went to a large open area. Because fusing general armaments always caused terrifying abnormal signs, Zhao Fu decided to go even further away this time. He started to fuse the soldier souls together before asking people to bring Meng Tian over. There were many people who felt quite curious about Great Qin's fourth general armament, so they came over as well. "I greet your majesty." Meng Tian quickly arrived, and upon hearing that he was going to receive a general armament, he looked quite excited. Zhao Fu smiled as he handed over the divine soldier souls, and Meng Tian started to fuse them. Meng Tian specialized in using spears, so the medium of this general armament was a epic rank spear called the Piercing Snake Spear. 391 Heaven-defying method. Meng Tian held the Piercing Snake Spear and threw the 10 divine soldier souls into the air as they formed a circle with Meng Tian at the center. After floating into the air, the divine soldier souls gave off bright white lights and became larger and larger, and the aura they gave off became more powerful as they gave off a powerful sense of suppression in the surrounding 10-kilometer radius area. Finally, the 10 divine soldier souls turned into 10 massive orbs of light, and the 10 images of soldiers within them melted like snow and turned into traces of violet aura. Boom! An explosion sounded out, causing the entire sky to shake. The 10 gigantic orbs of light seemed to call out of each other as the traces of violet aura trembled within them, and a formless energy spread out. Immediately, the heavens and the earth seemed to dim as dark clouds gathered. A wild gale started to blow as trees trembled, and sand and rocks were blown about as if a catastrophe was about to descend. A black protective shield with dragon inscriptions on it appeared around Zhao Fu and Xian Ru, blocking off the terrifying wind. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, making it seem as if the sky was going to shatter. A violet star appeared, giving off a brilliant light and an ocean-like aura as it slowly descended. At that moment, countless ability users and espers came outside and looked in that familiar direction, the direction of the descending violet star. None of them could contain their shock. Countless legatees also sighed as they looked at this star. This was another general star returning, and without even thinking about it, they knew that it was Great Qin. There was no other faction that could cause a general star to return so quickly in the north. The many factions in the northern side of the Midland continent once again felt terrified. Great Qin had conquered another legatee not too long ago, and now another general star had returned. This greatly pressured them and made them feel quite anxious. Back at Great Qin, after the gigantic violet star descended, Meng Tian raised the piercing snake spear in his hand and pointed it at the sky as he roared, giving off a powerful aura. The ground beneath him cracked as traces of silver aura rose up from his body. Boom! Arcs of silver lightning appeared around Meng Tian as a silver pillar of light rushed up into the sky and collided with a violet star. The violet star trembled and started to turn silver. At that moment, countless people felt that something was off and looked quite surprised. They realized that this wasn't a general star but one of the 36 heavenly spirit stars. But how could a heavenly spirit star cause such terrifying abnormal signs? Your Majesty, what's going on? Even Xianru looked quite confused. Zhao Fu looked at the silver star and also didn't quite understand what was happening, so he could only reply, just wait and see. When she heard this, Xianru once again turned her gaze to the silver star in the sky. After the violet star in the sky gradually became fully silver, it gave off a bright silver light and an incredibly firm aura. Ha! At that moment, Meng Tian felt as if there was something coming out of his body, and he roared as countless blood-red traces of aura exploded out. The ground beneath his feet caved in even more. Rumble! Lightning bolts started to descend from the sky, bringing with them a destructive aura. People's hair stood on end, and everyone felt a sense of fear. Suddenly, the entire sky trembled as a silver star and 3 black stars slowly descended from the sky. The aura that the 4 stars gave off seemed almost corporeal, and it weighed down on countless creatures' bodies. The ability users and espers were completely dumbfounded, and they had no idea what was going on. Why had 4 general stars appeared? The original silver star was much bigger than the other ones, and the second biggest was the other silver star. The 3 black stars, the early spirit stars, were the smallest. As everyone stared in shock, all of the other stars started to move towards the biggest star before fusing with it. Crack! 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 The lightning strikes became more intense, and it was as if they wanted to destroy everything. The lightning strikes blasted open 10-meter-wide craters when hitting the ground. These lightning bolts struck fear into everyone's hearts, making everyone tremble. Evidently, the fusion was defying the heavens' will, resulting in such a terrifying abnormal sign. The lightning bolts were gathered around Meng Tian, and the lightning bolts that were as thick as legs continuously smashed into the ground. Those who had come to watch retreated far away, and only Zhao Fu and Xianru were still nearby. Zhao Fu sustained his king's domain with all of his strength, blocking the incoming lightning bolts. Because of this, Xianru was able to stay here as well. Mengtian was covered by a silver and blood-red aura of flame, which dissipated the lightning that came close. Otherwise, Mengtian would have been in great danger. The stars continued to fuse together as a trace of an azure light appeared. Afterward, the azure light became brighter and brighter. After the stars fused together, the result was a massive azure-colored star. This massive azure star gave off a bright starlight that shined on the earth, causing the dark clouds to dissipate. The azure light contained within it a feeling of clarity. No one had expected Great Ken to be able to use such a heaven-defying method to fuse together a general star. This general star was the Heaven Pillar Star. The Heaven Pillar Star represented honesty, chivalry, and righteousness, and it was a cooperative general star. It wasn't as chaotic and violent as the Seven Murders, Army Destroyer, and Voracious Wolf stars, and it instead had the firm power to support a nation. An azure pillar of starlight fell on Mengtian's body, and under this light, slight changes started to happen to his body. His aura became more and more powerful as the silver and blood-red auras started to disappear and were replaced by an azure aura. The azure pillar of starlight gradually became smaller, and the spear that Mengtian raised looked as if it was made of jade. The words Heaven Pillar had been inscribed on it. Finally, the pillar of starlight completely disappeared, and the azure star gradually faded as the abnormal signs also disappeared, causing the surroundings to calm down. Zhao Fu dispelled his king's domain and looked at the blackened ground, destroyed trees, and fragmented boulders. Luckily, they were quite far away from the Great Qin city, or the city would have suffered a lot of damage. Zhao Fu had never thought that the fusing of these stars would form another general star. Even though it wasn't the Seven Murders Star, Army Destroyer Star, or Voracious Wolf Star, the Heaven Pillar Star was still a very good star. After Mengtian recovered, Zhao Fu asked for his spear and looked at its stats. 392 Mysterious Empire, Heaven Pillar Spear, Grade, Legendary, Stats, Strength plus 20, Intelligence plus 20, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 20, Description. Originally the epic rank piercing snake spear, the spear fused with the Heaven Pillar General Star's power and became a general armament, the Heaven Pillar Spear. The Heaven Pillar Spear had fairly well-rounded stats, potentially because of the nature of the Heaven Pillar Star itself. At the same time, the Heaven Pillar Spear had 6 special effects, and the first 5 were the same as the other general armaments. Zhao Fu was somewhat curious about the soldier aura formation. Beiqi's was an eagle, Wang Jian's was a tiger, and Wei Liao's was a wolf, so he couldn't help but wonder what Mengtian's would be. Zhao Fu then looked at the Heaven Pillar Spear's 6th effect, Balanced Soldier. Soldiers receive large boosts to attack, defense, speed, recovery, and skill resistance. The Heaven Pillar Spear's 6th effect gave soldiers boosts in all areas, making them quite balanced and suitable for all sorts of battles. No matter what sort of military profession or being they were against, they would have great resistances. Even though the 6th effect wasn't as powerful or destructive as the 6th effect of the other stars, it was quite balanced and comprehensive, so Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with it. The Heaven Pillar Spear looked quite noble and seemed to be made out of jade. There was also a flood dragon engraved on it. Its spearhead gave off an icy light and seemed to be incredibly sharp. After looking at the Heaven Pillar Spear, Zhao Fu returned it to Mengtian. Now, Great Ken had 4 general armaments, all of which were quite powerful. They would greatly help in battles, and Zhao Fu wanted as many as possible. However, general armaments required soldier souls, which were quite rare. Only powerful soldiers who had died would leave behind such things, and it took even Great Ken a long time to gather 100 soldier souls. At the same time, Zhao Fu started to feel great anticipation towards king armaments, which he would be able to fuse after obtaining 24 general armaments. Your Majesty, each general armament can increase the purity of Great Gen's fate, Xianru exclaimed after detecting the changes in Great Gen's fate. Oh? Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, and after sensing Great Gen's fate, he found that it had indeed become purer. The purer the fate was, the better. The fate itself would become stronger and denser, making it more difficult to scatter. Let's go. Zhao Fu smiled. This general armament would be quite useful. After returning to the Great Qin city, Zhao Fu found that there wasn't much for him to do, so he went to a small creek and took out the One World Rod as he started to cultivate. A few hours later, his cultivation was interrupted by Li Wen, who reported, Your Majesty, our team finished exploring one of the passages and discovered a historical remnant. A historical remnant? When he heard this, Zhao Fu opened his eyes. Every historical remnant contained great benefits, especially those that contained legacies. Zhao Fu had always felt that the underground region wasn't simple, so he stood up and made the One World Rod become the Royal Wood Sword. Zhao Fu walked forwards, and Li Wen followed behind him as Zhao Fu asked, What's the historical remnant like? Has anyone gone in to explore it yet? Li Wen explained that after giving the 100 soldier souls to Zhao Fu, he had returned to the underground region and opened up a new passage. He had never thought that there would be a historical remnant within it. Li Wen had already sent a few people to explore it, and he found that there wasn't any danger within. After that, he came to report to Zhao Fu. Soon, Zhao Fu arrived at the underground region. At the start, they had blocked off the 1,000 or so passages for safety reasons, and after such a long time, they had already explored 100 or so. Zhao Fu followed Li Wen into a passage, which was just as dark and eerie as the other ones, giving him chills. Li Wen and Zhao Fu walked until they reached a large area, which was where the exploration team was waiting. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, they immediately respectfully bowed as they called out, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded before looking at this historical remnant. This historical remnant was about 3 kilometers wide, and there were all sorts of structures within it. Even though the historical remnant was incredibly old and ruined, one could guess that it was a manufacturing workshop as opposed to a residential area. The ground was covered by a thick layer of dust, and their surroundings were deathly silent to the point that it was terrifying. There were many skeletons on the ground wearing incredibly tattered clothing. The skeletons here hadn't turned into undead, so they weren't dangerous. After Zhao Fu walked in, Li Wen and the team followed behind him. Zhao Fu carefully looked around him as he walked, and after reaching the center, he hadn't detected any danger. Here, Zhao Fu found a picture of a dragon with golden wings. This place was most likely related to that mysterious empire. Zhao Fu had always felt quite curious about that mysterious empire, as any empire with the heaven and earth refining formation would definitely be quite extraordinary. It was a pity that Zhao Fu didn't know what the dragon picture was or what empire it represented even with the information from God Kerr. Putting that empire aside, Zhao Fu wondered what this workshop was used for. He ordered his people to carefully look around to see if they could find anything. 10 minutes later, a soldier reported, "Your Majesty." This subordinate found a spatial ring on one of the skeletons. The ring that the soldier brought over was gray and didn't have any light, and it even had a few cracks in it. It had been corroded by the passage of time and seemed like it would break soon. Zhao Fu looked inside the spatial ring and found a few pieces of clothes, a few tools, a blueprint, and a book. Zhao Fu ignored the clothes and tools because they were quite ordinary, and he took out the book. Zhao Fu scanned through the book and saw that it was very archaic writing that he couldn't understand. Just as he was about to give up reading it, he remembered that this language was in the information he had obtained from God Kerr. With this knowledge, Zhao Fu looked through the book curiously, and his face immediately went pale. Great Qin was in great danger. 393 Yin Bone China. The book recorded information about the mysterious empire, which was called the Heaven Murder Empire. Its name implied that it could kill the heavens, or gods, split the earth, create mountains of corpses, and form rivers of blood. The Heaven Murder Empire had been one of the most powerful empires in the world, and even the gods had to treat it with respect. It was a pity that it had been destroyed, as its enemies were even more terrifying. These enemies were simply too powerful for even the monstrous Heaven Murder Empire to fall at their hands. Great Qin would have no chance against them. The heaven and earth refining formation, such a heaven-defying existence, was indeed the root of disaster. If they found out that Great Qin now possessed this formation, Great Qin would be doomed. Even if Great Qin established a nation, it would be unable to resist at all and be doomed to destruction. Now that Great Qin had encountered such great trouble, Zhao Fu's face became quite pale. Now that Great Qin had the heaven and earth refining formation and become related to the Heaven Murder Empire, even if Zhao Fu gave up on the heaven and earth refining formation and sealed the underground region, it would be useless. If they found out about this, they wouldn't hesitate to destroy Great Qin. After all, Great Qin was only like an ant in front of them, and which powerful person would speak with an ant? That was completely impossible. Zhao Fu's face had turned deathly pale, and this was the first time he had looked like this after obtaining Great Qin's legacy. Only after a long while did Zhao Fu recover. They couldn't do anything to Great Qin while the heaven domain boundary existed, and after such a long time, perhaps they had perished. As such, he didn't have to worry too much, and in order to aid Great Qin's development, he couldn't give up on the heaven and earth refining formation. Moreover, even if they did attack, it wasn't as if Great Qin wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. Even though Great Qin was quite weak right now, that didn't mean Great Qin wouldn't be able to surpass the Heaven Murder Empire. As Great Qin, they shouldn't fear any enemies. The blood that flowed through Great Qin was the blood of war, and no one could make Great Qin submit. Even if it was to fall, it wouldn't take a single step backward. As the battle song went, Valiant old Qin, facing difficulties in unity, Valiant old Qin, returning our lakes and mountains. Our blood will not cease flowing, nor will we stop fighting till death. Great Qin in the north is like a sun rising, and it will never be stopped. With turmoil in the world, where can we find peace? Against Great Qin's elite soldiers, who can resist? Zhao Fu's heart became resolute, and his expression became normal again. The other soldiers had finished going through the historical remnant but hadn't discovered anything useful, so they returned to the surface. This book was written in an ancient language, so most people wouldn't be able to read it. If it wasn't for the information from God Kerr, Zhaofu wouldn't have been able to read it. After returning to the surface, Zhaofu continued to read through the book. The book was incredibly thick, and Zhaofu wouldn't be able to read through it in a short amount of time. Afterward, Zhaofu immersed himself in the book, feeling how mighty the Heaven Murder Empire had been and learning about its culture and customs. A day later, Zhaofu had finally finished reading through the book. He rubbed his tired eyes, and he summoned Beiqi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao. This matter was far too important, and he didn't want too many people to know about it. After hearing what Zhaofu had to say, Beiqi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the Heaven and Earth refining formation could possibly bring them such a great disaster. However, now that things were like this already, there was no use for regret. At the same time, the Heaven and Earth refining formation had provided them with a massive opportunity. The resources from the Heaven and Earth refining formation and the soldier souls from the underground region had provided Great Kin with great help. Back then, the Heaven Murder Empire had also relied on the Heaven and Earth refining formation to refine all sorts of things and walk onto the apex. As such, Great Kin would be able to do the same. Afterward, Zhaofu and the others discussed as to what they should do before concluding the discussion. They now felt significant pressure, but they couldn't just worry about the future, they had to focus on the present for now. After Beiqi and the others left, Zhaofu took out that almost broken spatial ring and remembered the blueprint within it. Because of how important the matters in the book were, he had almost forgotten about the blueprint. Zhaofu now took out the blueprint and looked at it. Yin Bone China, blueprint, a type of chinaware made from bone ash that looks like ivory. It is top-grade chinaware. The better the quality of bone ash, the better the quality of the chinaware created. It turned out that the workshop was for creating chinaware. Yin Bone China wasn't something unique to the Heaven Murder Empire, so Great Kin could manufacture it without being exposed. Suddenly, Zhaofu thought about the countless skeletons beside the Heaven and Earth refining formation. All of them could be used to refine Yin Bone China. Even though they couldn't be used to refine equipment, it should be no problem to use them for Yin Bone China. This workshop had most likely been established in order to make full use of those bones. After thinking about it, Zhaofu decided to see how the Yin Bone China was. He ordered people to find someone who could make chinaware, and soon, a tan middle-aged man knelt before Zhaofu and said, "Your Majesty. Commoner Zi Jinfei has come to report for duty. You may rise. Take a look and see if you can refine this chinaware." Zhaofu told Zi Jinfei to rise before giving him the blueprint. Zi Jinfei was Great Kin's best chinaware maker, and if he couldn't make it, Zhaofu would have to keep looking for people. This blueprint was quite detailed, and each step was quite important. After looking at each step carefully, Zi Jinfei replied, "Your Majesty, I can try, but I'm not completely confident that I can do it." When he heard this, Zhaofu nodded and told people to go and find the materials. The underground region was filled with bone ash, and the quality was quite high. Of course, creating this chinaware required not only bone ash but also other materials such as clay and chilling well water. After all of the materials were collected, Zi Jinfei started to refine Yin Bone China. He first combined the bone ash with the clay before molding it and putting it on a pottery wheel. Using the centrifugal force from the pottery wheel, Zi Jinfei quickly molded a vase. He then created 2 more before putting them in a sealed kiln and continuously fanning the flames. A few hours later, Zi Jinfei extinguished the fire within the kiln and took out 3 elegant, jade-like vases. Seeing these vases, Zi Jinfei smiled and took them to Zhaofu as he said, "Your Majesty, the chinaware have been completed." Zhaofu looked at the vases and saw that they were not only beautiful but also felt icy and smooth to the touch. There were glimmers of light on the surfaces, and they were definitely top-grade chinaware. 394 For great dynasties Zhaofu called Ba King over because she was in charge of the business side of things, and he asked her how much this chinaware would be worth. Of course, Zhaofu wanted to manufacture this chinaware to sell it, otherwise, he wouldn't bother expending so much effort creating it. After looking at it carefully, Ba King smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, the Yin Bone China is quite good, and each piece can be easily sold for 5 gold coins." Zhaofu smiled and nodded. For each to be worth 5 gold coins, the china was quite expensive and high quality. After all, 5 gold coins was equivalent to 50,000 copper coins. Now, Great Kin relied on the Merchant Alliance to continuously provide it with money. Right now, the Merchant Alliance made incredible profits because the regions hadn't been opened yet, but after the regions were opened up, the Merchant Alliance's profits would fall. As such, they had to start preparing for this now so that they wouldn't be caught off guard when the regions opened. The Yin Bone China was a good substitute, and Great Kin could manufacture it on a large scale. There were countless bones of high quality in the underground region, and Great Qin was continuously adding to that. Afterward, Zhao Fu put together a team of Chinaware experts and created a large workshop to mass-produce yin bone china. Roar! Suddenly, a vigorous dragon's roar caused Zhao Fu to pause, and everyone else also stopped and looked into the distance. Above Great Zhu, a 1,000-meter-long dragon with 9 heads circled around in the air, giving off an incredibly powerful aura. A rainbow light filled the sky, creating a beautiful scene, and the light gave off an ancient and noble aura, making one feel respect within one's heart. Traces of aura with different colors rose up within Great Zhu's territory, and all of Great Zhu's residents knelt down. A rainbow-colored mote of light appeared above the center of Great Zhu, and its city heart continuously trembled and gave off a formless energy that entered the rainbow mote of light, causing it to become brighter and brighter. Boom! The 9-headed dragon rushed downwards with great force, entering that rainbow mote of light and causing a piercing explosion of light. A massive explosion sounded out as a square, jade-like seal with a 9-headed dragon on it appeared in the air. Ji Shenming stretched out his hand, and the jade seal flew over to him. He looked at it carefully with a smile on his face. After cautiously developing for such a long time, he had finally caught up to Great Qin and become the second person to raise his town into a basic city. His various subordinates also congratulated him. Now that they had a city lord seal, Great Zhu's battle power had become much more powerful. After the Great Zhu city was established, all of Great Zhu sank into celebrations, but at that moment, another dragon's roar shook all of China. Above Great Xia, a 1,000-meter-long golden dragon roared and gave off a massive aura. The entire sky above Great Xia's dyed gold, filling the sky with a holy and majestic aura. As the first dynasty of China, this golden dragon's roar was not only heard by the various legatees but also all of the normal people as well, making them look towards Great Xia. Traces of a golden aura rose up from Great Xia's territory, and all its residents knelt down. Great Xia's city heart shot out a golden pillar of light, which then scattered into countless golden motes of light. Only a resplendent golden mote of light was left hanging at the center of the Great Xia city, and the city heart continuously trembled and sent power into the golden mote of light, causing it to become stronger and stronger. Boom! The golden dragon rushed downwards and entered the golden mote of light, following which a piercing golden light exploded out, causing the sky to seem to twist and turn. A square golden seal with a dragon carved on it appeared in the sky. No one could have thought that 2 dynasties would simultaneously upgrade to cities, and as everyone marveled in shock, yet another massive dragon's cry rang out. Above Great Shang, a 1,000-meter-long bronze dragon cried out, and that cry seemed to tear the air apart, filling the air with a domineering aura. The sky above Great Shang was dyed bronze, and there seemed to be runes flashing in the sky, giving off a powerful air of suppression that felt mysterious and mighty. Traces of a bronze aura rose up from Great Shang's territory, and all of Great Shang's residents knelt down as a pillar of bronze light shot out from the city heart and exploded. A mote of bronze light hung at the center of the Great Shang city, and the city heart trembled as it sent energy into that mote of light, causing it to shine with an intense bronze light that seemed to be able to tear apart the sky. The bronze dragon shot downwards and entered that mote of bronze light, causing an intense bronze light to ripple out before a square bronze seal with a dragon carved on it appeared in the air. Before everyone could react, yet another massive dragon's cry sounded out. Above Great Han, a 1,000-meter-long yellow dragon circled around in the air, giving off a gentle and magnanimous aura. Traces of a yellow aura rose up from Great Han's territory, and all of Great Han's residents knelt down. The same process happened, and soon, a yellow jade seal appeared in the air. Now that 4 dynasties had suddenly finished upgrading to cities and had condensed city lord seals, all of the other legatees felt immense pressure, and the situation became quite tense. It wasn't just in China but also factions all over the world. They also started to feel that time was running out. Now that China's 5 great dynasties had all established cities, even though they hadn't established nations yet, they had pushed everyone into the age of city lords and made preparations for future battles. As such, all of the other factions felt the need to quickly raise their towns into cities, or the gap between them would grow bigger and bigger, with the result being death. Zhao Fu looked away and felt quite surprised. The other 4 factions were quite fast as well. Zhao Fu also felt a trace of pressure, and he knew that he couldn't afford to relax. 395 A king's promise at the Wang family's residence. On a small path, a few youths dressed in fine clothes had mocking smiles on their faces as they stopped a youth wearing ordinary clothes. Pa! One of the finely dressed youths savagely slapped the ordinary youth's face without any warning. The ordinary youth stumbled back a few steps and felt a stinging pain on his face, making him want to cry. His eyes watered, but before he was able to regain his balance, he was kicked to the ground. Wang Xiaozu, you dare to disobey us? You're just a member of the collateral family, you're just a dog in front of us. We are from the main family, one person said in a condescending tone as he stepped on the ordinary youth's head while the others loudly laughed. Wang Ziazu didn't move, allowing them to step on him without any resistance. After all, resisting them would simply result in more pain and suffering, and they could even put his family in danger. The finely dressed youths had all been laughing and grinning, but seeing that Wang Ziazu wasn't reacting or resisting even after they kicked him a few times, they got bored and walked off. After they left, Wang Ziazu held in the pain and humiliation as he crawled up. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at the youths walking away. Wang Ziazu's status was quite special. He was the child of a servant, but because he was found to have the Wang family's bloodline, he was elevated to be part of the collateral family. However, this status hadn't benefited him at all. The children of servants were bullied by the main family descendants since they were young. Even if he was a part of the collateral family now, his status was still far inferior to theirs. When he was bullied, his parents would simply tell him to endure it. After all, the main family descendants' statuses were far higher than theirs, so they couldn't afford to offend them. Wang Ziazu had understood this since he was young, and his thoughts were far more mature than anyone his age. He desperately wanted to get rid of this status and become someone who could reign above others. At the same time, his hatred towards the Wang family became stronger day after day. However, it wouldn't be so easy for him to obtain an opportunity, and if he didn't find an opportunity, he would always be stuck with his lowly status and have to endure the bullying from the Wang family's main family descendants. Wang Ziazu didn't want to continue living the same life as his parents. Wang Ziazu patted off the dust on his body and put on an expression as if nothing had happened. He then went to the place where the main family descendants were going to eat and helped out with carrying food around and cleaning. The wages for working here were quite high, and he could earn a lot of money. However, Wang Ziazu didn't work here for the money. After all, as part of the collateral family, he didn't have to worry about his daily needs. Rather, he had another purpose. Whenever he worked here, he would listen in on the main family descendants' conversations. Since he wasn't going to be given an opportunity, he would make one for himself. While serving food today, he had heard that there was a mountain that looked like a woman lying down in the east, and Wang Ziazu committed this to his memory. After returning to his room, Wang Ziazu went to the Heaven Awaken world and recorded this information in a book. He had recorded a lot of information in here already. After this, he took out a fairly rough-looking map that was filled with all sorts of symbols. Carrying these things, he went to a mountain cave outside of the system main city and used the teleportation channel there. He had been preparing for this opportunity for a long time and had long since learned how to create teleportation channels. After teleporting a few times, he arrived at a small mountain, and he saw a town in the distance next to a mountain that looked like a woman lying down. When he saw this, Wang Ziazu couldn't help but grin. He had been looking for the Wang family's base this entire time, and as a collateral family member, he didn't have the right to know of its location. As such, he had continuously collected information and gone exploring. Since he wasn't given an opportunity, he would create one for himself. Not only would he destroy the Wang family, but he would also make himself someone who was a part of upper-class society. Back at the Great Ken City, a Great Ken assassin walked into a hall and reported, "Your Majesty, we found a person who might know the location of the state of Zheng, but he says he wants to meet with you personally." The Great Ken was expending a lot of effort trying to find the various legatees in the regions it wanted to conquer because the age of city lords had now begun. Over the past few days, it wasn't just China's 5 great dynasties but also many foreign dynasties that had started to establish cities as well. Attacking a town couldn't be compared to attacking a city, and because Zhao Fu couldn't afford to give his targets the opportunity to develop, he wanted to destroy them as quickly as possible. When he heard this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Why did this person want to meet with him? However, Zhao Fu still went to the region and walked into an inconspicuous-looking room. When he saw someone wearing a cloak who gave off a powerful, noble, majestic aura come in, Wang Ziazu immediately realized who it was. He had never thought that the person would be willing to meet with such a lowly person like himself. This lowly one greets Great Ken's legatee. Wang Ziazu immediately bowed low. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised to see that this 16 or 17-year-old youth knew who he was. "How did you know that I was Great Ken's legatee?" Zhao Fu asked as he lightly laughed. Wang Ziazu confidently raised his head as he said, "In the north, apart from Great Ken's legatee, no one else can destroy the state of Zheng, nor can anyone pay such a high price to find the location of its base." Even though Wang Ziazu had a low status, he knew a lot about the world through his research. He had found all sorts of information on Great Ken's legatee and started making this plan ever since Great Ken's legatee had destroyed Great Shun. When he heard this, Zhao Fu couldn't refute his words and felt that this youth was quite cunning. As such, he didn't waste any words and asked, "What would you like?" Wang Ziazu didn't beat around the bush either and replied, "Your Majesty, I would like a fine gold rank city creation stone and 20,000 gold coins." I also have an additional request as well. I can agree to your first 2 requests. What is your final request? Zhao Fu immediately agreed to the first 2 requests. After all, compared to taking down the state of Jing, they were a small price to pay. However, Zhao Fu was wary about the final request, and he didn't agree to it before hearing what it was. After all, a king's promise was worth more than a mountain of gold, so he would have to keep any promise that he made. 396 Spare no one. I would like your majesty to kill all of the Wang family's main family descendants. Kill them not only in the Heaven Awakened world but also in the real world as well. Wang Zizi spoke with great hatred and killing intent, surprising even Zhao Fu. It was rare for such a young person to have such killing intent. When he heard this, Zhao Fu thought about it. Attacking the state of Jing meant killing all of the Wang family's people, which was no problem, but it would be quite difficult in the real world. Right now, there was still order in the real world, and this couldn't be destroyed. Otherwise, the entire world would fall apart and enter an apocalyptic state. Moreover, the Wang family was a faction with a legacy, so even the Ying family wouldn't be able to get rid of it easily. Zhao Fu looked at the youth. He didn't know what sort of enmity there was between him and the Wang family, but he replied, I can kill the Wang family's people in the Heaven Awakened world. Wang Zizi thought for a moment before asking, Your Majesty, will you killing the Wang family's people after the Heaven Awakened world devours the real world? Zhao Fu didn't need to think before replying, I will. If Great Qin was to destroy the state of Jing, it would definitely have to destroy the Wang family. After all, this sort of enmity would be incredibly great, so they had to pull up the grass by its roots. Hearing this, Wang Zizi smiled and handed over a map to Zhao Fu, saying, Your Majesty, this is the state of Jing's location. Zhao Fu took the map and looked at it. It was a fairly crude map and quite blurry, but it had detailed explanations. Zhao Fu handed this to the assassin beside him and had him go verify it. The assassin quickly left, and everyone started to wait. Wang Zizi waited silently, not daring to say anything. The information he had read about Great Qin's legacy said that he was quite violent and bloodthirsty and that he had hundreds of thousands of people's lives in his hands. As such, it was best that he treaded as carefully as possible. The room fell quite silent, and time gradually passed. After a while, the assassin returned and reported, Your Majesty, we've confirmed the state of Jing's location. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he tossed a spatial ring to Wang Zizi and said, Your things are inside here. Wang Zizi happily caught the spatial ring and looked inside it, and he saw a mountain of glittering gold coins as well as a silver cube. He couldn't help but feel excited because this would be his development funds for the future. He definitely didn't want to be like his parents in the future, continuously enduring abuse from others. He would establish his own faction and obtain wealth and power. After obtaining the state of Jing's position, Zhao Fu ignored Wang Zizi's expression and took Great Qin's people out. He ordered some of his subordinates to follow Wang Zizi to prevent him from leaking any information about what was to happen. After all, there was no harm in being cautious. Afterward, Zhao Fu started to collect information on the state of Jing. The state of Jing was a state established by Wang Shikong at the end of the Sui dynasty. Wang Shikong had been a general of the Sui dynasty and held a high status. After Emperor Yang of Sui was killed, he made Yang Tong emperor and then deposed him and established the state of Jing. However, he was defeated by Great Tang's Li Shimin, and the state of Jing collapsed afterward. The state of Jing had only existed for a short period of time, and because it was a state established during chaotic times, it didn't have a lot of fate. The state of Jing had enmity with Great Tang, which was also Zhao Fu's enemy. However, Zhao Fu still wanted to destroy the state of Jing. Even though he would be helping Great Tang, he had no choice. It hadn't been easy to acquire the state of Jing's location. Like most other factions, the state of Jing's forces were split between its town and a system main city. It had around 40,000 players, but its management wasn't as good as the state of Wei's. The players weren't extremely loyal, but there were still some who were loyal. Great Qin's assassins scoped out the town and found that the state of Jing had fewer residents than the state of Wei, only 50,000 or so, and the state of Wei's military was also smaller as well. After returning to the Great Qin city, Zhao Fu started to gather his soldiers. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers quickly returned to the Great Qin city and assembled. This surprised Great Qin's residents. The soldiers were gathered most likely because there was a large battle to be fought. As such, many of the residents came out to see the soldiers off and wish them luck. After Wang Zizi left, he didn't discover the assassins following him, primarily because of how skilled they were. It was also because he was quite young and still quite naive. Zhao Fu had given the order that if he did anything detrimental to Great Qin, the assassins were to immediately kill him. However, Wang Zizi had no such plans. He hated the Wang family to his bones and had finally obtained this hard-earned opportunity to destroy the Wang family. How could he go and make trouble for them? After obtaining the city creation stone and 20,000 gold coins, Wang Ziazu held in his excitement and didn't use them yet because he still had a lot of planning to do. These things included where he should establish his village, how he should create his faction, and how he should spend his fortune of 20,000 gold coins. He had to be especially careful when using the money, or people would find out. At the same time, he couldn't tell this to his parents, or they could be killed in the real world. After thinking about it, Wang Ziazu realized that Great Kin's legatee was most likely gathering his forces to attack the state of Jingstown, so he felt that it would be better to stay in the real world for now. After returning to the real world, Wang Ziazu acted completely normally. At such a crucial time, he absolutely couldn't show any abnormalities, or he could die. However, no matter how the higher-ups thought, they would never have expected that it was Wang Ziazu who had leaked the state of Jing's location. After all, no one had ever told him such a thing, nor had he ever asked about it. He had continuously collected bits of information, so it would be almost impossible for them to figure out that it was him. Wang Ziazu was quite confident about this. Wang Ziazu went to the food hall and continued helping around, acting completely normally. A while later, the main family descendants who normally bullied him came over and kicked him to the ground, and they laughed at him for a while before leaving. Lying on the ground, Wang Ziazu continued to endure this, but he was coldly laughing inwardly. The Wang family was about to be destroyed because of him, and all of the main family descendants would die. No one in the Wang family knew that a disaster was about to descend on them, nor did any of them think that their town's location had been exposed. After all, they thought that they were keeping that secret well. Everything was normal in the Wang family's residence, and everyone went about one's own business. In fact, even the state of Jing's legatee hadn't gone into the Heaven Awakened world yet, and everything seemed extremely calm. However, this was simply the calm before the storm because Zhao Fu had already brought his army of 120,000 soldiers to a location near the state of Jing's town. The countdown to the state of Jing's destruction had begun. 397 soldier or the state of Jing was on flat land, and there were 10 or so villages around it. There were also fields of crops and many fruit trees. The town walls were 10 meters tall, and they weren't made from mountain rocks but from stone bricks. They weren't as crude and grand as town walls made of mountain rocks, but they looked more refined and elegant. It was currently dusk, and the light of the sunset fell on these villages, giving them a glow of peace and tranquility. Attack! A cold voice broke this tranquility as a black flood rushed towards these villages. The sound of the soldiers marching was like thunder, and it shook the surrounding region. The tired villagers who had worked for an entire day saw this and completely disregarded their tiredness as they cried out in fear, "Hurry! To the town!" The countless villagers left everything behind and pulled their relatives away as they rushed towards the state of Jingstown. In the face of so many soldiers, their villages of just a few hundred people couldn't defend at all, and only by entering the town did they have a chance at life. By then, Great Kin's isolation barrier had already been set up, so teleportation channels couldn't be used. Therefore, the villagers could only run. At the same time, there were some who didn't want to leave and wanted to defend their village. They constructed some simple defenses outside the villages and found weapons for themselves. However, the Black Flood was cruel and merciless, and anything in its way seemed incredibly weak and frail. The Black Flood gave off a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy anything, instantly inundating those villages. Sounds of crying, shouting, and killing rang out for a short while before everything turned silent. After the flood passed, the villages were filled with corpses, and blood dyed the ground completely blood red. The golden setting sun shined on those corpses, creating a twisted scene that made it seem like it wasn't of this world. Unfortunately, it was impossible for those who were escaping by foot to outrun Great Kin's cavalry. After running for a short while, they were caught up by Great Kin's cavalry, who showed no mercy to those villagers. All of them were killed by spears or sabers. After all, showing mercy to enemies at such a time wasn't befitting of a soldier. Those who constructed defenses and wanted to defend their villages were dealt heavy blows. The war horses were incredibly powerful, and they instantly destroyed the wooden barriers. The remaining villagers could only use their weapons to try to resist. However, they were quickly devoured by the mass of cavalry and slain in just a few moments, leaving corpses all over the ground. The state of Jing's legatee, Wang Zhao, who had been in the real world the entire time, quickly rushed back to the Heaven Awakened world after receiving this news. After hearing this, the entire Wang family descended into chaos. Seeing this, Wang Ziazu inwardly laughed and felt much better. Wang Jian, Wei Liao, Meng Tian. Take 20,000 soldiers each and attack from the northern, southern, and western sides. After destroying these villages, Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to continue onwards. The dark flood split into 4 groups as 3 of them headed away. The town's gates were tightly shut, and all of the soldiers were on the town walls. At the same time, they had conscripted many of the young men in the town. The soldiers had also gathered many boulders and logs, and they threw them down from the town walls to attack. On the eastern wall, Wang Zhao looked at the countless enemies surrounding the state of Zheng's town. He had already guessed who these people were. After all, Great Qin had been quite active recently, destroying the state of Wei not too long ago. He hadn't expected them to set their eyes on the state of Zheng so quickly. Why is Great Qin attacking the state of Zheng? We've never had any grievances with Great Qin, nor have we joined the Qin Resistance Alliance. Please give me an explanation. Facing the threat of such a large army, Wang Zhao felt that the gap between their strength was too great and that it would be very difficult to repel Great Qin. He knew that Great Qin hadn't come with good intentions, but he had still chosen to speak like this. This was because it would be beneficial for the state of Zheng to go into talks with Great Qin instead of fighting. As long as he could preserve the state of Zheng, anything was permissible. Second, this made his side seem like they were in the right to boost morale. They hadn't offended Great Qin, so why was Great Qin attacking them? Since this was the case, the state of Zheng could only retaliate in self-defense. Standing on the side of righteousness would definitely boost the soldiers' morale. Within this oppressive atmosphere, Zhao Fu rode on Little Black as he slowly walked out and looked up as he replied simply, "The weak are prey to the strong." This was the law of the jungle, and Zhao Fu's words caused Great Qin's soldiers' hearts to become resolute. After all, in this world, there was no such thing as absolute good or evil, there was only the strong and the weak. Only by continuously becoming stronger could one survive. This was the mentality of an empire. Zhao Fu's calm reply caused Wang Zhao to become speechless. After all, it didn't matter that they hadn't offended Great Qin. If they wanted to destroy the state of Zheng, they would destroy it. Wang Zhao felt quite furious, but Great Qin indeed had the right to say such a thing. Suddenly, bestial roars sounded out from the northern, southern, and western sides. On the western side, Wang Jian raised the army destroyer sword as he roared, "Soldier aura formation." The army destroyer sword gave off a terrifying black light as traces of a black aura rose up from the soldiers following Wang Jian and gathered towards him before forming a ferocious black tiger. On the southern side, Wei Liao also roared as the voracious wolf sword gave off an obscure green light as his soldiers' bodies gave off traces of a green aura that gathered to form a vicious green wolf. Finally, on the northern side, Meng Tian held the Heaven Pillar spear and pointed it towards the sky as he roared, "Heaven Pillar." The spear gave off an intense azure light as his aura continuously grew stronger. The soldiers he was leading felt something calling out to their bodies as they roared, and traces of an azure aura rose up from their bodies. After rising from their bodies, the azure aura flew towards Meng Tian, and in an instant, a 30-meter wide azure orb appeared in the sky, giving off a shocking aura. An azure light shot out from the Heaven Pillar spear and into the orb as the orb condensed, and the aura it gave off became more and more powerful. Moo. A massive bull's bellow sounded out as an incredibly powerful-looking azure bull giving off a strong aura of suppression appeared in the sky. The three teams didn't immediately attack the city because their main task was to feign attacks as distractions. After the three massive beasts attacked, they started to attack the people on the town walls. Seeing the massive beasts attack, the soldiers on the town walls immediately tried to use bows and arrows to attack them. However, before they could even draw their bows, Great Qin's soldiers shot out countless powerful arrows towards the town walls. Immediately, many unsuspecting defending soldiers were hit by the arrows, resulting in many injuries and casualties. The massive beasts started to charge towards the town walls with unstoppable momentum. The massive impact instantly killed many people and knocked others off. 398 dominate the world. The state of Zheng's town only had 50,000 or so residents and 10,000 soldiers. Now, they had to face an attack from four sides, which meant that there were only 2,000 or so soldiers and a few thousand soldiers on each town wall. However, each side needed to face at least 20,000 soldiers, and just the first wave of attacks had killed 20% of the state of Zheng's defenders. Following this, Wang Jian and the other generals launched another wave of attacks. Great Qin's arrows were more powerful and had greater range and precision, successfully suppressing the defenders. At the same time, the three massive beasts rammed at the people on the town walls. Even though the defenders did their best to attack the massive beasts, they were far too weak and could only lightly injure them. Very soon, nearly 40% of the defenders had died or been injured, and when he heard this, Wang Zhao's heart sank. However, he was unable to leave the eastern town wall. This was because the other three town walls were facing 20,000 soldiers, while he was facing 60,000 soldiers as well as Great Qin's legatee. The danger here was far greater, so he couldn't leave and could only order more residents to go and defend. At that moment, traces of grey ghostly chi started to spread out as the atmosphere became quite eerie. Wang Zhao, who had just given out orders, was unknowingly surrounded by the ghostly chi. He immediately felt that something was off, and the soldiers around him stiffened as their expressions became ones of terror. There were even some soldiers wildly swinging their weapons as if they were trying to get away from something. Wang Zhao's body automatically lit up with a blue light, making it so that the ghostly qi didn't dare to come close to him. It would dissipate as soon as it came close, so it was unable to affect Wang Zhao at all. Seeing that the dark ghost world had taken effect, Zhao Fu ordered, "Release the fire arrows." Zhao Fu didn't hope to obtain too many people in the course of taking down another legatee. After all, with the resistance they would put up, it was very difficult to obtain many people at the end. Since this was the case, Zhao Fu didn't hold back with his attacks and ordered his soldiers to use fire arrows. Even if they didn't kill the defenders immediately, the fire would burn them to death. Even if they burned the entire state of Jing, Zhao Fu wouldn't mind, as he would only be giving up some of the material resources. What Zhao Fu wanted most was the state of Jing City Creation Stone and its fate. The fire arrows streaked like meteors as they flew towards the town walls. Roar! A dragon's cry sounded out as a blue barrier appeared, blocking some of the fire arrows. Wang Zhao's body emitted a blue light as he furiously stood on the town walls. Because the ghostly qi dissipated whenever it came near him, Zhao Fu was able to see him clearly. The dark ghost world was effective against most people but not against people and things that suppressed ghosts, such as kings. After all, normal illusions were unable to affect kings much. Wang Zhao was furious, but because he could tell that the state of Jing had essentially already lost, he loudly called out, "Great Kin's legatee, as long as you don't destroy the state of Jing, I can agree to any of your conditions." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised that Wang Zhao would take the initiative to take such a big step back, but he wasn't satisfied. After all, the any of your conditions didn't mean that he was willing to submit but that he was willing to pay any price for Great Ken to let off the state of Jing. Of course, Zhao Fu immediately refused such an offer. Victory was already at hand, so how could he just give up? When he saw Zhao Fu unhesitatingly refuse, he felt enraged, and a blue flame erupted out from him as he turned into a ray of blue light that shot at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly laughed, and he didn't even bother moving. By his side, Bei Qi waved his hand, and countless archers shot their arrows towards Wang Zhao. Facing so many arrows, Wang Zhao was given a big fright, and he stretched out his hand and released another blue barrier. However, the countless arrows smashed against it like a torrential rain, destroying it in an instant. Seeing this, Wang Zhao unleashed another blue barrier before quickly dodging out of the way. In the end, Wang Zhao was hit in the right arm by an arrow and escaped back to the town wall. Consuming fate could give one immense strength for a short period of time, but this strength wasn't unlimited. Even if it was Zhao Fu, without using his nation armament, he wouldn't dare to face 60,000 soldiers directly. In this world, one could become incredibly strong and kill a multitude of people single-handed like a godly spirit. However, even godly spirits had finite strength, and it was possible to kill them. After returning to the town wall, Wang Zhao felt quite fearful. That torrential rain of arrows was simply too terrifying, and he knew that he couldn't just rush up. Wang Zhao raised his sword and pointed it at Zhao Fu as he roared, "Great Kin's legatee, do you dare to fight me?" Currently, what Wang Zhao was thinking was that if he could defeat Great Kin's legatee, he would be able to relieve the state of Jing of this crisis and also obtain Great Kin's fate and dominate the world. Of course, this was only wishful thinking on Wang Zhao's part. The legatee of a state simply couldn't defeat the legatee of a dynasty. After all, legatees of dynasties had the ultimate weapons, nation armaments. However, Zhao Fu didn't plan on using his nation armament. After all, it wasn't easy to obtain fate, and Zhao Fu didn't even bother fighting with Wang Zhao. Instead, he ordered his soldiers to fire. Flaming arrows that gave off sharp auras continued to streak towards the town walls. Seeing that he had been completely ignored, Wang Zhao almost felt like exploding in anger. He howled as a pillar of blue light exploded out from him, shooting up into the clouds as a massive aura rippled out and shook the heavens. Roar! A 60-meter-long blue dragon appeared and roared. That roar reverberated in the surrounding 10-kilometer radius area, causing countless creatures to flee in terror. When he saw that the blue dragon was only 60 meters long, he knew that the state of Jing didn't have much fate. Seeing the dark ghost world was gradually dissipating due to the blue dragon, Zhao Fu didn't hesitate and planned to release his own fate dragon to suppress Wang Zhao's. However, at that moment, soldiers came to report that only 2,000 defenders remained at the northern, southern, and western town walls. Hearing this, Zhao Fu didn't bother releasing his fate dragon because this would cost some fate. Zhao Fu ordered Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and Meng Tian to come to the eastern wall and for their command to be handed over to the other generals there. After that, he looked at Bei Qi. Bei Qi understood and nodded, and he drew his 7 murders sword before shouting. A blood-red sword light shot towards the sky as blood-red oars rose up from countless soldiers, forming a massive blood-red eagle that gave off an immense killing intent and flew towards Wang Zhao. Similarly, the 3 other massive beasts also flew over. 399 King Seal Scree. The blood red eagle cried out and spread its wings as it attacked first. It shot forwards as its iron-like claws raked towards the blue dragon in the sky. The blue dragon was only 60 or so meters long, so it seemed quite small. Beichi's eagle was formed from the aura of 60,000 soldiers, so it had a wingspan of 30 meters and wasn't too much smaller than the blue dragon. Facing the eagle's attack, the blue dragon twisted its body and faced the eagle head-on. A muffled explosion sounded out as the blood-red eagle was blasted back, but it quickly stabilized its body in the air. The blue dragon hadn't been able to deal much damage to the massive blood-red eagle. The blood-red eagle didn't continue to attack. After all, this was the fate dragon of a state, and even though it was quite small and didn't have a lot of fate, it wasn't something that the eagle could fight with by itself. However, after the 3 other beasts arrived, the situation changed. The blood-red eagle once again attacked, swooping down with immense force as it backed towards the blue dragon. Facing such a ferocious attack that gave no regard to defense, the blue dragon could only dodge away. However, a black tiger ferociously leaped towards the blue dragon, forcing it to flick its tail and whip the black tiger away. Grasping this opportunity, the green wolf leaped up, biting the dragon's body. Following this, the gigantic azure bull charged towards the blue dragon, smashing into it and causing it to lose its bearings. Because each of the 3 other beasts had been formed from the auras of 20,000 soldiers, they were fairly small and only 10 meters long. However, they were still able to deal great damage to the blue dragon. After suffering 2 attacks, the blue dragon roared and swung its body about, sending the green wolf flying before turning and biting towards the azure bull. Boom! At that moment, the blood-red eagle once again rushed down, raking its incredibly sharp blood-red claws against the dragon before stabbing into it. Feeling this attack, the blue dragon roared and instead turned to bite at the eagle. The 5 beasts started to fight in the air, causing wild gusts of wind to blow. The oars they gave off were incredibly frightening, and the battle was quite intense. However, Great Gin's side had a great advantage, as it was 4 against 1. Wang Zhao's expression was quite ugly. He had never thought that his full-strength Fate Dragon would be suppressed by these 4 beasts while his enemy hadn't even unleashed his Fate Dragon. This was a massive humiliation. Zhao Fu looked at Wang Zhao with his blood-red eyes as his king's seal appeared on the back of his right hand. Little Shah. Little King. Go and kill him. Suddenly, 2 figures exploded out with powerful auras and rushed out towards the town walls. After a few leaps, they arrived at the top of the town walls and started to attack Wang Zhao. Facing these 2 people's ferocious attacks, Wang Zhao didn't dare to be careless and fought them with his full strength. The sieges of the other 3 sides were led by Zhangdo, Zhao Jian, and Old Logue. Seeing that the defenders were desperately running and hiding, Zhangdo ordered the archers to fire at will. This meant that the archers could fire wherever and whenever they wanted, picking off the enemies as they tried to run. Seeing that most of the defenders had been dealt with, Zhangdo then ordered to advance, and 20,000 soldiers rushed towards the town wall, their roars sounding like thunder. Hearing this, the state of Zhang soldiers prepared to counterattack, but as soon as they revealed themselves, arrows were fired at them. What's more, there were only 2,000 people left on the town wall, which was far enough from being able to defend the entire thing, making it impossible to form a defensive line. By now, Great Gin's soldiers had already reached the town wall and propped up ladders that they had prepared as they climbed up the town walls. They had to do this quickly because sieging was incredibly dangerous, and it was easy to be attacked while scaling the ladders. Some defending soldiers risked their lives to pick up some heavy objects and throw them at the attackers climbing up the ladders. However, the thousands of archers below immediately attacked. Evidently, the 2,000 defenders were no match for 20,000 attackers. They had already been at a disadvantage in everything, and now their morale had been completely crushed. As such, the state of Zhang soldiers were destined to lose. Soon, many of Great Gin's soldiers had climbed up the town wall, and some elite soldiers climbed up using chains and grappling hooks. Very quickly, they gained control of the town wall and opened the town gates, allowing the rest of the soldiers to enter. The 2 other teams of Great Gin's soldiers also took over their respective walls at the cost of a few injuries and casualties before also entering. By now, the state of Zhang didn't have many people left. They only had 50,000 people from the beginning, and after sending many people to the town walls, only 10,000 elderly, children, and women were left. Right now, Great Gin's soldiers' task was to take over the state of Zhang's town. Against these people who had very little strength, they spared anyone who surrendered, but anyone who resisted was killed on the spot. After Great Gin's soldiers entered the town, the city heart released a 50-meter-wide blue energy barrier, protecting itself. The 3 groups of Great Gin's soldiers operated separately and quickly took control of the state of Zhang's town. Now, the only place not under their control was the town hall because the 60,000 soldiers were unable to quickly take down the blue energy barrier. As such, Great Kin's soldiers met up with the main group on the eastern side, surrounding the eastern town wall. As long as they could kill Wang Zhao, the energy barrier would automatically shatter. On the eastern town wall, Wang Zhao furiously slashed at Chuoba King with his sword, and Chuoba King immediately used her large blood-red sword to block. In response, Wang Zhao roared, and his aura exploded as he vigorously kicked Chuoba King back 10 or so meters. However, Little Shaw immediately appeared behind Wang Zhao as he slashed out with his dagger, drawing a large gash across Wang Zhao's back. Wang Zhao howled in pain and turned to attack Little Shaw. Currently, Wang Zhao was covered with many injuries from Little Shaw and Chuoba King. However, it wasn't just Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao's blue dragon in the sky was also covered with injuries from the 4 beasts in the sky. "You can all stand down." A calm voice sounded out, causing everyone to freeze and retreat. Now, Wang Zhao was completely spent, so it was time to reap the harvest of victory. Zhao Fu was standing in the air, his body giving off a terrifying aura. His black cloak fluttered even though there wasn't any wind, making it hard to see his appearance. However, his blood-red eyes gave off a devilish light, making them quite eye-catching. Og! Seeing Zhao Fu, Wang Zhao's expression became savage as he exploded out with all of his strength, and his body gave off a blue light, causing a shocking gust of wind to ripple out. Wang Zhao gripped his sword with both hands and shot towards Zhao Fu. 400 King Armament facing Wang Zhao's attack, Zhao Fu waved his hand, causing 3 iron chains to shoot out from the ground and ferociously shoot towards Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao slashed out with his sword, sending out a large wave of sword light that sent the 3 chains flying away. Zhao Fu once again waved his hand, and 3 chains shot out from behind Wang Zhao with immense strength, trying to pierce through him. However, Wang Zhao slashed out backhanded, sending out another wave of sword light that blasted away the 3 chains, making it seem as if the iron chains were unable to touch him. By now, Wang Zhao was about 10 or so meters away from Zhao Fu, and he felt that Great Kin's legatee wasn't all that he seemed to be. Just as he was about to attack Zhao Fu expressionlessly grabbed at the air with his hand. Clang! A massive clanging sound rang out as countless chains that contained immense force rushed at Wang Zhao from all directions. Wang Zhao was given a big fright and unleashed a massive sword light as well as his blue barrier. Kai! The world seemed to go silent as Wang Zhao's body was pierced by over 100 chains from different directions, his body completely torn apart. Blood flowed along the chains and dripped to the ground, and Wang Zhao had a confused expression as he died. Traces of crystal-like blood-red aura rose up from Wang Zhao's body and floated into the king's crown, and the king's crown was once again greatly restored. After Wang Zhao died, the blue dragon in the sky automatically dissipated. Zhao Fu withdrew the chains, and Wang Zhao's pitiful-looking body fell to the ground. This was the first time Zhao Fu had truly used the king's crown's power, and it was quite powerful. After all, it was a king armament and quite effective against kings. Now, it was time to clear out the battlefield. Zhao Fu left this to Beiqi while he flew towards the state of Zheng's town hall. The protective barrier had already shattered as a result of Wang Zhao's death, and Zhao Fu walked into the town hall. He looked at the cube floating in the air and placed his hand on it before choosing to conquer it. Immediately, the city heart gave off a blue light that rushed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Instantly, the blue light seemed to fill the entire sky. Roar! A massive dragon's roar filled with pain, unwillingness, and bitterness sounded out in the entirety of the northern side of the Midland continent. The sudden dragon cry once again caused the entire northern side of the Midland continent to feel shocked. Another state had fallen. Countless factions returned to the real world, and after investigating, they found that the state of Zheng had been destroyed. Without a doubt, it was Great Kin again. This caused the countless unsettled factions to become even more terrified and disturbed. It was now confirmed that Great Kin could travel to different regions, so no one was safe in the northern side of the Midland continent. At first, they all hoped that Great Kin was only targeting those in the Kin Resistance Alliance because they were openly against Great Kin, and it was only expected that they would be destroyed by Great Kin. However, this trace of hope was destroyed by Great Kin attacking the state of Zheng because this signified that Great Kin would attack anyone. Since the state of Zheng was in Great Kin's targets, all of them were too. When they thought about how powerful Great Kin was, they felt a trace of fear within their hearts. Could they just wait for Great Kin to destroy them like this? Of course, none of the factions were willing for this to happen, so they couldn't just sit there and wait to be destroyed. As such, they all came to a decision and contacted Su Yan. At first, Su Yan was quite hesitant about this. After all, he had lost miserably against Great Kin's legatee last time. Thinking about how much fate Great Kin had now, even Su Yan felt afraid and understood how difficult things would be this time. If he didn't do this, he would be betraying his own ideals, but if he did, it was likely that he would fail and that he would pay for it with his life. After thinking for a long time, Su Yan decided to agree. After all, If they succeeded, his name would be recorded in history forever, and he would fulfill his ideals. Perhaps he would die, but there would be nothing to regret if he could fulfill his ideals. Soon, countless factions were united with a single motive, with Su Yan as the strategist. A massive dark cloud started to move towards Great Qin. As for the Wang family that was just been destroyed, they sank into pain and grief, feeling incredibly hateful towards Great Qin. Now that they had lost their legacy, they had lost their status of a family with a legacy. However, they still had a trace of hope because the Wang family in the real world wasn't weak at all. If they greatly developed their faction, there was still a chance they could make it in the Heaven Awakened world. However, because they had lost their legacy, it would be much more difficult. Now, the Wang family started to look for who leaked the location of the town. They immediately killed a few of the main family members who were suspicious, but it was a pity that they were unable to find the actual person. Wang Zizhu saw all of this, but he couldn't act differently at all costs. Even though he had to endure being bullied and insulted, he didn't feel much hatred. Instead, he felt incredibly happy. After all, the state of Zheng had fallen at his hands. At the same time, he started to develop his faction. With a fine gold rank city creation stone and 20,000 gold coins, his faction would be able to develop quite quickly. Su Yan also went to find Great Shun and the state of Zheng, which Great Qin had destroyed. Because the state of Wei had been subjugated by Great Qin, there was no point in finding them. The main reason Su Yan went to find those two factions was to obtain intelligence on Great Qin's military. Both families were incredibly happy that Su Yan had came to find them because they hated Great Qin to their bones, but they were unable to do anything to Great Qin now. After hearing Su Yan's goal and what the countless factions wanted to do, the Li family and Wang family happily joined and told everything they knew about Great Qin to Su Yan. After hearing this, Su Yan felt quite shocked. He had never thought that Great Qin's military would be so powerful. At the same time, he found out that Great Qin could form massive beasts and ghost-type illusions. After hearing all of this, Su Yan organized this information and sent it to the countless factions so they could prepare themselves to stop Great Qin. After obtaining this information, the countless factions were delighted, and they marveled at Su Yan's abilities. They started to prepare so that they would be able to resist Great Qin when the time came. After doing these things, Su Yan looked at the state of the entirety of Qin and personally penned 10 or so letters. He ordered some people to deliver them to the legatees of dynasties. After reading Su Yan's letter, the Chinese legatees of dynasties didn't respond. While they were more confident than the legatees of states, they had more things to worry about. 414 Major Road. Su Yan had already expected none of the legatees of dynasties to reply. After all, this matter couldn't be solved very easily, and he only wanted to at least try. If a legatee of a dynasty was willing to join, they would have a much greater chance of success. It was a pity that there were none who were willing. The rest of the factions went into a period of consideration. Su Yan didn't even think about the 100 schools of thought. This was because none of the 100 schools of thoughts would go fully against a particular nation because their various members all served different masters. As such, there was no need to consider them. As such, they could only settle on this for now. If they accomplished something great, it was possible that a legatee of a dynasty would join in the future. They could also join up with foreign factions to resist Great Qin together. They most likely understood the threat of Great Qin and would probably join. Su Yan started to think and thought of various plans. Now, with many factions supporting them, the forces they had were massive, so he had a lot more confidence. Back at the state of Zheng's town, after Zhao Fu conquered it, he once again received countless announcements. System announcement. The state of Zheng has perished, and all of its fate has been devoured by Great Qin. Great Qin has obtained a great amount of fate. System announcement. Great Qin has destroyed the state of Zheng and obtained all of the state of Zheng's legacies. System announcement. The Great Qin's city heart has started evolve, and it has completed 2 out of 30 of the evolution. System announcement. The Great Qin city has obtained 1/5 of the state of Zheng town's stats. System announcement. The nation armament 12 metal colossi has obtained a massive amount of fate and has slightly upgraded. System announcement. The clan armament imperial ruler's seal has obtained a massive amount of fate and has slightly upgraded. System announcement. You have conquered a legacy town and obtained 3,000 achievement points. System announcement. You have obtained 100 war points. Zhao Fu was quite used to these system announcements, and he didn't bother going through them in detail. He quickly went through them, and because he saw that there was nothing special, he didn't pay them much mind. Zhao Fu transferred all of his achievement points to Sar. He was now the city lord of Orc City, so it was better for his status to be raised. With the bonuses from the King's Ring, the 3,000 achievement points were enough to raise Sar's status to a 3rd-ranked Viscount, fulfilling another one of the requirements to raise Great Qin to a great city. Taking down a legatee of a state still gave great benefits. By now, Beichi had finished clearing up the battlefield and came to report, "Your Majesty, our side achieved total victory, and there were very few injuries and casualties. We obtained a large number of items, equipment, and money, and 8,000 people surrendered." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded. Zhao Fu wasn't too concerned with these spoils of war. Afterward, he relocated the state of Zhang and obtained 160,000 experience point. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered his people to take out 4 corpses from the pile of high-grade corpses. These 4 corpses were the state of Zhang's generals, and one of them had SS grade while the other 3 were S grade. After taking the soldiers back to Great Qin, Zhao Fu refined the 4 corpses and fused the SS grade orb with the innate talent blood crystal from before, resulting in a new innate talent blood crystal. Zhao Fu then called Mangekyō over and gave him the innate talent blood crystal to use. After consuming it, Mangekyō's body shined with a blood-red light, and Zhao Fu smiled. Great Qin had obtained another SSS grade general with a general star. Right now, Great Qin's only historical general who was at SS grade was Zhang Han. Now that they had obtained 3 S grade historical generals' corpses, they were only lacking an SS grade corpse to give Zhang Han a general star as well. Afterward, Zhao Fu re-established the state of Zhang's town. Now that he had obtained 3 legacies, he had obtained a massive amount of fate. Great Qin once again went into a period of stability to solidify its foundations. They had been continuously fighting recently, and after obtaining this complete victory over the state of Zhang, Zhao Fu announced a holiday to allow the soldiers to take a good rest. Zhao Fu once again set his sights on internal affairs. Because it was autumn, the agricultural sector was quite busy. Many fruits and crops had started to ripen and needed to be quickly harvested, so Zhao Fu increased the number of harvesters. At the same time, Zhao Fu prepared to change the seasonal crops. There was nothing to worry about in spring, summer, and autumn because many fruits and crops could be grown during those times. However, winter was a season when countless things fell silent and many crops and fruits didn't grow. Even with the reductions to growing time and the bonuses in production, if they weren't even able to grow crops, these stats would be useless. Now, it was already late autumn, so it would be winter soon. As such, it would be best to prepare some crops that could be grown during winter. The variety of crops in the Heaven Awakened world was greater than in the real world by tens of times, so there were many types of crops to consider. Cereals and grains were of utmost importance and couldn't be missing, while vegetables and fruits were less important. Zhao Fu settled on a crop called cold wheat, which was a type of wheat that was resistant to the cold and could grow during winter. There were many types of fruits and vegetables, and Zhao Fu chose 20 or so types that tasted good and were easy to cultivate. Because it would be fairly cold in the Heaven Awakened world during winter, they had to prepare a large amount of warm clothes and bedding for the army and residents, so they needed a large number of cotton-type items. Because cotton-type items were like crops, they could be grown in great quantities very quickly. With the production bonuses and reductions to growing time, one didn't have to wait for as long as in the real world. Now, the Great Qin city's stats were incredible, so it would be quite easy for Great Qin to get through winter. Normal villages wouldn't be able to keep up with the demand, and they would have to buy things. After making preparations for winter, Zhao Fu turned his attention to transportation and infrastructure, and he decided to construct 4 major roads. Teleportation channels made getting from one village to another village quite convenient, so there weren't many roads. However, if this was to be their territory, how could they not have roads? Teleportation channels were convenient, but what if they couldn't use them? As such, it was unacceptable that they didn't have roads, so Zhao Fu decided to construct 4 major roads going north, south, east, and west. The Great Qin city would definitely be the capital in the future, so they had to start working on transportation. The 4 roads would connect to different cities and branch outwards, forming a transportation network. Zhao Fu planned to build the 4 roads out of brick, and because most of Great Qin's villages were 2,000 kilometers away, this would be a massive task that would take a lot of time. Zhao Fu was in no rush, and he prepared to go about it slowly because they didn't lack time. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu went and rested. 3 days later, Great Qin was greeted with some good news. 402 total chaos. This good news was regarding Later Zhu from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, which had been one of the members of the Qin Resistance Alliance. Because Great Qin destroyed the state of Zhang, Later Zhu had become incredibly terrified and had no idea how the previous 2 states in front of it had their locations exposed. Later Zhu was worried that its own position would be exposed because it would be unable to resist like the previous 2 states, so it moved all of its forces in the system main cities back to its town. By moving the players to its town, this boosted Later Zhu's defenses, but with the character of the players. This resulted in Later Zhu's position being exposed. Later Zhu was the last dynasty of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. After destroying Later Han, Go Wei established Later Zhu. After succeeding Go Wei, Chairong fought wars on all sides, preparing to unite China once again. In actuality, later Zhou was the dynasty most likely to unite China after the Tang dynasty. However, Chai Rong died too early, and Chai Zong, who succeeded him, was only been 7 years old when he succeeded the throne. Soon after, Zhao Guanyin led a military revolt and established the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty essentially reaped everything that later Zhou had sown, including uniting China. That was how history went. Many kings were paranoid and killed loyal ministers and generals, but kings would often be betrayed by their ministers or generals. Later Zhou followed the end of the Tang dynasty, so its fate wasn't weak. This was especially because it had essentially led to China being united again. Even though it was Zhao Guanyin who had accomplished this in the end, later Zhou would have obtained quite a bit of fate as a result as well. Now that later Zhou's position had been revealed, Great Qin would definitely attack. However, later Zhou was enemies with the Song dynasty, and by doing this, Zhao Fu would once again be helping someone else. Now, Great Qin had already taken down 3 legatees, he had helped Great Ming destroy Great Shun, and he also helped Great Tang by destroying the state of Zheng, while the state of Wei didn't have any enemies. It was just that they only felt some hatred because the second emperor of Qin got rid of them. However, Zhao Fu was determined to take down later Zhou. Even though he would be helping others, the greatest benefiter would still be Great Qin. Now that they had obtained information as crucial as later Zhou's position, obtaining other information was much easier. Of course, Great Qin had to pay a price for this information. Apart from Great Qin, it was useless for others to know the locations of legatees. After all, did they dare to attack them? Even if they did they have the ability to win? Each legatee controlled the most powerful faction in his region, and it would be incredibly difficult for a normal person to do anything to them. Later Zhou's town had 60,000 or so residents and around 50,000 players in the system main city. If Zhao Fu didn't think of something, it would be quite difficult to take them down. If Great Qin launched a direct assault, they would suffer quite a bit. Luckily, the situation would be quite easy to solve if they exploited later Zhou's weakness, which was their players. As such, Zhao Fu immediately ordered people to go and start contacting later Zhou's players. If later Zhou hadn't done such a thing, Great Qin would have steadily developed for a while. However, since later Zhou had moved their players and exposed their location, Great Qin wouldn't let go of this opportunity. A bit of benefit could make a person voluntarily do something, a lot of benefits could make a person do many things, and massive benefits could make a person do crazy things. Very soon, under the lure of massive benefits, they contacted a person. Within a hidden room, Zhao Fu sat on a chair as a scar-faced man respectfully stood in front of him. This was the person Great Qin had contacted, and his name was Wu Yang. He held a great deal of power within later Zhou's player faction because he had once saved a descendant of the Chai family's main family. Even in the real world, the Chai family was quite powerful, and it wouldn't expect him to betray the Chai family. Wu Yang held a lot of power and was respected by many, but he still had to act incredibly respectfully. He had never thought that Great Qin's legatee would personally came to see him. After all, Great Qin's legatee could become a king in the future, and his faction was currently unstoppable. When he thought of this, Wu Yang couldn't help but feel respectful and fearful. "Tell me what you want, and I will do my best to satisfy you," Zhao Fu said as he looked at Wu Yang. From the information he had, Wu Yang seemed quite capable, or he wouldn't have been valued so highly by the Chai family. Wu Yang bowed before replying, "First, I would like Great Qin to guarantee the safety of my wife and daughter in the future, whether it's right now or after the Heaven Awakened world devours the real world." Zhao Fu was quite surprised. Wu Yang's first request hadn't been power or money but the safety of his wife and daughter. This was quite simple, so Zhao Fu nodded and replied, "I promise you this. I will send people to take care of this right now." When he heard this, Wu Yang inwardly let out a breath of relief. What he was most worried about was his wife and daughter because he knew the true face of this world. Right now, each of the factions was already ferociously fighting each other, resulting in countless deaths. However, people wouldn't die true deaths, and all situations could be kept under control. However, once the real world was devoured by the Heaven Awakened world and true battles between nations erupted, the world would descend into total chaos, resulting in countless battles and deaths. Right now, even though the Chai family had a successor, it wasn't very united, and it was instead split into 3 factions. They often fought for control, and if it wasn't for the threat of Great Qin's legatee, it would have been impossible for them to even come to a single decision. Seeing this, Wu Yang had long since disapproved of the Chai family. Wu Yang wasn't confident that later Zhou wouldn't be destroyed, and if that happened, not just him but also his wife and daughter wouldn't be spared. As such, he had made the decision to find a strong backer, someone who could bring peace to the world. When Great Qin's people contacted Wu Yang, he realized that later Zhou's position had been exposed and that it was doomed. Even if he didn't do this, someone else would. As such, Wu Yang made the decision to join Great Qin. Afterward, Wu Yang continued, if Great Kin can make me a village chief, I will be incredibly satisfied. Now that his biggest worry had been taken care of, Wu Yang also needed to think about the future. Just joining Great Kin wouldn't give him value, but if he had the position of village chief, his wife and daughter wouldn't have to worry about their daily living and would be able to live comfortably. Zhao Fu lightly chuckled, not expecting that Wu Yang would have such simple requests. It was simply too unexpected. When he heard this chuckle, Wu Yang felt quite surprised. Could it be that Great Kin's legatee wasn't even willing to give him the position of village chief? Well, living safely with his family was enough. Actually, Your Majesty, I don't need the position of village chief, Wu Yang said as he lowered his head. 403 Dangerous person. No, you misunderstood. If we succeed, I will make you the master of this entire region, Zhao Fu said as he smiled. Wu Yang hadn't expected this at all and was unable to react for a while. If Zhao Fu was willing to make him the master of this region, he would be the most powerful player in this region. Thank you, Your Majesty. After coming back to his senses, Wu Yang quickly bowed to Zhao Fu. In actuality, there was a reason for Zhao Fu doing this. First, Wu Yang already controlled a decent player faction, and if Great Kin could control it and support it, it would be quite easy for it to become the most powerful faction in this region and become a cornerstone for Great Kin here. Of course, the core of this faction would be controlled by Great Kin. Zhao Fu wouldn't trust Wu Yang so much just because of something like this. After all, it was still possible that he could betray Zhao Fu. Nevertheless, having his wife and daughter under his control would be an excellent way to keep him in check. That's all for now. Go and prepare, and I will also send people to take your wife and daughter to the Ying family. Now that they had reached an agreement, Zhao Fu wanted to quickly put this plan into action. At that moment, Wu Yang suddenly thought of something and said, Your Majesty, there's something that I feel you should know. Hearing this, Zhao Fu motioned for Wu Yang to continue speaking. After this, Wu Yang took out 2 talisman papers and handed them to Zhao Fu before saying, Your Majesty, the Chai family has recently been buying many of these 2 types of talisman papers and spent a great deal of money on buying a formation. After looking at these 2 talisman papers and listening to Wu Yang, Zhao Fu felt that something was off. However, he didn't show a reaction before leaving the room. After returning to the Great Qin city, Zhao Fu called Go Binglin and asked him to investigate this matter. Zhao Fu felt that something was amiss as these 2 types of talisman papers, evil warding talismans and spirit protecting talismans, were great counters to Dark Ghost World. However, because the 100 ghost illusionists were all above stage 1, these normal talismans were completely ineffective against Dark Ghost World. What Zhao Fu was curious about was why later Zhu was preparing these 2 types of talismans. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu guessed that it was because they had predicted Great Qin's attack, so they started to prepare now to resist Great Qin. However, the only ones who knew about Great Qin's Dark Ghost World were the factions that they had destroyed. Now that later Zhu was making such arrangements, could it be that they were working together? A while later, Go Binglin returned and reported in a serious manner, Your Majesty, this subordinate found that many factions have been secretly buying things that suppress illusions and massive beast. After hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression also became serious. His power in the Heaven Awakened world was limited, and because he was unable to gather detailed intelligence on some things, he returned to the real world. After returning to the real world, he was surprised to see a man wearing a suit already waiting for him. Greetings, Proxy Family Leader, my name is Mugilin, and I am in charge of the Ying family's intelligence reports, the man said. Zhao Fu nodded as he asked, what is it? Mugilin handed over a stack of documents and said, Proxy Family Leader, the other family leaders wanted me to give you these files. Nearly 80% of the factions in the northern side of the Midland continent have allied together against Great Qin. Moreover, they are led by the strategist of the School of Vertical and Horizontal's vertical branch, so the family leaders wanted to warn Great Qin's legatee about this to prevent anything from happening to him. After hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression became extremely grim. He had wanted to use the Ying family's resources to find out more information about this situation, but the Ying family had already known about this and looked into it. Zhao Fu sat on a sofa and read through the documents that Mugilin had handed over before he coldly harumphed, they all want to die. I'll report this to Great Qin's legatee. Also, send people to secretly go to this location. Bring these 2 people back and give them a proper living space. Zhao Fu wrote down a location and 2 names on a sheet of paper and handed it to Mugilin. Mugilin looked at it and nodded before leaving the villa. Wu Ying's wife and daughter were currently with the Chai family, so they had to quickly and secretly bring them to the Ying family's residence as soon as possible. Moreover, even if many factions were allying against Great Qin, he was still determined to attack later Zhu. Just as Zhao Fu was preparing to return to the Heaven Awakened world, his phone rang, and he saw that it was Wu Qingnian. As such, he picked it up and asked, Qingnian, did something happen? Wu Qingniang's earnest voice said from the phone. Of course something big happened, you probably know by now, right? Almost the entire northern side of the Midland continent is lying together against Great Ken's legatee. Do you know if he has any way to deal with this? Now that Zhao Fu had become Great Ken's legatee's representative, Wu Qingniang became even more concerned about Great Ken's legatee's affairs. After all, this would not only help Zhao Fu but also help herself. If the Wu family could receive Great Ken's legatee's help, it would be a great opportunity for them. Wu Qingniang was certain that she wouldn't be able to surpass Great Ken's legatee, so if she received Great Ken's legatee's help, she and Zhao Fu could rebuild Great Zhou. Having fulfilled such an important responsibility, she would be incredibly satisfied. Now, because of Zhao Fu, the Wu family was somewhat connected to Great Ken. After hearing about this, Wu Qingniang couldn't help but feel worried and had waited in the real world all this time for Zhao Fu. I'm not too sure, but I'm sure he has his plans. Zhao Fu could only reply like this because he still wasn't sure as to what he was going to do. When she heard this, Wu Qingniang then said seriously, also, Zhao Fu, the Wu family will stand behind you and be able to help you. Great Ken's legatee is too bloodthirsty and quite dangerous, so I'm quite worried that he might kill you at any moment. Please be careful when doing things for him. When he heard Wu Qingniang, Zhao Fu chuckled, why would he kill himself? However, he still felt quite touched by Wu Qingniang's words and replied, alright, I'll be careful in the future then. I have some things to do, so I'll be heading into the Heaven Awakened world now. Hearing Zhao Fu's chuckle, Wu Qingniang felt quite annoyed, but she still said goodbye and hung up. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu told his subordinates about the various factions allying against Great Ken and had a discussion with them. All of them had serious expressions on their faces. After all, dealing with so many factions would be quite a headache. At the same time, Zhao Fu started gathering his troops again. There was no rush for this because Wu Ying would want to wait until his wife and daughter were safe and his safety was guaranteed. As such, Zhao Fu could only gather his soldiers and make preparations for now. 404 Master of the region. A while later, Zhao Fu was told that Wu Ying's wife and daughter had been successfully brought to the Ying family's residence, and after calling them and confirming this, Wu Ying let out a sigh of relief. By now, Wu Ying and the others had already made a plan and were just waiting for an opportunity to execute it. However, he could only stay in the Chai family's residence for now. If anyone discovered that his entire family had disappeared, their plan would be exposed, and their lives would be in danger. Even though Wu Ying had done a lot for the Chai family, he knew the consequences for betraying the Chai family. They definitely wouldn't even leave him as an intact corpse. After hearing from Wu Yang, Zhao Fu started to mobilize his army. At the same time, he gathered a large number of Eternal Night members to set up isolation barriers and scout in order to see if there were any patrolling soldiers. Right now, Zhao Fu was unable to fully trust anyone. Even though Wu Ying's wife and daughter were in his hands, he knew that he still wouldn't be able to fully control him. For example, if his wife and daughter were fake or he was willing to sacrifice his wife and daughter for even greater benefits, Zhao Fu would be doomed. After all, in the face of immense benefits, parents and children could kill each other, and siblings could betray each other. As such, Zhao Fu made incredibly comprehensive plans. After all, he only had one life, and if he messed it up, he wouldn't have another chance. Zhao Fu had to be incredibly wary because he also had to think of his subjects, whose lives depended on him as well. A few hours later, Zhao Fu and his 120,000 soldiers arrived near Leiterzhou's position. Leiterzhou was against a large lake, and its town walls were made out of white stone. With the reflection of the town walls on the lake, it created a beautiful and peaceful scene. By now, Great Ken's assassins had finished setting up an isolation barrier but hadn't activated it yet. At the same time, Great Ken's assassins had also finished scouting and confirmed that there were no patrolling soldiers around. Zhao Fu let out a breath and started to wait for Wu Ying to carry out his side of the plan. This would require them to wait later into the night. Even though Leiterzhou knew that its position had been exposed, they had never expected Great Ken to be here already and for their people to have betrayed them already. Soon, it was 8 p.m., and the sky was filled with stars that continuously twinkled, looking quite beautiful. Wu Ying and 10 or so people looked at each other before returning to the real world and stealthily arriving at the rendezvous point where they got into cars arranged by the Ying family and returned to the Heaven Awakened world. The 10 or so people were completely loyal to Wu Yang, so he also took their safety into account and asked Zhao Fu to protect them as well. Now that they didn't have to worry about the consequences, Wu Yang and the 10 or so others grinned and started to carry out their plan. Wu Yang had first secretly gathered a group of players, those he could trust, and told them his plan. He then told them that joining Great Ken would result in 10 times the benefits and that they would also be able to immediately receive 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin was worth $100,000 in the real world, and none of them had expected Great Ken to be so wealthy. After comparing later Zhu and Great Qin, they saw that the difference was far too great. Before, Wu Yang could only control 30,000 players, but with the money from Great Qin, he could control 40,000 players. There were 3,000 people who were loyal to the death to later Zhu, and they weren't willing to submit to Great Qin. Since he had told them the plan, he couldn't allow them to live, or they would expose the plan. This was why they had conducted the meetings in a remote forest. There were 10 or so people each time calling a single person into the forest and telling him the plan. If he was willing to join, he could immediately receive his money, after which the next person would be called. If he wasn't willing, he would be killed on the spot. By doing this, they had dealt with the 3,000 people loyal to later Zhu. There was also a group of people who was in the real world and hadn't returned to the Heaven Awakened world in a while, so they weren't considered either. After doing these things, Wu Yang had finally gathered the player faction using money as bait. Because Zhao Fu had promised to make Wu Yang the master of this region, he was incredibly careful when doing these things and did them with his utmost ability. If Great Qin's legatee could take down later Zhu easily, he would be valued even greater. Now that the player faction was under his control, he started to move against the Zhu family's forces. By now, it was 11 p.m., and most of the residents were already asleep. Later Zhu's town had fallen into silence. Torches were lit on the town walls, making it seem quite bright. Wu Yang first had some of the players burn bewildering smoke in each building, which was quite effective against residents who had low cultivation. However, it wasn't very effective against soldiers. Afterward, Wu Yang and the 10 or so other people brought many jars of wine and went to the town walls. Because Wu Yang was a core member of later Zhu's forces and knew many people, most of later Zhu's soldiers trusted Wu Yang and wasn't surprised that he had come. It's been getting cold recently, and I'm sure it's been tiring standing guard. Have some wine to warm yourselves up, or it'll be easy to get a chill. It was already late autumn, and the temperature was becoming colder and colder. This was especially so at night when the temperature dropped quickly, so Wu Yang used this as an excuse to give the soldiers wine with poison. When they saw that Wu Yang cared about them so much, the soldiers all felt warm within their hearts, and one of the soldiers said with gratitude, "Sir Wu, you're simply too good to us, you're much better than the other sirs." Wu Yang smiled as he replied, "It's nothing. You're later Zhu's soldiers, and we're all relying on you to protect us. I've heated up this wine, so make sure you have some before it gets cold." Some of the soldiers came over, drank some of the wine, and had delighted smiles on their faces. They thanked Wu Yang before going back to their stations. Wu Yang couldn't help but feel quite guilty when he heard the soldiers thanking him. However, now that the situation had come to this, there was no turning back. Wu Yang hid his guilt as he smiled and said to the soldiers who hadn't drank any of the wine yet, "Brothers, just have a bit and warm your bodies. It'll be fine. I spent 30 or so silver coins to buy this wine, so it'll be a pity if you don't have any." The other soldiers couldn't help but come down and have some as well. Wu Yang's character was quite good, and because he was quite familiar with these soldiers, they all greatly trusted him. The soldiers just wanted to have a bit of wine because they were certain that there would be no harm in this. None of them had tasted wine that cost 30 silver coins, and most of them just wanted to give Wu Yang some face. Seeing them all drinking the wine, Wu Yang was finally able to relax and inwardly sighed. Later Zhu was now doomed. 405 3 town walls in the real world. It was 9 p.m. Within an elegant room, a noble and beautiful middle-aged woman placed a few books on the table and had a lovely smile on her face as she said to the 12-year-old boy next to her, "Shahui, these are some books on how to govern a nation and the art of war. Make sure you read through them carefully because they'll help you in the future. An emperor needs to not only be versed in internal affairs but also military affairs, only then will you be able to do great things." The 12-year-old boy was called Chai Shahui, and he was the legatee of later Zhu. He was much more mature than other boys his age and had a resolute personality. "I understand, mother." Chai Shahui replied as he started to earnestly read through one of the books. After he had obtained the legacy, he understood what a great burden he shouldered. What's more, they had a powerful enemy, the Song dynasty, so he had to continuously work hard to build up later Zhu. However, no matter how hard Chai Shahui worked, there were still some who disapproved of him because he was too young. Because of this, it was very difficult for him to get people to follow him. Another reason was because the branch that he was part of was fairly weak. Even though he was part of the main family, Chai Shahui's father had passed away a long time ago, and because no one else from their branch had great abilities, their branch had gradually weakened in power. The other few branches were far more powerful than Chai Shahui's branch, and they were quite displeased about Chai Shahui obtaining later Zhu's legacy and becoming the ruler of later Zhu. As such, they tried to take power from him. This resulted in a lot of chaos and disharmony in later Zhu. This also caused many people, such as Wu Yang, to see that there was no hope for later Zhu. If it wasn't for his branch and mother supporting him, Chai Shahui might have been killed already. As long as the foundation of later Zhu isn't harmed, they could choose a second legatee. Even though they would lose a lot of fate, they would still be able to take the legacy away from him. Chai Shahui's mother, the beautiful middle-aged woman, was 36 years old and had the countenance of a flower and the radiance of the moon. She had been a famous beauty when she was younger, and despite so many years passing, her beauty hadn't faded. Instead, she now had a mature charm. This woman was called Nangong Shuayu, and she was the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. Even though it wasn't a family with a legacy, it was still quite powerful. It was only because of her family's support that Nangong Shuayu was able to bear such heavy pressure, otherwise, Chai Shahui's entire branch would suffer. Chai Shahui knew how tough things were for his mother, which was why he worked so hard. At that moment, Chai Shahui was diligently reading while Nangong Shuayu lovingly stayed by his side, but they had no idea what was happening in the Heaven Awakened world. By now, it was 12 a.m. in the Heaven Awakened world, and the soldiers hiding near Later Zhu's town still hadn't moved because they were waiting for Wu Yang. Soon after, Wu Yang sent people to report that everything had been done. Now, Great Qin's soldiers could finally move. However, they didn't have to go all out because Wu Yang's information told them that Great Qin could simply stealthily enter. There were 10 or so villages around Later Zhu's town. Luckily, Zhao Fu had brought many assassins, and he ordered them to enter these villages to either tie up or kill the villagers to prevent them from alerting Later Zhu's town. The assassins quickly entered those villages like ghosts. The villages only had a few hundred people each, so it was easy to gain control of them. After gaining control of the villages, Zhao Fu ordered the 100 ghost illusionists to head to Later Zhu's town. This was because there were only 300 ghost illusionists, and if they brought the entire army of 120,000 people, the noise would be simply too great. The 100 ghost illusionists quickly reached the area near the barracks. Later Zhu's town had 10,000 soldiers, and because there were 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers on the town walls and another 2,000 or so on patrol, there were roughly 5,000 in the barracks. Because of Wu Yang, Zhao Fu had comprehensive information about Later Zhu's town, so he ordered the 100 ghost illusionists to go and trap those 5,000 soldiers in the barracks. Even though Later Zhu had made many preparations, the talisman papers were wholly ineffective because Dark Ghost World was an extremely powerful combination illusion. Now that it was cast by 300 Stage 1 soldiers, it was incredibly easy for it to deal with soldiers who weren't Stage 1 yet. Now, Wu Yang had the western town wall under control, while those at the other 3 town walls had no idea. There was a historical general guarding the eastern town wall, so Wu Yang didn't dare to go overboard. Zhao Fu split 10,000 soldiers into 3 groups and had them secretly enter Later Zhu's town. As the other players gradually took control of the town, many people were still asleep because the barracks were covered by a grey ghostly qi, causing the surroundings to fall silent. Meanwhile, the patrolling soldiers had either been put to sleep by the bewildering incense or been killed. Right now, the only places that Great Qin didn't control were the town's central region and the 3 other town walls. Great Qin couldn't step into the central region because the city heart would go into self-defense mode and release a protective barrier once any outsiders stepped into the central region. After Later Zhu's town was under their control, Zhao Fu gave the order to advance, and Great Qin's soldiers, who had been hiding near the town, started to attack from the other 3 town walls. There were only 2,000 or so soldiers on the 3 town walls, while Great Qin's side had 10,000 soldiers in total and around 40,000 players within. This battle was incredibly one-sided. None of the soldiers on the town walls expected to be struck with arrows from behind, and the soldiers were completely defenseless as they were killed. The historical general on the eastern town wall was completely shocked. However, seeing the massive number of enemies rushing towards the town walls, he knew that the situation was bad and yelled, "Enemy attack!" The historical general's yell cut through the air, but no one replied. The sounds of battle were quite loud, but there was no response. Immediately, the historical general's heart sank, and the battle quickly concluded. The defending soldiers were either killed or taken as captives, and the historical general wanted to resist. However, he was surrounded by a few of Great Qin's generals and also taken captive. The other town walls were also easily taken down by Great Qin, and only the central region hadn't been broken through yet. Zhao Fu led in the army from the western gate and didn't hesitate as he went straight towards the central region. At that moment, the central region released a yellow energy barrier, and 100 soldiers and a historical general stood guard there, looking around them. Everywhere around them had been surrounded by Great Qin's soldiers, and they were packed so densely that it seemed that even the wind wouldn't be able to pass through them. 406 Ruler of Later Zhu Chai Shahui, who had been earnestly reading, suddenly heard a system announcement, and his little face became incredibly pale. Beside him, Nangong Shuayu detected this and asked with concern, "What is it, Shahui?" Chai Shahui's body stiffened as he replied, "Mother, Later Zhu is being attacked by enemies, and they've already entered the town. The protective barrier has been activated. What? Nangong Shuayu was unable to stay calm and quickly asked, just what is going on? Doesn't Later Zhu have 110,000 people defending it? How could someone attack so silently? Chai Xiaohui shook his head, he had no idea what was going on either. After all, he had only received a system announcement that the town was in danger and that the protective barrier had been automatically activated. Xiaohui, hurry and enter the Heaven Awakened world to take a look. We can't allow anything to happen to Later Zhu, Nangong Shuayu said seriously. Chai Xiaohui nodded and picked up his Heaven Awakened stone as he entered the Heaven Awakened world. Nangong Shuayu felt an ominous feeling, with Later Zhu's current strength, who would dare to attack it? Just who were these people? At that moment, Nangong Shuayu could only pray that it was just some bandits who had accidentally triggered the protective barrier. If something happened to Later Zhu, Chai Xiaohui's branch would become the sinners of the Chai family and be attacked by the rest of the Chai family. Chai Xiaohui's branch was already quite weak, and if something like this happened, none of them would be spared. The Chai family would never show mercy, and she wouldn't be able to protect her own son. Nangong Shuayu could only hope that everything would be fine. However, she still felt quite unsettled, so she anxiously also entered the Heaven Awakened world. What greeted her eyes were soldiers wearing fine equipment, giving off powerful auras, and looking like ferocious beasts. Seeing this, Nangong Shuayu's pupils constricted. Seeing so many terrifying enemies, Chai Xiaohui also felt quite anxious and afraid. In front of these people's auras, Chai Xiaohui's body trembled, but when he thought of the fact that he was Later Zhu's legatee and the future ruler of Later Zhu, he mustered up his courage and looked around him. Right now, the entire town had been taken down except for the central region. The 100 or so people around them were all enemies, and none of them were from Later Zhu. Later Zhu had fallen, and there was no chance of the situation being reversed. Was it just going to end like this? Were his ambitions and efforts all going to come to nothing? In the end, Chai Xiaohui was still a child, and he started to tear up as he yelled, "Who are you? Why are you attacking Later Zhu?" Hearing his tender voice, the crowd parted, and a black-cloaked figure giving off a terrifying aura walked forwards. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on Chai Xiaohui and felt quite surprised. He had never expected Later Zhu's legatee to be a 12-year-old boy. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he asked, "Who are we? Even now, do you have no idea? Those who oppose Great Qin won't be spared." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, which were filled with killing intent, Chai Xiaohui felt quite surprised. It was Great Qin, that terrifying legatee, Great Qin's legatee, had come. Great Qin. Chai Xiaohui felt quite bitter, and his courage was shattered instantly. Later Zhu had been destroyed so easily by Great Qin and been unable to resist at all. A hand lightly patted his shoulder, and he turned to look at his mother. He couldn't help but cry, and Nangong Shuayu patted her son's back as she comforted him, saying, "You're Later Zhu's legatee, so you can't act like a child in times like this." Chai Xiaohui wiped away his tears and nodded as he said, "I understand, mother." After comforting her son, Nangong Shuayu looked at Wu Yang, who was standing beside Zhao Fu, and her expression became cold as she said, "Wu Yang, you must have worked quite hard for Great Qin to be able to take down Later Zhu so easily." Facing Nangong Shuayu's gaze, Wu Yang lowered his head and replied, "Apologies, madam. Later Zhu's location was exposed long ago, and even without me, Great Qin would have been able to easily take down the town. No one can stop Great Qin's rise, and after opposing Great Qin, the Chai family was destined to be destroyed. Moreover, I believe that Great Qin's legatee is someone who can bring peace to the world, which was why I decided to submit to him." Hearing Wu Yang's words, Nangong Shuayu couldn't help but coldly harumph. After all, many of the decisions hadn't been made by her but by the Chai family. At the beginning, she had been very against joining the Qin Resistance Alliance because they already had Great Song as an enemy. Later Zhu was unable to fight against two dynasties, but when Great Qin started to rise in power, the Chai family's old leaders had been influenced by Su Yan and thought that the school of vertical and horizontal would help the Chai family, which was why they joined the alliance. Now, reality had shown that this wasn't the case. Great Qin had become even more powerful, forcing the 100 schools of thought to lower their heads and the school of vertical and horizontal to not help against Great Qin. However, no matter how rational and just Wu Yang's words were, Nangong Shuayu wouldn't forgive him for his betrayal. "Wu Yang. We treated you incredibly well," Nangong Shuayu coldly said. She knew that Wu Yang controlled a large portion of the players, and if they rebelled now, Later Zhu would still have a trace of hope. Hearing Nangong Shuayu's words, Wu Yang could only sigh. His 40,000 players simply couldn't compare with Great Qin's soldiers, and even if they tried to rebel, they would only make a bit of trouble for Great Qin and not be able to change anything. Now that he had personally seen how powerful Great Qin was, Wu Ying felt even more loyal to Great Kin. "Apologies, madam, I've already chosen to join Great Kin," Wu Ying said with determination as he bowed towards Nangong Shuayu. After raising his head, he now viewed Nangong Shuayu as an enemy. Hearing this, Nangong Shuayu became enraged and was about to say something when another voice sounded out. "Enough." Zhao Fu looked at the mother and son in front of him and didn't want to waste any more time. His gaze fell on Chai Shahui as he said, "Show me later Zhu's power. Given your age, I'll give you an easy death." Zhao Fu wouldn't show mercy just because his enemy was a child, nor would he let off later Zhu. At some point, Zhao Fu's heart had become colder and crueler. "Mother, you should return to the real world." Chai Shahui gently pushed Nangong Shuayu away, and his gaze became resolute as he looked at Zhao Fu. As later Zhu's legatee, he had to show later Zhu's pride and courage. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he slowly drew the Sky Demon's sword at his waist. "Come. I want to see later Zhu's power." Boom. Zhao Fu stepped out, and the ground around him cracked as a monstrous aura burst forth. Everyone felt as if a mountain was weighing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. 407 Emperor Cloth. Countless people subconsciously retreated and made space while Nangong Shuayu stepped away from her son. As the legatee of later Zhu, he had to act with dignity. Chai Shahui looked at Zhao Fu resolutely and took out a short sword from his spatial ring. With his height, using a short sword was quite suitable. He gripped the short sword with both hands and went into a defensive stance. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes looked at Chai Shahui, and he gave off a monstrous aura as he walked over. The surroundings fell silent, and the atmosphere became incredibly oppressive. Everyone's gaze was on the two people in the center, and they all knew that Chai Shahui couldn't defeat Great Ken's legatee. What was key was how later Zhu legatee, this 12-year-old boy, would die. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's body blurred and instantly traversed 20 or so meters, arriving before Chai Shahui. He raised his sword and casually slashed out with it. Boom. A terrifying black sword light, accompanied by incredibly destructive power, rushed out, seeming to be able to destroy a small mountain. Roar. A dragon's cry sounded out as Chai Shahui was given a big fright and was forced to directly use his Fate Dragon's power. His body gave off a yellow light as a powerful aura rippled out, and Chai Shahui used his full strength to swing his sword, bringing with it a sword wind as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang. A massive sound rang out as the two swords clashed, and the energy they contained rippled out as a shockwave. A wild gale blew around them as a 10-meter-wide crater was blasted open beneath their feet. In the next second, Chai Shahui's small body was sent flying backward and hit a thick wall, causing it to collapse and sending a lot of dust into the air. Right now, Chai Shahui was too weak, and his cultivation wasn't even at stage 1. Because he was too young and didn't have a lot of battle experience, he couldn't control his strength well. As such, even though he had released his Fate Dragon's power, he was unable to withstand a single blow from Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu could use his City Lord Seal's power incredibly well. Zhao Fu didn't hold back at all even though Chai Shahui was still a child. Even if it was a friend or a relative standing in his way as an enemy, he would cut everyone down. There was no need to show any mercy to those who wanted to stand in Great Ken's way. Since they were the ones who made this decision, they cut off their ties with him, so Zhao Fu wouldn't hold back at all. As the saying went, I would rather betray the whole world than be betrayed by the whole world. Only those who understood those ambitious and ruthless words would understand the killing intent they contained. Within the boundless darkness, a blood-red star started to slowly turn, giving off a devilish blood-red light and causing Zhao Fu's eyes to shine with a blood-red light. Within the ruins of the collapsed wall, Chai Shahui was covered in blood when he stood up. His entire body ached, enough to make him cry, but he was the ruler of later Zhu. As such, he endured it and yelled as he rushed at Zhao Fu again. Zhao Fu coldly watched this as he raised the sword in his hand. Clang! A sharp black arc of sword light tore a long gash on the ground as it shot out towards Chai Shahui. Chai Shahui was given a big fright, and he quickly dodged to the side. However, his injured body had reacted a bit too late. Even though he had avoided being split in half, one of his hands was cut off. Ugh! Chai Shahui couldn't endure this pain, and he crashed to the ground as he howled in pain. By the side, Nangong Shuayu couldn't watch anymore. She ran over to Chai Shahui and cried out as she comforted Chai Shahui, "Don't worry. Mom's here." Following this, Nangong Shuayu started to take out medicines and treat Chai Shahui's severed wrist. Is there a need for that? Zhao Fu coldly looked at the mother and son. Because of his mother, he would have normally felt quite sympathetic, but he felt nothing right now. He raised the Sky Demon's sword, causing it to shine with a brilliant black light, and everyone around them felt immense fear upon seeing this. Nangong Shuayu felt how terrifying this power was and looked at Zhao Fu before looking down at her son in immense pain, and her face paled. Just as Zhao Fu was able to sweep out with his sword, killing this mother and son, a voice suddenly called out. Wait. We're willing to submit to Great Kin. Nangong Shuiyu cried out. Mother, no. Later you won't submit to anyone. Chai Shahui resisted the pain and said with great difficulty. Nangong Shuiyu smiled at her son as she said, Mom will take care of this. Now that Laterju is destined to be destroyed, if even its foundation is destroyed, I won't be able to protect you. However, Zhao Fu still didn't put his sword away. Having a legatee submit was far better than killing one, but Zhao Fu didn't trust them. The situation with the state of Wei was different because it had had a close relationship with Great Kin in history. Moreover, with the state of Wei's overall character, Zhao Fu was willing to trust the state of Wei. However, things were different with Laterju. After all, when Great Kin was establishing its nation, Laterju could cause troubles or uprisings, and Zhao Fu didn't want to take this risk. Why should I trust you? Zhao Fu asked Nangong Shuiyu. Nangong Shuiyu hadn't expected Zhao Fu to immediately trust them, so she was prepared for this question. She deeply breathed in and looked at Zhao Fu as she replied, Great Kin's legatee, you should know that the Song dynasty was established on Laterju's roots and imitated Laterju in many ways. As such, Laterju will be able to help you in various ways if you want to deal with Great Song. Moreover, if you accept us, Great Kin will obtain some of Laterju's fate, which will allow you to use Great Song's nation armament. The Emperor Cloth. This tempted Zhao Fu. After thinking for a moment, he put his sword away. If Laterju could really help him take down Great Song in the future, it would be good to keep Laterju, though he would have to control it strictly. Alright, I accept your surrender. Hearing this, Nangong Shuiyu let out a sigh of relief before once again saying, I would also like to request your majesty to give my son a lordship. Zhao Fu had expected this, and he took out the royal wood sword as he walked towards Nangong Shuiyu and Chai Shahui. Seeing Zhao Fu draw another sword and walk over, Nangong Shuiyu started to feel quite tense. However, because Zhao Fu gave off no killing intent, she relaxed slightly. Zhao Fu went over to them and sent his king's power into the royal wood sword, causing it to give off strands of a green light that reconnected Chai Shahui's severed hand to his wrist. Very soon, Chai Shahui's wrist and hand were good as new, and even the pain was gone. Chai Shahui's expression of pain gradually decreased, and seeing this, Nangong Shuiyu felt quite delighted. I title you Lord Zhu. Zhao Fu withdrew the royal wood sword and looked at Chai Shahui as he spoke with might and dignity. Chai Shahui looked at his mother, and when he saw Nangong Shuiyu nod, he stood up before kneeling, kowtowing, and saying, Thank you, Your Majesty, for the title. 408 Secret Silver Ring King's Crown. After Chai Shahui knelt and said those words of submission, a yellow light rushed out from his body and shot into the sky. Roar. A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a yellow dragon that was around 100 meters long flew out from his body and hovered in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura. However, immediately afterward, the yellow dragon started to devolve. Its body became smaller as its claws disappeared until it became a 30-meter-long yellow dragon python. At the same time, traces of a yellow aura floated towards Zhao Fu, and they were absorbed by the king's crown. After devouring the state of Zheng's legatee's king's aura, it had obtained later Zhu's legatee's king's aura. This caused the bronze rank king's crown to become secret silver rank, and its stats once again became much more powerful. The dragon python in the air gradually descended and re-entered Chai Shahui's body. Following this, the yellow energy barrier outside of the town hall shattered like glass and disappeared. You may rise. Zhao Fu said as he looked at Chai Shahui. Chai Shahui stood up somewhat dispiritedly, and Nangong Shuiyu comforted him by saying, Don't worry. Even though later Zhu is gone, you'll still accomplish great things in the future. Trust me. Chai Shahui felt much better and nodded. I understand, mother. Zhao Fu paid no attention to them and walked towards later Zhu's town hall while Bei Qi and the other generals started to clear the battlefield and collect the spoils. After coming to the town hall, Zhao Fu looked at the yellow cube floating in the air. This was the fourth legacy that Great Kin had taken down, and a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. He placed his hand on the cube and chose to conquer it. The city heart continuously trembled and gave off terrifying ripples as a yellow pillar of light rushed into the sky, causing clouds to gather. Mournful drum sounds suddenly rang out 9 times, and almost the entire northern side of the Midland continent heard these massive sounds. All of the factions at the northern side seemed incredibly grim and apprehensive. Yet another legatee had submitted, and everyone knew who the legatee had submitted to. Great Kin was simply too terrifying. Right after they had secretly formed their alliance, before they had even been able to do anything, Great Kin had taken down another state. Recently, Great Kin had taken down 3 states in a row, and with great shun from before, Great Kin had taken down 4 legatees, resulting in Great Kin obtaining the fate of 4 nations. Great Kin's fate was incredibly terrifying, and all of the factions felt even more terrified. They started to hesitate, wondering if they still wanted to oppose Great Kin. Despite having so many factions allied together, they were still quite unconfident because they were split across different regions and the paths between regions hadn't been opened yet. On the other hand, Great Kin had the power to traverse regions, making it easy for Great Kin to deal with them. Otherwise, with the many factions in the northern side of the Midland continent, they wouldn't have to fear Great Kin at all. If they opposed Great Kin, it was possible for them to die. However, if they didn't oppose Great Kin, they might still die. As such, it was quite difficult for them to make a decision. Afterward, they found out that it was Laterju who had submitted to Great Kin. This news caused Great Song to start being wary of Great Kin, and it started to hold meetings to discuss this matter. Now, out of the Kin Resistance Alliance, only the Kingdom of Qi remained. It was incredibly terrified because it was very possible that it would be the next to be destroyed by Great Kin. When the other dynasties heard of Laterju being destroyed, they all became incredibly serious. Great Kin had been incredibly active recently, destroying 3 nations, and its speed was simply incomprehensible. In the real world, when the family leaders of the Ying family heard about this, they naturally were incredibly happy and excited. Now, it was possible that Great Kin's legatee and Great Kin would return to the Ying family. Moreover, because they had made Zhaofu the proxy family leader, they believed that this would satisfy Great Kin's legatee and establish a relationship between them and the Ying family. After hearing about this, Su Yan looked incredibly serious and didn't say anything as he continued to look through all sorts of information. Back in the Heaven Awakened world, after Zhaofu conquered Laterju's town, system announcements started to sound out in his mind. System announcement. Laterju has submitted, and all of its fate has been devoured by Great Kin. Great Kin has obtained a large amount of fate. System announcement. Great Kin has subdued Laterju and obtained all of its legacies. System announcement. The Great Kin's city heart has started to evolve and completed 3 out of 30 of the evolution. System announcement. The Great Kin city has obtained 1/5 of Laterju's town stats. System announcement. The nation armament 12 metal colossi has obtained a massive amount of fate and slightly upgraded. System announcement. The clan armament imperial ruler's seal has obtained a massive amount of fate and slightly upgraded. System announcement. You have conquered a legacy town and obtained 3,000 achievement points. System announcement. You have obtained 100 war points. These system announcements were all the same as before, and Zhaofu didn't go through them in detail. Zhaofu had directed all of the achievement points to Doke because Great Kin was currently eyeing West Pan City as its prey. Since it was a kobold city and Doke was a kobold, it would be good for him to become a Viscount in advance. There was also another system announcement that said that the Chaotic World Stone Steel had leveled up to level 4, which would allow them to get Dark Gold rank items from it. Upgrading to a level 5 Chaotic World Stone Steel required 1,000 war points and would allow them to exchange for epic rank items. Great Kin had quite a lot of war points now, and it hadn't used any yet. Zhaofu sat in a hall while Beiqi and the other generals went through the reports of the battle. There were also 3 others present, Nangong Shuiyu and 2 historical generals of Laterju. One was called Li Zong, who was S grade, and the other was called Li Yun, who was SS grade. As for Chai Shahui, because he had been heavily injured, Nangong Shuiyu had him go rest to recuperate from his wounds. There were also 2 historical generals' corpses. Because they had valiantly retaliated, they had been killed during the battle. Both of them were S grade, so there was value in taking their corpses back. After hearing Beiqi's report, Zhaofu planned to take 20,000 residents and Li Yun to Great Kin, leaving Li Zong to defend and watch over Laterju's town. As for the players led by Wu Yang, they would form a new faction that would help Laterju's town when it was in danger. After taking care of these matters, Zhaofu prepared to take the soldiers back to the Great Kin city. At that moment, Nangong Shuiyu walked forward and said that there were matters she wanted to discuss with Zhaofu before sweeping her gaze across the various generals present. The generals all understood and left the hall, closing the doors behind them. Zhaofu felt a bit confused and wondered what Nangong Shuiyu wanted to speak to him about. A smile appeared on Nangong Shuiyu's face as she walked forward and slowly undid her clothes. 409 Crown Prince. As Nangong Shuiyu continued walking, her clothes gradually fell until only a long silk gown remained. The silk gown was quite light and almost transparent, and Nangong Shuiyu's mature curves could cause anyone's desires to run rampant and go out of control. Nangong Shuiyu didn't take off this final piece of clothing. As a mature woman, she knew how men responded, and leaving something to the imagination was even more tantalizing. By now, Nangong Shuiyu had fully displayed the charm of a mature woman. She reached Zhaofu, lightly sat on his lap, and rested her head against Zhaofu's shoulder as she looked at him seductively, whispering, "Your Majesty, let me serve you." Now that Laterju had submitted to Great Kin, Nangong Shuiyu had to think of the future. If she could become Great Kinslagate's woman, not only would she benefit, but the entire Chai family and her own family would also benefit. If she became his woman, she would have much authority in Great Ken and would be able to talk with Zhao Fu directly. Because he was Great Kinslagate, this opportunity wouldn't be easy to obtain, and if she became his woman early on, the benefits in the future would be much greater. Moreover, if she became his woman, the Chai family would undoubtedly benefit the most because this relationship would strengthen the bonds between the two families. Xiaohui's branch would also be able to firmly cement its position in the Chai family, and no one would be able to threaten them. No matter how strong the other branches were, under the threat of Great Kinslagate, they would have to lower their heads. Such was the power of Great Kinslagate. Moreover, the Nangong family would also greatly benefit. Her whole family would rejoice if she became Great Kinslagate's woman, and because of her relationship with him, the Nangong family would also be able to establish a relationship with him. Her family had always been silently supporting her, so she felt that she should repay them. Most importantly, Nangong Shuayu was thinking about her son. If she became Great Kinslagate's woman, even if her son couldn't have the position of crown prince, he would still have a prince title, allowing him to fulfill his ambitions. When later Zhu submitted, Nangong Shuayu had already made preparations to give up her body, which was why she told Chai Shahui that he would still accomplish great things in the future. Not only did Nangong Shuayu believe in her son, but she was also determined to help him. Of course, right now, she didn't feel anything towards Zhao Fu. However, for the many reasons above, especially her son, she was willing to sacrifice herself. Not only was she willing to give up her body, but she would also truly love Great Kinslagate. Only by having feelings for him would she be able to win his feelings for her. Nangong Shuayu was very clear about how feelings worked. Her body could only attract him for a short while, and as Great Kinslagate, he would have many women in the future. There would also be many women better than her, and using her body was simply too shallow, only feelings could truly bind her to him. With a mature woman sitting on his lap and smelling that enchanting fragrance, Zhao Fu started to react. Within the darkness, the massive blood-red star started to slowly turn, giving off a blood-red light. Surprisingly, Zhao Fu didn't refuse. He turned to look at Nangong Shuayu's beautiful face and smiled as he lifted up her chin. It was only now that Nangong Shuayu properly saw Great Kinslagate's appearance properly. He was quite young and good-looking, but the airs he gave off were especially alluring. There was a trace of dignity, a trace of elegance, and a trace of majesty. Just his airs alone would be able to attract many women. Seeing Zhao Fu do this, Nangong Shuayu wasn't displeased but instead quite happy. She knew that Great Kinslagate was interested in her now. At the start, she was worried that her looks wouldn't be good enough to attract him. Even though she was a famous beauty, with how prestigious Great Kinslagate's identity was, it was possible that he wouldn't think that she was good enough. Even though Nangong Shuayu had prepared herself mentally, a red blush still covered her face, and she felt quite embarrassed. However, she took the initiative to lean closer to Zhao Fu, and their lips naturally came together. At that moment, a sort of excitement and attraction seemed to draw them together, making their hearts beat faster and faster. At first, their kiss was quite simple, and Nangong Shuayu found that Zhao Fu was quite inexperienced. After noticing this, she felt quite happy because this meant that he didn't have many women. Nangong Shuayu's husband had died when Chai Shahui had only been 1 year old, and she hadn't been very experienced in these sorts of things. However, as a mature woman, she still knew more than Zhao Fu. Nangong Shuayu wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu's neck and passionately kissed Zhao Fu, stretching her tongue into Zhao Fu's mouth. Zhao Fu opened his mouth, allowing Nangong Shuayu's tongue to slip in. Their tongues intertwined as their temperature rose higher and higher and their hearts beat faster and faster. Nangong Shuayu started to become more and more immersed, and her face became incredibly red. Her body powerlessly lay within Zhao Fu's embrace, and her eyes were tightly closed as she deeply kissed Zhao Fu. Hugging Nangong Shuayu's mature body, Zhao Fu's hands started to roam around. His hands first caressed her back before slipping them into her clothes and gripping her full breasts, causing her to moan. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door as a soldier announced, "Your Majesty, I have matters to report." This immediately interrupted the two passionate people, and Zhao Fu immediately let go of Nangong Shuayu. Seeing how enraptured she looked, he chuckled and said, "Get up and put your clothes on." Nangong Shuayu nodded and felt a bit disappointed that they had been cut off at an important time. However, she still obeyed and calmed down her rapidly beating heart while putting on her clothes, returning to her mature and dignified look. Only then did Zhao Fu say, "You may enter." Following this, the soldier pushed open the doors and entered. The loyal soldier didn't dare to directly look at Zhao Fu, so he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary and cupped his hands as he reported, "Your Majesty, There has been news from Battle City that something big has happened. Battle City? Zhao Fu had handed matters over there to Janaya, so he very rarely went over. What had happened now? Zhao Fu asked the soldier just what had happened, and he didn't bother asking Nangong Shuiyu to leave. Since it was something big, it was most likely not something that was secret, so there was no need for that. However, Nangong Shuiyu felt quite happy and excited because this meant that she had succeeded. When the soldier had said that something big had happened, she had expected Zhao Fu to ask her to leave, but unexpectedly, Zhao Fu hadn't shown such intentions. This meant that Zhao Fu had already accepted her and that he trusted her slightly, so she had become closer to obtaining power in Great Qin. 410 Emperor's privilege. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, the soldier immediately replied, Your Majesty, it's said that Battle City's city lord was somehow seriously injured and is dying. This has caused Battle City to descend into chaos, and each faction is trying to obtain power. There have been many fights, but the city guards haven't cared at all. It's best that Your Majesty takes a look for himself. The battle for the city lord's position was happening so soon? Zhao Fu hadn't expected this, and he nodded before asking the soldier to leave. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu got up and turned to look at Nangong Shuiyu before saying, I'm going to return to Great Qin. Nangong Shuiyu understood that Zhao Fu had something to take care of, so she smiled and nodded before embarrassedly asking, Your Majesty. About just then, Zhao Fu suddenly lightly laughed. He had allowed his passions to get out of control, which was quite surprising. However, that experience had been quite tantalizing. Zhao Fu knew that there weren't any feelings between him and Nangong Shuiyu just yet, that had all been the heat of the moment. If they had developed feelings right after meeting, that would be quite strange. Zhao Fu looked at Nangong Shuiyu before asking, How do you think I should treat you? That question didn't surprise Nangong Shuiyu, and she could already tell from Zhao Fu's expression and tone what he meant. Nangong Shuiyu happily came up and hugged Zhao Fu, putting her head against him as she said, Your Majesty, I'll be your woman from now on. Since they had already gone that far, Zhao Fu didn't have anything to regret or worry about. He put an arm around Nangong Shuiyu's slim waist and nodded. Seeing this, Nangong Shuiyu's smile became incredibly brilliant, and her face reddened as she said in a small voice, Your Majesty, shall we continue where we left off? Nangong Shuiyu wanted to become even closer with Zhao Fu because her body was instinctively reacting after what had just happened. No need. I still have things to do. Zhao Fu wouldn't let important matters slip away just for this kind of thing. Zhao Fu was still quite rational regarding women and wouldn't allow himself indulge in sex. This was why he had been fairly restrained towards women the entire time. Alright, Your Majesty. My body is ready for you at any time. Nangong Shuiyu felt a bit disappointed but still smiled. Zhao Fu smiled and let go of Nangong Shuiyu. By now, Nangong Shuiyu could understand Zhao Fu's personality more, and she felt quite appreciative of him. Even though she hadn't been successful this time, she had become his woman, so she would have many opportunities in the future. As such, there was no need to force anything now. Afterward, Zhao Fu left the hall. The generals outside wondered what Nangong Shuiyu had to say to Zhao Fu, but after seeing Nangong Shuiyu following behind Zhao Fu with a slightly red face and affectionate look on her face, they could guess what had happened. This made all of them feel quite happy because their majesty had finally become interested in these matters. However, some people frowned because they had only just taken down Lady Zhu, and it would have been better to wait to test her loyalty. Nangong Shuiyu had most likely taken the initiative, and her goal was too obvious. However, they trusted that Zhao Fu had this within his control. As a future emperor, the number of women he would have would be as vast as the territory he would control, and this was quite normal. Any woman Zhao Fu wanted would be brought into the chambers of the imperial concubines, and they wouldn't mind at all. In fact, they would even help to search for such people and bring them to Zhao Fu. This was the emperor's privilege. Zhao Fu could tell what the generals were thinking and didn't mind, and he brought them back to the Great Qin city. After Zhao Fu left, Nangong Shuiyu was in charge of managing the situation at Lady Zhu's town. The first thing was to give burials to the deceased soldiers and replenish their military force. Now that their position had been exposed, they had to strengthen their defenses. Now, with Great Qin's protection and Wu Ying's player faction, Lady Zhu wasn't in much danger, but they still had to be prepared for anything. At that moment, a man came up and reported something, causing Nangong Shuiyu's expression to become cold, and she returned to the real world. The scene was similar to what had happened in the Heaven Awakened world, with everyone from their branch being surrounded. However, what was different was that they were surrounded by the Chai family's people. Where are Chai Shahui and Nangong Shuiyu? Hand them over. Right now, they're the sinners of the entire Chai family. Lady Zhu has been destroyed while in your hands.